Some of the best types of UFO cases involve sightings with many witnesses, while much more rare than UFO sightings with one or two witnesses. Reports with a large number are taken much more seriously, even by skeptics. In Japan, in the early 19th century, a strange ship washed ashore on the beach. The incident was seen by many, and perhaps more importantly, was documented in various Japanese writings. Since then, it has led many to research and ask, what was this craft? And perhaps more importantly, who was this strange woman inside it? In this episode, we will investigate this Japanese incident, a case that came to be known as Utsuro-Bune, or the Hollow Ship Story. On February 22, 1803, several men were fishing just off the shores of Hariadori Beach in the Hitachi region when they would spot a strange boat in the waves. The men noticed the ship wasn't big and decided to tow it back to shore. As they brought it back, people began to gather on the beach, wondering just what it was. Once it was ashore, they were able to observe the strange craft in more detail. It had a dome-like top that was colored dark red. The bottom was dome-shaped too, although more elongated, and was covered with something that resembled brass metal plates. The craft was around 11 feet tall and 18 feet wide, with windows covered by bars on the upper half. In general, it didn't look like anything that the fishermen nor anyone else had ever seen. What would happen next, though, would truly shock the onlookers. A young woman who appeared foreign and of European descent exited the craft. The woman was estimated to be around 5 feet tall. She had red hair and also had white hair extensions made of some type of fur. She appeared elegant and was wearing what appeared to be silk clothes. She also carried a box in front of her. The purpose of the box couldn't be ascertained by the Japanese citizens. All we know in regards to the box is that the woman was very protective over it and wouldn't let anyone touch it. The woman would begin speaking to the people. However, she wasn't speaking Japanese, and no one knew what she was trying to communicate. As a result, who she was and what she wanted was a complete mystery. As word reached the leader of the village, the town elder speculated that the woman might have been outcast from a foreign land because she had married against her father's will, or possibly she had cheated on her husband. At a crossroads, and not wanting to get drawn into a potential conflict if they helped her, the town elders decided to put her back in the ship and drag it out to sea. The strange boat was never seen again by the townspeople. Interestingly, this isn't the first time a case like this had happened in Japan during this time. Around the same time, sometime prior, there were reports of a strange ship similar in appearance washing up on a Japanese beach not too far away. In addition, a woman, similar to the one described, was on board the ship. Over the years, the story, and ones like it, have been examined by many due to the abundance of documents on the scene that day. In addition, there are other stories of hollow ships washing up around Japan during that time. Many of the details are very similar among the events. There's a number of documents that mention this story. In fact, several Japanese newspapers from the early 19th century tell very similar stories. These include Tales from the Rabbit Garden, published in 1825, Stories from Drifters, around 1835, and Dust of the Plume, from 1844. It's important to point out, too, that these are just several of the more well-known sources, as others exist, too. This incident has been explored and has raised questions around what exactly the ship was and who was the woman. We know several things. This event seemed very likely to occur, as multiple sources have documented around Japan. In addition, we pretty much know this woman wasn't from Japan based on her description, and also the ship didn't appear to be Japanese. That said, there are traditional Japanese boats known as taira-bune, which are circular, open log boats, but these are quite different than the descriptions of the hollow ship. Generally, There appears to be two main theories on who this woman was and what the ship was. The first is that the woman and ship were from some type of European country or other Western country. The description of the woman supports this theory. However, most of the facts around it don't make sense. If a woman was banished, it seems almost certain she would have died at sea, unless of course she was dropped off near the Sea of Japan. Also, by all accounts, the woman looked healthy. Was she dropped off with the intent to allow the Japanese to imprison her? Possibly, but this seems unlikely. This has led many to speculate and support the second theory. This is that the woman was an extraterrestrial and the craft somehow malfunctioned. It was reported there was strange writing inside it, and even though Japanese citizens wouldn't recognize English letters, it's a bit odd that there would be writing inside the craft. Some speculate that this was some sort of survival pod. It does bear a remarkable resemblance to the pods used by NASA astronauts when they return to Earth. Perhaps a craft malfunctioned mid-flight and the being jumped in this escape pod. The being description itself seems to support this theory too. She was said to be wearing expensive clothes and didn't appear to be unhealthy or malnourished. The last question in this story concerns what was the box. One thought is that it could have been some sort of tracking device and that it would help her to be found. Unfortunately, this case has no remaining physical evidence nor witnesses that can be interviewed. We do, though, have a treasure trove of documents indicating something strange washed up on the shore that day. Perhaps in time, we will discover another document that reveals more about this strange event and who exactly this woman was and what her ship was as well. In 1954 in Italy, there were hundreds of reports of UFOs around the country. In a prior episode, we covered one of these famous cases in which thousands of individuals spotted several UFOs directly above a soccer stadium during a game. This case occurred on October 27, 1954, in the Tuscany region of Florence. Just 4 days later, on November 1st, a woman named Rosa Lotti reported a strange alien encounter that has been deemed one of the most credible in Italian history. There were multiple witnesses, physical evidence left at the scene, and Rosa was deemed to be a reliable witness. In this episode, we will examine this famous case, an event that became to be known as the Cennina case. On Monday, November 1st, 1954, Rosa Lotti, an Italian peasant, would have a life-changing experience. Rosa was 46 years old at the time and a mother of 4 children residing on a farm named La Collina between the towns of Cennina and Caponoli. Rosa didn't go into town much and spent most of her time working long hours on the farm. This day, though, was very different. It was a Catholic holiday, and Rosa, being very religious, planned on walking into Cennina to visit her church in the cemetery there. She planned on placing carnations at the altar of the Madonna Pellegrina. Around 6:30 to 7 a.m., Rosa began her walk towards Cennina. She would walk on a footpath that cut through the fields and woods that she had traveled many times, carrying some clothes to change into when she arrived, and walking barefoot. Rosa planned on changing just prior into getting into the city so she wouldn't get her clothes or shoes dirty. Around 7:30 a.m., Rosa walked into a small clearing, which had a few small bushes and trees in it. She had crossed over this clearing before, but this time would be different. As she walked into the clearing, she would spot a bizarre object close to a tree. It was like nothing she had ever seen before. It was spindle-shaped, around 3 feet wide at its widest part, and around 6 to 8 feet long. On the lower half of the object, there was a door in which 2 seats could be seen. There was a window in the center portion, and the craft was gray, appearing shiny. A stunned Rosa watched the craft, and her attention turned towards something even more strange. Behind the craft, there were 2 bizarre beings. They were small, around 3 feet tall and wearing a one-piece, tight-fitted suit with some sort of cape on their back. They wore helmets that were golden brown, similar to old Leatherhead helmets. Their bodies were in proportion and were similar to a 5 or 6-year-old. One unique feature of the beings was their upper lip was curved, so their teeth were always exposed. Generally, though, they looked very similar to humans. The beings then began approaching Rosa and were speaking in some type of strange language, which she compared to Chinese. They appeared friendly and were laughing, seeming to have a good time. Although the beings appeared friendly, Rosa was frightened. Then shockingly, the beings suddenly grabbed Rosa's stockings and flowers. Rosa took issue with this in a timid manner, which seemed to prompt one of them to hand some of the flowers back. The beings then wrapped the remaining flowers, about 5, in the stocking and tossed them in the craft. The beings then went inside the spindle and pulled out some sort of white package. As they turned back around, Rosa had already took off running. After Rosa was a little bit further away, she looked back and the craft was gone. Rosa wouldn't stop running until she got into Cennina. There, she would run into a friend, Anita Valenti. Anita immediately noticed something was wrong with her, and Rosa told her the story. Rosa would then inform the Italian National Police Force, and also the priest of the church she was going to visit. Rosa and the police went back to the scene, and there the police found a deep hole in the ground where the craft had been. Word spread around too, and soon many people began heading down the path to check out the site. Initially, the investigation focused on Rosa's story and the encounter. As more ufologists began looking into the case, though, it soon became apparent there were many others who witnessed something that day. Luigi Danini and his daughter would allege to see some type of object descend down from the sky into the woods. They initially thought it was a meteor, but it slowed down. Romaldo Berti, then 25 years old, claims on the day of the incident, he saw what he described as a luminous rocket that was like a cigar. It had flames coming out of the tail and flew out of Cennina woods. Perhaps the most interesting story, though, comes from 2 boys, Ampolino Torzini, age 6, and his older brother, age 9. They spotted Rosa talking to the strange beings in the woods. They would run back and tell their father, and when they returned, the object and Rosa were gone. However, they did see the deep hole in the ground. In addition to these witnesses, there was a hunter who claims while he was out in the woods that morning, he saw the object land in the woods. Multiple independent witnesses would see this craft in Cennina around the same time as Rosa's experience. Reports were very similar, and some said the object stopped and hovered for several moments as if it was about to land. One of the more interesting aspects of this case is that the craft appeared to return the same day of Rosa's encounter around midnight. On November 1st, 1954, Giuliano and Tosco Colselli were sleeping when they were awoken by screams outside. They ran outside, and a man on a motorcycle named Marcello Giovanni was looking up at the sky. The 3 of them would watch as the UFO floated and then disappeared behind some hills. Giovanni would later recall it emitted a bluish-white light and was completely silent. As mentioned previously, in 1954 Italy and other Western countries, they experienced a rash of UFO reports. So what can we make of Rosa's case? Rosa's case appears to have several credible aspects to it. First, there were many reports of this specific UFO in Cennina and around Cennina during that time, including the same day of Rosa's sightings. Also, there were witnesses at the scene who claimed to have seen Rosa talking with the entities. One other factor has to do with Rosa herself. She was deemed highly credible. Not only did the ufologists believe her, but many of the townspeople found her story to be credible and stated she was reliable. The physical evidence found at the scene seems to support her story, although the evidence isn't overwhelming. It's possible Rosa could have dug that hole herself, although this raises the question of why. With all the UFO reports happening around the country at the time, was Rosa trying to achieve fame and possibly fortune? It seems like a possibility. However, more likely than not, she probably wasn't interested in it. By all accounts, Rosa lived a quiet life and rarely left her farm. She was very religious, and it doesn't appear that she was trying to fabricate the story. Over the years, Rosa has been interviewed and questioned by a variety of professionals, including the police, ufologists, and even family and friends. Her story has remained consistent. In addition, the one-piece, tight-fitted silver suits is an outfit that we have reported many times on this channel. Rosa's story is one of many that occurred during this busy period of UFO activity in Italy in the 1950s. In future episodes, we'll explore more of these cases from 1950s Italy. In Potosi, Bolivia in 1968, one of the most famous alien encounters in the country's history would occur. The story concerns a young woman witnessing a strange entity mutilating her sheep and ultimately having an altercation with the bizarre being. The case truly stands out as a mild-mannered peasant brawled with an extraterrestrial. There's not many cases of humans fighting with aliens, as often witnesses are terrified beyond belief and choose to flee. For this young woman, though, when her fight-or-flight response kicked in, she clearly chose to fight. Despite this, even 30 years after the event, when interviewed, the woman was still terrified of what happened to her that day. In this episode, we will examine this strange and classic Bolivian story, a case that came to be known as the Potosi Sheep Slayer. Just outside Opoco, Bolivia, in the late 1960s, Valentina Flores, then 24 years old, and her husband, Gumercindo, were living a humble lifestyle. The two Quechua Indians were focused on tending to their livestock and raising their infant child, Theodosia. The two lived an isolated life with little contact with the outside world. As such, the two had no familiarity nor interest with extraterrestrials and UFOs, and were focused on making a living with their livestock. Sometime after Easter in 1968, Valentina would have an experience she would never forget. That day, her husband, Gumercindo, like all the men in the area, had been mandated to go to Las Pampas. Valentina was alone, along with Theodosia. Around 4 p.m., Valentina, with Theodosia strapped to her back in a manta, began herding her flock of sheep, only to discover some llama were missing. She herded the sheep into a grazing field and then went listening for the missing llamas. Valentina began tracking them, and after around 45 minutes, caught up with them. She started directing them back to the grazing field, but when she arrived, the sheep had ran off. She left the llamas behind and soon tracked the sheep to a stone corral. From a distance, she couldn't make out many details yet, but she was perplexed as to why they went in there. Even more strange, it was quiet, very quiet. As Valentina approached, what she saw next would leave her stunned. There was some sort of web-like transparent covering over the corral. She couldn't see everything inside it though, and soon silently crept up to see what was going on. As she looked through the opening in the corral, Valentina would be stunned to see sheep corpses everywhere. They were disemboweled and slaughtered in a horrifying fashion. Even worse, there was something inside the corral murdering them. The being was around 3 to 4 feet tall, and butchering the sheep with some sort of device with a razor-sharp hook. It appeared to be attached to a chain. The being was on one knee at this time, and was wearing strange clothing like a wetsuit. It had brown boots, red straps that covered the chest in an X shape and appeared to support some type of backpack. It was wearing a helmet with a propeller on top. Valentina could see its face. The being had white, pale skin, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a bright red mustache. Valentina was furious when she saw the entity killing her sheep and lambs. This was her family's livelihood. She began throwing rocks at the entity and yelling at it. The being then stood up in shock and jumped over to a strange device. He started winding it, and the elastic webbing rolled into the device. At this point, Valentina would spot a second entity inside the corral. The second being ran out and then up a hill on the outside. The entity sat on some sort of chair, and then it soon took off into the sky. Valentina, furious at this point, was then left with just the one being. She walked in the corral surrounded by sheep's corpses and walked toward the creature. The being began talking to Valentina in an unknown language, but Valentina wasn't interested. Furious, she grabbed her club and struck it right in the head. Blood spattered, and the entity screamed. The entity at this point began to realize it needed to defend itself. It grabbed the hooked object it used for slaughtering the sheep and threw it at Valentina's chest. The sharp blade landed right into her manta's thick knot, effectively saving her life. A chain then pulled the blade back to the being, and a fearless Valentina refused to back down. She ran at the entity and hit it in the arm with her stick. Once again it bled, but this time it decided not to strike back. It grabbed the mechanical box and ran off, soon disappearing into the sky. Valentina would notify her husband soon and the local officials. Soon after that, the Bolivian army arrived and began investigating. There were sheep carcasses everywhere, at least 60. The bodies were missing internal and external organs, and even more strange, most or all of the blood appeared to be drained from many of the corpses. Although there is no proof, there is a belief that the Bolivian government collected the alien blood at the scene, and somewhere this blood is still stored. The Bolivian military would canvass the area and soon question other ranchers and farmers in the region. They would soon learn that during this time, many ranchers had experienced strange activity. For example, several stated they had found mutilated corpses drained of the blood and also seen odd beings running out of the corrals. Due to their livelihood gone, Valentina and her family would be forced to move south. In 2001, UFO investigator J.J. Benitez traveled to Bolivia to interview Valentina. She would relay the story to him. Perhaps the most interesting detail of the case was that Valentina was unfamiliar with extraterrestrials and UFOs. Although frightened, she didn't seem to make the connection. What can we make of this case? It's odd to say the least, and there are several things that seem to support it. One is that it doesn't appear the witness was fabricating the story. By all accounts, she seems to be credible. Also, there are questions as to why she would do this. For example, why would she slaughter 60 of her sheep and her family's livelihood? In addition, many others reported strange similar activity at the time of the incident, and it was investigated by the military. It appears to be such a strange story, it almost feels like this one couldn't be made up. Despite this, many critics say the case is flimsy. There was only one eyewitness, and some question whether a peasant woman carrying a newborn would viciously attack an unknown creature, especially one with a weapon. Could it be the case the family needed to abandon their lives for some reason? We know it couldn't be to collect an insurance payout, as no one, or the majority of ranchers, didn't have insurance back then for their livestock. Her motivation doesn't appear to be financial in any way. Still, perhaps Valentina was tired of the secluded life and just wanted to leave the isolation. This raises the question around the internal and external organs. Would she really have had the time to butcher 60 sheep and also remove all the organs? It seems far-fetched to think she would do this. One thing this case has going for it, though, is the livestock mutilations. Mutilations are still reported today and are quite common. Often strange activity occurs before and after them. There's cases of cows and other livestock being abducted, and even reports of abductees seeing them on crafts. While we may never know the truth about this event, this case has become quite popular, not only in Bolivia, but around the world. While many areas and countries around the world claim to be UFO hotspots, the country of Chile is certainly one that can hold its own. The country has had several high-profile UFO sightings occur in modern day, including stories of Nordic encounters on the legendary Friendship Islands, as well as the Cabo Valdez case. On top of this, the country features geological and resource characteristics, which has led many ufologists to speculate they go to Chile for a reason. For example, Chile is one of the world's top producers of lithium, copper, silver, and several other critical metals. In addition to this, there are a variety of strange geoglyphs found throughout the Atacama Desert, as well as a UFO trail in the Andes said to be rampant with UFOs. While there have been several documented UFO sightings in the 21st century, one of the more famous events concerns a highly ranked general who came forward in 2002 to discuss his encounter with a massive craft. In this episode, we will examine the incredible story of former General Hernan Gabrieles Rojas, a case that came to be known as the Chilean Air Rod. On December 26, 1978, Hernan Rojas was leading a training flight with Captain Danilo Catalan when he would see something he would never forget. Around 12 p.m. local time, the two men were returning to their base, located in Antofagasta in northern Chile, when Rojas would suddenly spot something on the radar up ahead. A line appeared on his radar, going from one end to the other. Rojas was perplexed, as the line indicated whatever the radar was picking up had to be gigantic. To put things in perspective, 1 centimeter on the radar screen corresponded to around the size of a battleship. This object was somewhere between 10 to 15 centimeters. Battleships are usually around 800 to 1,000 feet in length, indicating this object was around 2 to 3 miles long. Rojas was convinced his radar was giving a false reading or malfunctioning, so he radioed to Captain Catalan to see if he was seeing the object on his radar. Catalan radioed back that he was seeing the same thing as well on his radar. Rojas believed at this point both radars had somehow failed and radioed Cerro Morena Airport in Antofagasta to see what their radars were picking up. Ground control confirmed they too were picking up the massive object. Around this time, both pilots would make visual contact. Around 15 to 20 miles away, they both spotted a large object shaped like a deformed cigar. It was moving in the same direction as the pilots and also appeared to be releasing some type of smoke. Rojas would state the object appeared to be trying to camouflage itself in the smoke, but it was visible. The two pilots, who were flying F-5 planes, headed toward the unidentified craft. Rojas and Catalan assumed attack formation, although they weren't actually carrying any weapons. As they got closer, they were able to get a better view of the massive craft and the smoke coming out of it. It appeared to be either stationary or moving slowly. Then suddenly, as the men were closing in, the massive UFO shot off quickly. As it flew off, they were able to see the line on their radar disappear as well. Rojas would state the craft must have been traveling at thousands of miles per hour, or even faster. One of the more interesting things around this case concerns the UFO type considered air rods. As we will see though, while called the Chilean Air Rod, the event really doesn't fit the definition of an air rod. Air rods are quite controversial and are generally said to be large objects, invisible to the naked eye, but visible only in photographs and videos. There's no disputing this phenomenon is real. The question concerns what is causing it. It appears that in many of these cases, air rods are simply insects or bugs flying in front of the camera at high speeds. This causes some type of optical illusion, according to people who study the topic and people with knowledge of photography. Still, these air rods can't be easily dismissed and neatly packaged into a one-size-fits-all. In May 2024, the Daily Mail would publish an article in which it showed several air rods videotaped by residents in South America. In the video, the object seems to move slowly across in several cases, and also are seen by the naked eye of the witnesses. This seems to eliminate the possibility that the video or photo caused the air rods to appear. Some speculate that this is not actually an optical phenomenon and some type of microorganism that is invisible to the naked eye, but it appears on camera. Some think they are actually living organisms and somehow related to the legends of atmospheric beasts. One popular atmospheric beast is the Crawford Monster. In 1891 in Crawford, Indiana, some type of large creature was spotted in the sky. Residents reported seeing something around 20 feet long and having a flaming red eye. While it surely sounds completely mythical in nature, there were multiple witnesses and multiple sightings. On the second sighting, a pastor named Reverend G.W. Switzer and his wife saw some sort of beast in the sky. They reported the creature was thrashing and looked like it was in great pain. It also made some sort of wheezing sound. While air rods and atmospheric beasts are interesting topics in general, it's probably the case the Chilean Air Rod actually had little or nothing to do with air rods. This is simply because the pilots spotted the object visibly, and also there were no photos or videos of the craft. That said, reports of massive ships like this aren't unheard of. We've seen reports from individuals reporting gigantic crafts miles long. Often these cases are dismissed as optical illusions, but what makes the Chilean Air Rod case so compelling is that it was spotted by 2 separate witnesses at least, and also picked up by 3 different radars. Despite this, the military didn't appear to take the matter seriously. Chile seems to have more of a tolerance for UFO reports than many other countries, and reports like this of massive crafts continue to pour in throughout the country. In August 1979, a British woman in Gateshead was laying in bed in the wee hours of the morning. It was a tough night for the woman as her husband was away working the graveyard shift and she had terrible tooth pain. While her night was bad, it was about to get much worse. In this episode, we will examine this very strange UFO sighting and the alien encounters experienced by this British woman. In August 1979, as the young woman laid in bed, trying to fall asleep, she decided to sit up in bed and drink some tea to soothe her tooth pain. As she was sipping her tea, she would notice a faint red light coming through the curtains. The red light began getting brighter and more prominent. This prompted the woman, who used the pseudonym of Carol for the report, to rush to the window. There, she would be stunned to see a disc-shaped craft hovering over her street. The object was multicolored, floating silently. Carol would then watch the craft shoot off quickly into the distance and disappear. The event frightened Carol, but she managed to crawl back into bed. However, Carol wouldn't be going to sleep anytime soon. Moments after she got into bed, a tiny UFO flew in through the window. It was around 18 inches in circumference, and oddly, a trail of something that resembled glitter trailed it. The tiny UFO wasn't silent and was buzzing loudly over the bed. After a few minutes, the craft flew through the bedroom door and vanished. Around 2 weeks later, the tiny craft would visit Carol once again. As Carol was putting her daughter in bed, the craft flew in the house. Once again it buzzed, and Carol screamed for her husband. Right as she yelled, the craft took off, and her husband never saw it. The visits by this tiny craft had surely frightened Carol, but things were about to get much more frightening. The next time Carol's husband went to work the graveyard shift, she decided to take the children and go to her mother's home. That night, Carol woke up around 4 a.m. paralyzed and would be horrified to see the tiny craft had followed her to her mother's home. The object was buzzing over the bed once again, and to Carol's horror, the craft hadn't come alone. There were around 12 small beings in the room. The entities were around 2 feet tall, wearing white suits, and seemed to have fake hair, similar to a doll. They walked around her bed, and a paralyzed Carol could only look on in horror. The beings seemed to communicate with one another through clicking sounds. The beings examined Carol while she laid there helpless. For the next 2 months, Carol continued to have these types of experiences. A tiny UFO entered the room, along with tiny humanoids. One interesting aspect of this case is that Carol's dog barked furiously each time the small craft entered the room. The behavior of the dog seems to suggest that Carol probably wasn't dreaming the experience, as the dog would often knock things over, and others in her home would complain of the barking the next day. In addition, people who slept around Carol too would report hearing the strange humming sound from her bedroom. While it's not clear exactly what the entities did to her and why, we do know these visitations did stop after about 2 months, letting Carol finally get the rest she needed. What can we make of this strange encounter and these tiny UFO visitations? There's several interesting aspects to it. First is the size of the UFO. Tiny UFOs are not what people typically think of with UFOs, but it's important to point out that these are not unheard of. A classic and famous case of this occurred in Kaki City in Japan in August 1972. Then, Michio Seo, a 13-year-old boy, was on his way home from school when he spotted a tiny metallic object hovering over a rice field. He would go, grab his friends, and the group would have several encounters with it. They even managed to capture it, photograph it, but the tiny object vanished without a trace. We covered this incredible story on a prior episode of The Street of Silence. Tiny UFOs raise lots of questions surrounding the UFO phenomena. For example, how many of these UFOs have came and been undetected? It's certainly possible that one could fly down and camouflage itself, hiding much easier than a bigger craft. These tiny UFOs could present more opportunities to gather information than having a regular-sized ship. Did this event occur, though? It's definitely not a case with overwhelming evidence, but it appears that unless the woman fabricated the story, these events might have occurred. While it could have been a dream, the noises reported by others seem to suggest that Carol did experience these events. Still, since she remained anonymous and has no type of physical proof, skeptics will certainly not take the case seriously. Despite this, the case doesn't have any elements or red flags that immediately lead us to believe it was faked. Still, like many UFO sightings and alien encounters, the majority of the evidence lies in the witness and her testimony. On July 19, 1984, around 10:30 p.m., a man left work and began driving home. The man resided in Dutchess County, New York, located on the western side of the state. As he drove home, he would soon see a strange object up in the sky. The craft began following him and stalking him, and soon the man would have an experience typical of many alien abductees. In this episode, we will cover another story from the 1980s Hudson Valley UFO sightings, the story of Bill. Before diving into this frightening story, it's important to point out that Bill is a pseudonym, as the man in the story wished to remain anonymous. According to the report in UFO Universe, the man in the story was 32 years old and highly educated, working as an engineer producing parts for NASA's Hubble Space Telescope. On the evening of July 19th, 1984, after working a long day, Bill left work and began driving home on Highway I-84. As Bill was driving, he would soon spot a circular, bright object up ahead. Initially, he didn't think much of it, and thought as he got closer, he would discover exactly what it was. However, as he got closer, he noticed the object was just hovering, which didn't make much sense to him. Bill then spotted a huge black mass behind the object. He was able to make this out because there was so much light pollution in the sky. Bill kept driving, eventually going by it, and eventually lost track of it. Once out of sight, he kept thinking it must have been a prank. During this time, known as the Westchester Boomerang, there were hundreds of reports of UFOs, as well as multiple stories of alien abductions and alien encounters in the Hudson Valley. This sighting appeared to happen during the peak year of 1984. Despite there being many cases of misidentification, it appears there were a large number of legitimate, credible cases. As Bill continued on his drive, what happened next would confirm what he knew all along. This was no prank. Around 11 p.m., Bill was traveling towards Stormville, New York. The roads were completely empty at this point, with no other cars around. Bill would then spot a large, dark object in a field. He remembered thinking it was a house at first, but as he thought more about it, the field was empty when he drove by it before in the day. In fact, he had drove by it numerous times the past week, and he never saw a home. The object at this time was around 200 yards away in the field, and Bill slowed down to get a better look. Soon the object began to slowly ascend and reached a couple hundred feet in the air. It started heading slowly in Bill's direction, and he soon noticed the radio began to cut in and out. Soon the audio sounded strange, like a cassette player trying to play a tape with a really weak battery. Frightened at this point, Bill got in his car and began speeding away. He hit around 50 miles per hour, and it seemed that he had just lost the craft. He drove on for several minutes, thinking about what he had just seen, when suddenly he spotted a yellow and white glow just over the hill ahead. He continued driving, and when he reached the top of the hill, he could see the craft waiting for him. At this point, it was about 300 feet above the trees ahead, and was lit up with yellow and white lights. Realizing the danger, Bill cut off his lights and shut off his engine. However, it appeared to be too late. The craft would shut off its lights moments after this and began hovering over Bill's car. When the lights went out, Bill could only see a massive black shape heading toward him, but when it got above him, he could see it was a triangle. Underneath the craft, there were several circles in which a white light was flashing. It is believed these circles are tunnels where smaller craft fly up. Bill estimated the ship to be around 300 feet, or the size of a football field. It made no sound the entire time it floated toward him. What happened next would truly frighten Bill, though. He woke up down the hill, around 600 feet from where his car was earlier. Bill never saw the object leave and can't remember what happened after it passed over his car. It was around 11:30 p.m. when it went over his car, and now it was 12:15 in the morning. Bill's neck was very stiff, and he started his drive home. He got home an hour later than expected. He would tell his wife about the sighting, and she was very concerned. That night, things would go from bad to worse for Bill. He woke up in the middle of the night from a dream screaming, "Get away from me! Get away from me!" The nightmares continued for weeks, months, and years. He wasn't sure what it was, but something was terrifying him. He had a new fear of nighttime and refused to drive at night alone, requesting to not work the night shift either. Then in 1987, Bill was fed up with the nightmares and decided to reach out to ufologist Tim Beckley for help. Beckley suggested undergoing hypnosis with a hypnotherapist to uncover what happened that night and unlock the repressed memories. After multiple sessions, the following was revealed. Bill first discussed the aforementioned events. Then, his voice became full of fear and dread, and he started to discuss what happened next. There was someone standing in the road, walking toward Bill. Terrified, Bill asked who it was. The being told Bill not to be scared, as he had been selected. Bill couldn't say for sure, but believed he floated next. The next thing he recalled was lying on a table with 6 beings surrounding him. He's paralyzed, and 2 beings are behind him, with another 2 on each side of the table. Bill described the beings as looking like gray aliens and wearing tight-fitted black and white suits. One of the beings at the head is moving some type of device on the left side of his head. It's like a car vacuum, and the being tells Bill they are looking for something. The sucking machine hurts him, and after several minutes, a being tells Bill they have found the device. The paralysis then ended for Bill, and he was able to get up. One of the first things he noticed was the beings were very short, around 4 feet tall. 2 of them began guiding Bill, and a curious Bill would ask some questions. He asked them where they were from. They responded by saying they were from here. Bill didn't understand the answer, and then asked if he would be let go. The being said they would let him go, but would see him again. They went on to tell Bill that they need us because they have trouble living in our world. The being said they wanted to live here but couldn't. Bill was then told he would forget the experience, but remember it in time. The next thing Bill recalls is waking up in his car. It's important to point out here that after these hypnotic sessions, Bill was able to recall all the events of that night. While these memories might have been hidden by the beings, it's possible too that they were just too traumatic for him. Repressed memory is a controversial area in psychology today. The idea is simply that if an individual experiences intense trauma, the human brain will unconsciously repress the memory. Hypnosis and other methods are used to try and uncover the hidden memories. Many say, though, the therapy around this can create false memories. According to Bill, though, after the sessions, he was able to remember these events clearly. But should we trust his story? There were several reasons this could have occurred. First, many of the characteristics from the event align with other UFO sightings and alien abductions. In addition, many UFO sightings were happening in this area around this time. One interesting piece of evidence is the details around the craft. The white blinking light in a circle has been reported by others. Unless he was an avid UFO fan, that would be a tough detail to know. Bill's nightmares also provide some circumstantial proof as something seemed to frighten him. In addition, Bill lost time and reported seeing the craft before any hypnosis happened. Still, there are some factors that make the story doubtful. For one, he didn't use his real name. While it's not a huge reason to doubt the story, it's tough to absolutely believe a story if you don't know the real person. Also, many of the memories from the abductions were gained through hypnosis. This will lead many to question whether they were planted. One final point is Bill reached out about his experience after watching Bud Hopkins, a ufologist, on TV. Was Bill a UFO fan? It seems very possible he might have read some of Hopkins' books or others and been able to learn the common characteristics of these abductions. This is tough to know for certain, though. Human memory tends to be a tough and controversial subject in general. We know that people perceive events differently and often have false memories of things. This is probably most prominent today with the Mandela effect. a phenomena where massive amounts of people misremember an event. One interesting thing about Bill's case, if true, is that the beings seemed to have abducted him before and put in an alien implant. Multiple abductions for the same person are not uncommon in these types of cases. It's not known if he was visited again in the future, but it seems likely that he was. If so, let's hope Bill's experience is more pleasant and he was able to move on with his life. In December 1978, an Italian security guard would have one of the strangest alien encounters in the history of his country. In time, the man would allege he had been abducted by aliens at least 11 times. While the case sounds too far-fetched to be true, there is a surprising amount of circumstantial evidence to support this man's claims. There was physical evidence found at the scene, as well as testimony from people in the area on several occasions. His initial case garnered widespread media attention in Italy at the time, prompting media around the country to investigate. Soon, he would undergo hypnosis on live television with hundreds of thousands watching. The strange events around this man became quite controversial, and we will soon come to know why. In this episode, we will explore this unbelievable case, the story of Pier Zanfretta, and several of his alien abductions. On the night of December 6, 1978, security guard Pier Zanfretta was driving in inclement weather toward the home of a client, Dr. Utsuro-Bune. The home was located in Torriglia, which is located around 20 kilometers northeast of Genoa. Around 11:30 p.m., Pier Zanfretta's life would change forever. As he arrived at the home, suddenly his car lost power. He looked out his window into the garden of the home and saw 4 strange lights. He believed it was thieves, so Zanfretta got out of his car and snuck into the garden quietly, hoping to surprise the trespassers. As he headed in, he walked next to a rock wall, hoping to stay hidden. Then, Zanfretta felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around expecting to see one of the burglars, but instead was greeted with the sight of some sort of hideous monster. Zanfretta would later describe the being as huge, at least 10 feet tall. He said it had wrinkled, greenish skin with large yellow triangular eyes and red veins across its forehead. It was also wearing something that resembled a tunic. He said the creature was hideous and repulsive. A terrified Zanfretta ran back toward his vehicle. Right as he was about to approach it, though, a bright light lit up the area. He glanced behind him and saw a massive, triangular-shaped craft. Zanfretta was blinded, but also bewildered. He couldn't get over the size of the craft, which was bigger than Dr. Righi's home. Zanfretta then stated something hit him, some sort of heat beam, which incapacitated him. Despite this, Zanfretta, at 12:15 a.m., was able to stumble to his car and radio his superiors. Carlo Tocolino would take the call and later testify that much of the conversation was garbled. Also, when they did communicate, Zanfretta seemed terrified and was acting hysterical, leading Tocolino to believe foul play was involved and he was being assaulted. Still, it wasn't clear what was happening. For instance, Tocolino would ask who was attacking him, and Zanfretta said, "No, they aren't men. They aren't men. My God, are they ugly?" Communications then suddenly stopped, and Tocolino escalated the situation to his superiors. Another patrol was sent out. However, with the roads so icy, it would take an hour for them to arrive. 2 patrol officers, Walter Loria and Raimondo Maschia, arrived to the scene and found Zanfretta. He was lying right in front of the home on the freezing ground. When Zanfretta first spotted the security guards, he hopped up and pointed his gun at them. The 2 security guards identified themselves, but Zanfretta seemed out of it. He didn't recognize them and was acting extremely unusual. This was very strange, as Zanfretta was usually reserved and shy. His colleagues described him as a loving family man. With no other choice, the two guards bum-rushed Zanfretta and disarmed him. As they tackled him, they couldn't believe just how warm his body was. This made no sense, since it was freezing outside. That night, the matter would reach the Italian police force, and they would help with the investigation. They arrived on the scene, and they would soon discover something to lend support to Zanfretta's story. The grass was covered with frost that night. Behind the home, the police found two large indentations. They were around 9 feet in diameter and resembled horseshoes. Most notably, though, something had penetrated the frost-covered grass that night. Something heavy. Most speculate these marks came from the landing gear of the UFO. As word spread about the event, it shook the community. Pier Zanfretta was a level-headed family man, known for his integrity and honesty. Still, eventually the press got a hold of the story, and stories spread across the country around the incident. Most ridiculed him, although some looked for other explanations. One reporter that would become interested in the case was Rino Di Stefano, a journalist from Genoa who wanted to investigate the case. Unlike many of his colleagues, the case didn't make sense to him. He pondered why this family man with a good career would risk everything. In addition, over 50 residents in the area would report seeing a bright light in the direction of the site that night. They all confirmed the strange lights occurred around midnight. After several conversations with Zanfretta, Stefano would also observe just how shy he was. He certainly didn't want to be in the limelight and had been getting harassed over his story. Stefano wanted to uncover what happened to Zanfretta when he was unconscious. He suggested meeting with Dr. Mauro Moretti, a psychotherapist and member of the Italian Association of Medical Hypnosis. Dr. Moretti would perform the hypnosis, and we would learn the following in the sessions. Once under, Zanfretta alleged the hideous beings abducted him and took him someplace, which was very hot. There, they interrogated him and probed him. The beings used some sort of voice box to communicate with him. It translated whatever they were saying into Italian. The creatures would inform Zanfretta they were from a planet called Titiona. Perhaps most terrifying, the beings would tell him they would come back one day with more of their species. While this revelation was terrifying enough for Zanfretta, 3 days later he would have another horrifying abduction. Just 3 days after his hypnotic session, Zanfretta was taken again. This story is pretty incredible as well. Zanfretta claimed that he was driving his car through the Bargaglia tunnel near the Scofera Pass. Then suddenly something took control of his car. Zanfretta was panicked and radioed in his car that it was actually driving by itself. The car exited the tunnel and Zanfretta tried to brake or take control of the car. The car would go about a mile, and then once again a bright white light illuminated everything around him. He would be discovered around 1 a.m. in the morning once again. The scene was extremely strange. Sergeant Emanuele Travanzoli would find Zanfretta in a field down the road. It was pouring rain outside, yet when Travanzoli touched Zanfretta, he was warm, just like last time. His clothes were also remarkably dry. Zanfretta was said to be shaking in fear and sobbing. Perhaps even more perplexing was the conditions of the car. The top of the car was blazing hot, as if it had been sitting in the sun. The officer would open the door, and it was scorching hot inside. One would even describe it as the same temperature as an oven. Again, it was raining and winter at this time. Zanfretta was a mess. As the officer spoke with him, he kept saying, "They say I must leave with them. What about my children? I don't want to. I don't want to." More indentations were found at the scene too. This time though, they appeared to be footprints. His car, a Fiat, had boot prints all around it. They were massive, measuring 20 inches and about 8 inches wide. This was documented by the Italian police and remains one of the critical pieces of evidence for Zanfretta's claims. One other strange thing that happened that night was Zanfretta fired his weapon 5 times, although he can't remember discharging it. With so much criticism, and to prove he wasn't lying, Zanfretta agreed to go under hypnosis once again. This time though, the event would be televised. Hundreds of thousands watched, and during the televised event, Zanfretta would recall wearing a helmet that allowed him to communicate with them. The event was not perceived well with the public. Many believed he was lying and fabricated the whole event. A third alleged alien abduction occurred on July 30th, 1979. That night, Zanfretta would be on his motorcycle patrolling when he was taken. Zanfretta would undergo hypnosis once more. This time though, to prove he was telling the truth, at his request, he was injected with sodium pentothal, or a truth serum. Once the truth serum kicked in, Zanfretta claims he was lifted up by a green light and entered a UFO. The truth serum gave more credibility for Zanfretta. Many experts would say it's almost impossible to lie under a truth serum. Zanfretta would go on to have more abductions and encounters. On one occasion, a man approached him at a gas station. The strange-looking man told Zanfretta to drive into a nearby cloud. Zanfretta recalled that for some reason, he obeyed the commands as if they were controlling his mind. On one other occasion, Zanfretta was taken. 4 security guards, upon approaching the area, would spot a mysterious cloud in the sky. It shot a beam of light at their car, and one of the men saw something he couldn't forget. Sadly, he would commit suicide just months later. What can we make of Pierre Zanfretta's alleged alien encounters and abductions? It's certainly an interesting one and controversial. First off, it's odd to get a case with such strange claims that seem to have some credible support. Usually, very strange cases are just one eyewitness and often only supported by hypnosis. It appears Zanfretta encountered an alien type known as reptoids, or the reptilians. These are usually widely dismissed outside UFO circles and are considered to be just conspiracy theory. Most alien abductee reports involve gray aliens or Nordics. While this case feels too strange to be true, it has an enormous amount of circumstantial evidence. On the first occasion, physical evidence was found at the scene, as well as Zanfretta's body was warm. In addition, over 50 people saw a white bright light that night. On the second abduction, there was quite a bit of physical evidence at the scene, including the hot car and a dry, warm Zanfretta. On the third case, Zanfretta alleged to be abducted under a truth serum, which is pretty difficult, maybe impossible to do. In total, there were at least 60 witnesses who claimed to have seen strange, unexplainable evidence or witnessed the bright light or craft. One man was so traumatized that sadly he chose to take his own life. Still, many speculate this was all a charade by Zanfretta. Many say that an ambitious journalist, Stefano, teamed up with Zanfretta to perpetrate the lie. Were all the details accurate from the first abduction? Perhaps a truth serum was never injected. Many questions have swirled around this case, including the credibility of the hypnosis sessions and whether we should even trust these. In addition, Zanfretta was supposed to be shy and timid, but why was he giving so many interviews and going on live television? It appears this case has no easy answers and will continue to remain controversial. On August 6, 1977, a Georgia man would set off on a walk and have an experience he would never forget. Tom Dawson, a 63-year-old retired auto salesman, would spot a UFO, and eventually encounter 7 strange beings. The event terrified Tom and almost scared him to death. Right after it, he was so frightened and worked up, he had to be hospitalized for hysteria. In this episode, we will examine the frightening alien encounter experienced by Tom Dawson. On August 6, 1977, around 10:30 in the morning, Tom Dawson began walking toward the pond on his property, accompanied by his dogs, to see if he should try and fish later in the day. As Tom walked in the fence that surrounded the pond, he would be stunned to see a UFO suddenly fly in. It began hovering between the trees and settled just a few feet off the ground. Tom was terrified, and to make things worse, just moments after the UFO settled, he found himself somehow paralyzed and unable to move. In addition, his 2 dogs were frozen as well as some nearby cattle. The UFO was around 50 feet in diameter and about 15 feet high. It was hovering silently and had a base color of silver, although there were other colors flashing and changing quickly. It was saucer-shaped, had a dome on top, and also had several portholes beneath the dome. The craft would descend further toward the ground, and then a ramp came down toward the ground. Then Tom would be horrified to see 7 humanoids start descending down a ramp. They were pale, around 5 feet tall, and had pointed ears and pointed noses. Some had tight-fitted silver outfits on, while others wore nothing. The first one to exit the ramp put their foot down softly on the ground, as if it was testing the surface. In other words, it seemed this species had never actually set foot on Earth. There is more support for this theory as well later on, as Tom saw they were collecting soil and leaf samples. Tom noted once the entity was able to plant its foot safely on the surface, the rest followed down the ramp. They approached Tom, and next the beings would perform some type of medical test on Tom. As they spoke some type of gibberish to one another, the beings placed some type of helmet-like device on his head. They also wrapped his midsection with something. While some of the entities were examining him, other ones were collecting samples of the soil and leaves. Once the test concluded, the beings went back up the ramp, the door shut, and the craft flew away at lightning speeds. As the craft flew away, Tom Dawson was released from his paralysis and began running back toward his home. He stopped by his neighbors, but being so worked up, all he could manage to say was spaceship. Tom was eventually taken to the hospital and treated for hysteria. He was given a sedative to calm him down. He would later recall that he believed the entities probably didn't take him because he was older. Tom's story is surely an interesting one and shares many common characteristics with other alien encounters and abductions. The beings appeared to be Nordic aliens, although they were shorter than other reports of Nordics. One other thing to point out is that the paralysis is something else that many other individuals who have these experiences report. Still, most often paralysis tends to be reported while people are laying down, which leads skeptics to say they are experiencing sleep paralysis, a documented medical phenomenon. Perhaps the most interesting thing about this case is that it occurred in the daytime. It's somewhat unusual to get reports of people experiencing these paralysis cases in broad daylight, although it's not unheard of. So did the beings plan to take Tom or not? This is tough to say, as they surely had some type of interest in him. One interesting thing Tom reported was that it appears, since they were hesitant to walk on the soil, they might have just came here for the first time. It's not known if Tom ever came in contact with these entities again. Hopefully, though, he was able to recover from his traumatic experience and enjoy the rest of his retirement. On February 5th, 1971, two young men working as lumberjacks would have a bizarre encounter with an extraterrestrial. Peter Aliranta, then age 21, and Esko Juhani Snek, then age 18, were working out in the forest in Kinnula, Finland, wrapping up a hard day's work. This case features many similar and strange characteristics we've seen on other episodes on this channel. In today's episode, we will examine this strange close encounter of the third kind, a case that has become to be known as the 1971 Kinnula, Finland Incident. Around 3 p.m. on February 5th, 1971, Peter Aliranta and Esko Snek were wrapping up their day of work when Peter would spot something strange off in the distance. There was a strange saucer-shaped metallic craft hovering up in the treetops. The craft was around 15 feet in diameter, and protruding from the bottom were 4 landing legs sticking out, each about 6 feet. As Peter watched, the craft descended down around 50 feet in front of him. Then, a round door opened in the bottom half of the craft. At this time, Esko Snek turned around, was still running his saw, and was unaware of what was happening. As Aliranta stared at the door, a small being would come through and hover down to the ground. The being was tiny, only around 2 feet tall, and wore a one-piece green-covered suit. It had a green helmet with some sort of black visor obscuring its face. It didn't have any hands and had green boots as well. It began to move toward Peter. Peter would later recall the being moved in a robotic fashion, very stiff. It also must have been very light, as it barely sunk in the snow when it walked. Peter wasn't scared of the being though. He started up his chainsaw and began walking toward the alien, ready to strike. At this point, Esko Snek heard the chainsaw and turned around. The being and Peter kept approaching each other like they were playing some sort of game of chicken. Then around 20 feet apart, the alien turned around and began moving back to the craft. Peter, feeling confident, then began to chase the being back to the UFO. As Peter ran in the snow, he noticed several humanoids looking through the windows. Once the being got back to the craft, it began to hover up toward the hole it came out of. An aggressive Peter continued his charge though, and grabbed the boot of the being. However, once he grabbed it, the boot was scalding hot, and it burned his hand. Peter let go, moved back, and watched the being hover inside the UFO. The craft then began to make a buzzing sound and rose into the sky. Moments later, the object flew away and vanished. The whole event only lasted around 3 minutes. The two men felt weak after the event and had some difficulty breathing. Peter's burn marks were said to be visible for months after the event. Still, what can we make of this unusual encounter? It appears the case was investigated and was published in a 1971 article in the Flying Saucer Review. Still, it's not known how much of their story was challenged during the investigation. Probably the most questionable part of the story is that Peter chased the being as it was retreating. It seems this part of the story could have been either exaggerated or fabricated. It must be pointed out, though, that we followed many cases in which extraterrestrials expressed their discomfort with mankind's use of violence. Some abductees have even reported being told the beings haven't made themselves known because they believe that we are too violent. Could it be the case, despite the ETs being far more advanced, they are frightened of conflict? It is also certainly possible and probably likely the being was a robot and maybe was programmed to avoid conflict. Despite Peter's claims, the case does have similar characteristics that we've seen in other cases. For one, the fact the men reported a buzzing sound is a unique detail we see in quite a number of cases. Also, the size and shape of the craft are very typical of what many see. Which raises the question, what did the beings want then? Generally, there are two theories as far as what their intentions were. The first is that they came to communicate with the men. The second is they came to abduct them. While both are surely possible, it doesn't seem like, based on the information provided, one is more likely. There's quite a number of cases of beings, especially in the wilderness, attempting to communicate with humans, and in some of these cases, it doesn't appear they abducted anyone. It's not known what happened to the men after the event, and whether they had any more encounters or any more UFO sightings. In past episodes, we've covered multiple incidents of planes encountering unidentified flying objects in the sky, and in some cases the pilots even perishing. Planes coming into contact with UFOs isn't a new thing, and there's a number of reports of these incidents, both from military and non-military aircraft. While many cases are unique in their own way, in today's episode we will examine the only UFO case in which a commercial plane was forced to make an emergency landing due to an encounter with a UFO. In addition to this, another military pilot chased one of the objects, and civilians on the ground spotted strange lights. In time, this event became to be known as the Manises UFO Incident. On the evening of November 11th, 1979, Flight JK-297 departed out of Salzburg, Austria, heading toward Las Pampas, Spain. The plane was loaded with 109 passengers on board and being piloted by Captain Francisco Javier Lerdo de Tejada. After several hours flying, the plane stopped on the island of Malacora to refuel. After departing, the plane was headed toward its destination when everything would change. Around 11 p.m., flying over Ibiza, off in the distance, Captain Tejada would spot several red lights that quickly were heading toward the aircraft. Tejada radioed air traffic control, but they had no records of any registered planes in the area. They did pick up the crafts on radar though. The red lights continued to approach extremely quickly and were on a collision course coming right at the plane. Captain Tejada, wanting to avoid a crash, responded by changing altitude and descending, hoping to fly under the strange lights. The red lights, though, did not continue course, but followed what Flight JK-297 did, changing its altitude and descending as well. At this time, the lights were approximately half a kilometer away and quickly approaching. Flight JK-297 and Captain Tejada contemplated an evasive maneuver, but decided against this as they believed it would be too dangerous. Instead, Tejada initiated an emergency landing, heading right and directly down to Manises Airport in Valencia, Spain, which is located on the coast. The UFO would continue to pursue the flight until the plane made its final descent into Manises Airport. The objects would then disappear from radar in the sky. As the plane was landing, more activity would then happen. At this time, 3 new crafts were picked up by radar. Each one was estimated to have a diameter of at least 600 feet and were witnessed by dozens of people on the ground. It's not known if these were actually the same crafts from before, and some theorize that the first crafts actually flew away and then came back. Before spotting the new UFOs, though, the confusion around the strange lights prompted the military to send fighter pilot Fernando Camara to investigate. Camara was piloting a Mirage F-1 and took off from Los Llanos Air Force Base. After taking off, he began to track one of the UFOs, but the F-1 couldn't come close to matching the speed of the strange object. Camara would later recall he was flying over 1,000 miles per hour and was only able to get a visual. Camara believed the object was cone-shaped and changed color. This is an interesting detail which we will dive into later in the video. After the craft lost him, air traffic control would pick up another signal closer to Valencia. Camara shifted course and began pursuing this UFO. This time the craft seemed to understand it was being tracked. Camara would turn on his missiles and attempt to lock on, ready to fire at the craft. However, when he did this, his systems went haywire. He would later report his navigation system began acting up and his alert system warned him he was being locked on, as if a missile was about to be fired at him. Camara would soon have to return to base to refuel, and the craft disappeared. While many UFO cases like this are swept under the rug and never discussed, this case garnered so much attention that officials at least wanted an explanation. In September 1980, the matter even reached the Spanish Parliament, and Enrique Herzog initiated a press conference in which he asked for a full investigation into the matter. At the time, the results were revealed to be an optical illusion, and any discussion of the craft being a UFO were dismissed. Years later, in 1994, declassified documents from the Spanish Air Force wrote that Captain Tejada and crew may have been fooled by flashes emitted from a distant chemical industry complex, as well as stars and planets. The crew and captain, though, rejected this explanation of what they saw. As far as Captain Camara was concerned, there was no real investigation or official statement from him regarding his experience. Some have given the explanation that the system failures were from the United States military who were testing weapons in the area. However, Camara has disputed this and noted they were too far away and they had been doing this for some time and no other jets encountered problems. Over time, there have generally been 3 theories regarding this incident. The first, already mentioned, is that this was some sort of optical illusion that threw Captain Tejada and his crew into a panic. This caused them to make the emergency landing, when in reality, they were seeing a low-hanging planet, or perhaps chemicals. Still, these explanations appear to be flawed in a number of ways. First, there were multiple witnesses to the event, both on the ground and in the sky. Also, the crafts were picked up on radar. In addition to this, Captain Camara experienced strange activity in his jet and also made visual contact too. That leads to the second theory, that this was an extraterrestrial UFO. Many of the characteristics we see in this incident have been reported time and time again. The craft flew at incredible speeds, something we see in many cases. The crafts were estimated to be enormous and surely larger than any aircraft that even flies today. One interesting detail around this case concerns the shape of the craft. It was reported to be cone-shaped. In a prior episode, we covered the Thomas Mantell Incident, a case in which a military pilot tracked a cone-shaped UFO and was killed. Whether his plane was disabled by the UFO and how he crashed is still unknown, or perhaps held in secret by the military. The third theory around this incident, it was that this was a top-secret military aircraft, perhaps even reverse-engineered from extraterrestrial aircraft. The speed and maneuverability of the craft seemed to indicate that this could be a possibility. Still, this case happened over 40 years ago, and we have no aircraft capable of flying the speeds that were seen in this case. Also, why would a military craft be trying to crash a commercial airliner? One other question in this case concerns what specifically the UFO was trying to do. Was it actually not trying to crash into the plane, as these crafts have been seen traveling incredible speeds and stopping in an instant? Or did this craft, as many have theorized, plan to abduct or take the entire plane? Perhaps it had the capability to freeze it once it got close and then pull it in one of the massive crafts. There's been a number of strange missing flights the last century, and some speculate that a few of these flights didn't crash in the ocean, but were actually taken. To date, the Manises UFO Incident is one of Spain's most famous cases and remains hotly debated by skeptics and UFO believers. In October 1973, one of the most famous UFO sightings in the history of Ohio would happen. The UFO would be witnessed by 4 highly credible members of the armed forces. The sightings garnered much attention, even leading to one of the men, Lawrence Coyne, testifying before the United Nations in 1978 and urging them to look into the matter more seriously. The month the men spotted the object was also a popular time for UFO sightings in the country. Down south, 7 days before, 2 men alleged to be abducted in one of the most popular alien abductions in history, the Pascagoula Incident. In addition to this, then Ohio Governor John Gilligan stated he and his wife spotted a UFO while driving home from Michigan. In this episode, we will examine this highly credible case, an event that has came to be known as the Coyne Incident. On October 18, 1973, around 10:30 p.m., Lawrence Coyne, Arrigo Jesse, Robert Yanisek, and John Healy departed Port Columbus International Airport on a Bell UH-1H Super Huey helicopter headed toward Cleveland. The night was completely clear, with visibility for at least 15 miles. The helicopter ascended to around 2,500 feet and settled in flying around 100 miles per hour. Just after 11 p.m., the men were flying north over Charles Mill Lake when Robert Yanisek saw a red light to the east. It seemed the light was flying parallel with the chopper. Suddenly, though, the light turned and began heading toward their direction. Lawrence Coyne was piloting the chopper and radioed to air traffic control, asking whether any other planes or aircraft were in the vicinity. Air traffic control didn't answer the question, and the red light was quickly headed toward them. At this point, Lawrence Coyne descended, hoping to avoid a collision, but the craft descended too. Coyne was sure they were going to collide and braced for impact, shutting his eyes. Right as the craft was ready to hit, though, it didn't. Coyne would then hear Healy say, "Look at that." In front of the men, just above it, hovered. The craft was 60 feet long, 20 feet tall, cigar-shaped and silver. The red light was on the left end. Underneath the craft, a green light illuminated. It was quite bright, lighting up the entire inside of the helicopter. At this time, the radio wasn't working, and the compass was going haywire, spinning around rapidly. The craft appeared to be scanning and examining the helicopter and the men as the green light shined inside it. Then the green light turned off and the craft began slowly heading west. As this occurred, the helicopter was at 1,700 feet. However, as the craft hovered away, Coyne shockingly realized the chopper was ascending quickly. It rose all the way to 3,500 feet in just a few seconds. The men had no control of the helicopter at the time, and it rose to 3,800 feet. Then they felt a bump, and Coyne was able to regain control. He descended down to 2,700 feet, and soon the crew headed on to Cleveland. Coyne, along with his crew, would soon go on to tell many of what happened that night. Coyne would tell Jay Vollmer, the chief of operations for the Federal Aviation Administration at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. Vollmer would listen to his story and later state, "I personally have an extremely high regard for his integrity and capability." Coyne also told the Cleveland Plain Dealer newspaper, the National Enquirer, and Rod Serling, the creator of the Twilight Zone. In addition to the 4 men all repeating the same story and all being deemed highly credible, there were witnesses on the ground who alleged to report seeing the craft that night. It's not known whether the craft was picked up on radar, but that's surely something that is possible as well. The 4 men appeared to see a pretty popular type of UFO, the cigar-shaped craft. This type of UFO has been reported in multiple cases. On this channel, we have covered this type of craft on past episodes, such as the Cisco Grove alien encounter, the Cressy cigar UFO sighting, and the 1978 Chilean UFO Air Rod, as well as the 1954 Cennina case, to name a few. Still, there is one detail to this case that is quite fascinating that doesn't appear to have been explored as well. The helicopter was flying over Charles Mill Lake in Ohio at the time of the event. In 1959, 3 boys walking along the lake would spot some type of hideous creature. The boys would rush and get authorities, who would find footprints at the scene. A few years later, another sighting of the Charles Mill Lake monster occurred. Could it be the case that these events are somehow related? Often cases with cryptids, paranormal activity, and UFOs are only investigated from one perspective, but many times these cases seem to involve more than one area. This is probably most prominent with Bigfoot cases, where individuals have reported Sasquatch disappearing into thin air, and also cases where Sasquatch has been seen with other alien species. Reports of UFOs from pilots and their crew continue to come in, and it doesn't appear these are slowing down. We even got video evidence of this now that has been made to the public. Despite being hit with a green light, none of the men in the story appeared to suffer any adverse health consequences, and all were able to live normal lives. In 1950, one of the most unbelievable alien abductions would occur in the state of Massachusetts. The case was documented and investigated by Raymond Fowler, a ufologist perhaps best known for his work on the Betty Andreasson alien abduction. Fowler would investigate many cases in New England during his time alive, and this case is surely one of the more interesting ones. In this episode, we will examine the 1950 alien abduction of 13-year-old Betty Aho. In 1950, Betty Aho was living an average American life for a pre-teenager. Betty was living in Westminster, Massachusetts, and frequently went out during the morning to play with other friends in the neighborhood. On one morning in the fall of 1950, Betty left her home and would have an experience she would never forget. Betty walked out of her home and after just a few steps, noticed something up in the sky. It looked like the moon, but the object was growing bigger and bigger. She then became paralyzed and passed out. Next, Betty woke up inside a mysterious room. It was brightly lit, and in front of her were 3 odd beings. The beings looked like typical gray aliens, being 3.5 to 4 feet tall with gray skin, large black eyes, and a slit for a mouth. The entities wore tight-fitted silver suits, something we have seen in many cases. The beings then began to glide toward her. Once they got close, one being raised his hand, and Betty would become incredibly tired. One of the entities assured her that she would be okay and that she could relax. They then escorted Betty, who was floating, into a room filled with smoke. There, Betty would hover mid-air over a table. After some sort of examination, Betty was taken to another room. In this area, 2 larger beings greeted Betty. They were around 5 feet tall and wearing overalls which were gray. They would inform Betty that they were going to show her something. Betty laid back on a bed and the beings put some sort of device in her mouth, similar to a mouth guard. It was uncomfortable for her, and as the beings noticed that she was uncomfortable, one would put its hand on her head. It relieved her symptoms, but Betty began to feel like she was spinning. Soon the ceiling turned transparent and a light flashed through it. She began to travel up through the ceiling. Whether her physical body left or not is unknown, but Betty traveled through some sort of tunnel containing various costumes of humans. It was as if she was in a museum, and the beings had tracked how mankind had evolved. She next traveled through another area. This area appeared to have the history of the beings. There were different UFOs and different artifacts on display as well. Next, Betty was informed she would be meeting the One. The being appeared to be their leader or god. Whatever it was, it communicated with Betty, and the details of the conversation Betty refused to share. She would then return to her body on the craft. At this point, the beings would do something incredibly unbelievable. According to Betty, they removed her right eye and implanted something deep in her brain. The beings would run some more tests and exams, and Betty was then told she could return home. The next thing she remembered was being in a field by her home. Just nearby, Betty could see a craft parked in the field. It was shaped like a spear and had 3 legs. There on the field next to her, she saw 3 beings, 1 taller and 2 small. The small ones were carrying a light globe. This is an interesting detail, which we'll dive into in just a bit. The large being would then turn to Betty and tell her they would look after her and she would be okay. The entity informed her she would forget everything in time. What can we make of this incredible story, though? While this case was examined by a renowned ufologist, it doesn't appear this case was studied too in depth, or by others. It also appears to be somewhat choppy. Still, this doesn't raise any red flags, as it's very possible that many of her memories may have somehow been blocked. The entities even admitted they would block her memory of the event. Betty's memories appear to be conscious, and she also remembers seeing the craft in the field. Still, the details around her eye being removed and put back seems incredibly unbelievable. It's important to point out, though, there are a number of cases where abductees report the beings performing miraculous acts, like doing surgery and leaving no trace. One other interesting detail in the case surrounds the beings holding white lanterns. While this seems like a detail easily ignored, we have seen this on multiple Street of Silence episodes before. In the Utsuro-Bune Incident, the being was carrying some type of box, albeit it wasn't glowing. Also, in the Virginia Giant case, the being was said to be carrying a glowing box. In that case, a boy seemingly was about to be taken, but his dog stepped up, barking furiously, and it is thought the dog scared off the entities. In addition to the glowing box, many other characteristics of this case align with Betty's story. Betty suffered from paralysis and also described a craft we hear time and time again. Cases with adolescents and children are often difficult to examine. Many believe the cases have logical explanations, like lucid dreams or sleep paralysis. Still, it must be pointed out that adolescents usually don't suffer from the same temptations that drive adults. Also, it's typically easier for ufologists to spot deception. Still, though, it's not known how much Betty was pushed on her answers, or whether answers were even suggested to her. Unfortunately, it is not known what happened to Betty. Did she go on to live a normal life, or did she experience more abductions? Did she suffer any type of trauma later in life? It seems possible that the answer to at least one of these questions is yes. Let's hope, though, Betty was able to live a healthy and happy life. In 1967 in Ririe, Idaho, 2 young men, Guy Tossi and Will Begay, were driving on Highway 26 when they would have an extraterrestrial encounter they would never forget. The case would have many of the hallmarks we see in alien encounters, yet is incredibly bizarre in terms of the being's behavior and description. While many might surely cast doubt on the story, it's important to point out that several farmers witnessed strange lights in the area, and one man revealed a very similar story to what Guy and Will reported. In this episode, we will examine this little-known alien encounter, the incredible story of Guy Tossi and Will Begay. On the evening of November 2nd, 1967, around 9:30 p.m., Will and Guy were driving on Highway 26, just outside the city of Ririe, Idaho. As the men were driving, suddenly, a bright white light flashed in front of them. The car, seemingly by itself, came to a sudden stop. Then, a strange craft emerged from the white light. It was some sort of saucer-shaped craft with a transparent dome. The craft wasn't large by any means, only being about 8 feet long and 3 feet tall. It flashed green and orange lights around the center ring. The bottom of the craft also had green and orange lights that were flashing too. The men could see two strange beings. One was facing the men while the other was turned sideways. Then what happened next would truly be shocking. The dome began to slowly open, and inside one of the creatures began to rise out and descend down to the ground below. The being was around 3 feet tall, and it wore some type of backpack. Its clothes were tight-fitting, and the being had 2 small eyes, large ears, and a slit for a mouth. Its face was heavily crinkled, an interesting feature which we will discuss later in the video. As the hideous creature stared at the frightened men, it began to walk toward the driver's side door. The being opened the door, and Will, who was driving, slid over to the passenger side. The entity then got in the car, and the car began to move as it was being pulled by the UFO. It went into a nearby wheat field, and as the men looked on terrified, it would be too much for Guy. He would jump out of the car once it stopped and took off running. Guy took off to a local farmer's home around a quarter-mile away. The craft initially tried to follow him, but stopped after just a few seconds. Inside the car, a stunned Will looked upon the disgusting creature. It began trying to communicate with him in some type of unintelligible language. He would later recall it sounded like a bird chirping. Once the craft had given up chasing Guy, it returned, and the being came down to the surface. At this point, the other being got out of the car, and the two hovered back up to their craft. The craft then took off, leaving in a quick zigzag pattern. At this time, Guy was reaching the home of local farmer Willard Hammond. Guy was out of breath and trying to explain what had happened. He wasn't making much sense to Willard and his family though, but Willard and Guy then headed back out to where Will was. Once they arrived, they would find a terrified Will sitting in the car. He had his eyes closed and was still sitting in the passenger seat. Will could barely speak, but soon both the men would tell Willard the entire story. From the time they saw the bright white light to when Guy returned was around 15 minutes, indicating this was a very short encounter. In the coming days, the men would report the matter to the police. After an investigation, it was discovered several other locals saw lights in the area that night. Also, one man who refused to be identified alleged to have an extremely similar experience as the men, with a being floating down to the surface. It was reported as well that on the night of the encounter, several farmers reported their cattle running off for no known reason. So what can we make of this unusual case? It's certainly an odd one, although by no means unprecedented. We've seen other alien encounter cases with extremely odd extraterrestrials. While most report encounters with greys and Nordic beings, there's certainly a good number of cases with odd beings. For example, a case we covered on this channel some time ago, the Kofu-fanged humanoids. While this case doesn't align exactly, there are some interesting similarities. In both cases, the beings were said to have extremely wrinkled skin and wear tight-fitted clothing. They were around the same height, and also both had pointy ears. In both cases, the beings arrived in small crafts with domes that were transparent. The Kofu-fanged humanoid case happened in 1975, just 8 years after this case. Still, though, the being's appearance seems to be different, with the Kofu-fanged humanoids having fangs and also brown skin. That said, could it be the case this wasn't the exact same species, but they were related somehow? For example, we know many animals in nature are different than the opposite sex, like male and female deers. Small UFO crafts with transparent domes are not unusual to be reported. Another case this was reported on in this channel was the West Midlands UFO sighting. In that case, though, they appeared to be Nordics in the seats. While the men didn't have any solid evidence of their encounter, this appears to be a pretty solid case. It's not known if they were taken, but based on the events, it seems more likely than not they weren't. What were the beings trying to do then? One theory is they simply made an attempt to communicate. One other thought is that they had planned to take the men, but for some reason, they decided not to. It's not known if these men had more experiences, but hopefully, they were able to get over this traumatic event and live normal lives. When most people think of Maine alien abductions, they immediately think of the classic 1976 Allagash alien abduction. However, 1 year prior to this case, another abduction would occur in nearby Oxford, Maine. This case involved 2 young men who alleged to have seen multiple UFOs, and one of them was taken. The men were absolutely terrified after the event, believing the UFOs were even stalking them. As a result, one of them even fled town, believing this was the only way to get away from the crafts. This case was examined by multiple ufologists and medical professionals and was deemed to be quite credible. In this episode, we will examine the 1975 Oxford, Maine incident involving David Stevens and Glenn Gray. Around 2:30 a.m. on October 27, 1975, David Stevens and Glenn Gray went out for a drive. The 2 men were transitioning to working the night shift and thus needing to stay awake. They thought heading out could be a good way to kill some time. The men lived just outside Oxford in the town of Norway, and as they entered the car, they began driving on Route 26. As the men began driving, they soon became horrified to learn that something had taken control over their car. The car soon turned down a dark, desolate road. The men knew the road in that it was a bumpy gravel small road. Oddly though, the ride was smooth, and David Stevens would later say that he believed the car was off the ground at this time. The men would go around the curve, and off to the left in a field, the young men spotted a massive UFO craft. It was lit up with several different colors of light. It began to rise over the trees and was completely silent, and the men at this time rolled down their windows to get a better look. They could see just how massive it was, taking up the entire field. At this point, the men regained control of the car and were able to drive away. The craft, though, began to follow the men. It circled from behind them and past them, appearing in front of them about a mile up the road. At this point, a bright white light hit the men and they both passed out. The car rolled slowly to the side of the road. The men then woke up next in the same spot in the car. The UFO was still hovering above it. The men didn't waste any time though and quickly drove away. As they drove off, they thought they had lost the craft, but once again it snuck up on them. The UFO would then take control of the car. It led them down a road toward Trip Pond, which was a lake. There, the car would shut off completely, losing all power, and they were up on a hilltop and down the road about a quarter of a mile from Trip Pond. At this point, the craft hovered around 300 to 400 yards above their car. At the same time, 2 small UFOs would rise up from under the surface of the lake. The smaller crafts appeared to have some trouble ascending, but once they did, after around 15 minutes, all 3 crafts flew off and disappeared into the night. The car was then able to start up, and the 2 men began driving toward David Stevens' mom's home, which was nearby. It was now morning, with the sun coming up around 7 a.m. The 2 men arrived and planned to keep quiet about the event since it seemed so strange. However, after 30 minutes, both men started to feel ill. In addition, Stevens' mom, Beatrice, noticed that the men didn't look right. They were absolutely freezing and couldn't stay warm. The men had on multiple layers of clothes in the house and blankets, yet still felt cold. The boys were also feeling terrified about what happened, and soon local sheriff, Deputy Eldon Bartlett, would pay them a visit. Bartlett was 28 and knew the family. He took their statement and noted just how agitated and worked up the boys appeared to be. Word would reach the UFO community the next day. On October 28th, Brent Rains went to Oxford to investigate the story. Rains had been asked to go by the Center for UFO Studies in Chicago. As Rains arrived, he asked the boys to show him the location of the sightings. On the night of October 28th, the boys and Rain would drive out to the first one. There the boys would get out of the car and walk around the field with Rains. Next, they would go to Trip Pond, and when the boys arrived, they felt intense terror and refused to even get out of the car. The next day, the two men would begin having flashbacks and remembering more, albeit it was small amounts and in bits and pieces. Rains believed that the men could benefit from hypnotic regression. Still, while he suggested it, another ufologist, Miss Shirley Fickett, would begin working on the case, and she would be the person to set up the session. Before diving into the hypnotic sessions and details around the abduction, it is important to point out both ufologists interviewed the men separately and found their stories to be extremely similar, as well as their reactions. Shirley arranged to have Dr. Herbert Hopkins conduct the sessions beginning on December 2nd, with Stevens agreeing. The first session was an experimental session just to see if Hopkins could be hypnotized. Glenn would sit in on the session along with Stevens' parents and Shirley Fickett. In the sessions, the following would be revealed. Stevens said when the bright white light hit him, he was suddenly transported somehow up onto the craft. On board, he was able to look out the window at his car below. Then, a creature would come into the room. The being was about 4.5 feet tall, with pale skin and a mushroom-shaped head. The creature was wearing some sort of black cape and had 3 fingers. It had no eyebrows, but the eyes were large. It had 2 dots for a nose. It began to communicate telepathically and told David Stevens not to be afraid. At this point, David was escorted to another room where 4 other beings were. They told David to get on a metallic table. At this point, they extracted blood with several needles. They then asked David to take off his clothes. David became hostile and angry, refusing to do so though. He pushed one of the beings away. The creature didn't react violently though, and reiterated to David they wouldn't harm him. A terrified David eventually obliged. As he laid on the table naked, the beings pulled down some sort of machine over his body. It was like an X-ray machine. It went over his entire body. Finally, the beings took hair samples and nail clippings. David was then escorted back to the original room and next woke up in his car. It's not known whether Glenn was taken too, although he refused to undergo hypnosis and also had many of the same symptoms as David. Still, David alleges he saw Glenn down in the car from the craft, so maybe Glenn wasn't taken. This night appeared to be the only night the men saw the craft, although for days after the incident the men would be terrified and believe the UFOs were stalking them. They would handle the trauma differently though. David would talk about it and tackle it head on, while Glenn would run away from it. After the initial interviews, Glenn moved to Oklahoma so he could leave the trauma behind. Both men surely suffered, both mentally and physically, from the event. But what can we make of this case? Is it credible? While the case relies heavily on hypnotic therapy, it's important to note that the men were interviewed by a variety of professionals and were deemed to be credible. In addition, their stories were very consistent in the interviews. One other interesting thing to support this case is that a police officer named Lloyd Herrick saw a UFO on the evening of the boys' incident. It was around 12 miles away from where Glenn and David were. He would radio the event in, so documentation of it existed before David and Glenn made their report. In addition to the boys being deemed credible, they also suffered mentally and physically. Both men would lose their jobs, be ridiculed, and also suffer adverse health effects. There were strange side effects felt by the two for quite some time. David Stevens' eyes were bloodshot for a while, and he also alleges his appetite increased dramatically. The men were tested for radiation, but the results came back negative. The case also features many alien abduction characteristics we've seen in other cases. There is the bright white light we see reported many times, as well as missing time. In addition, medical experiments while on board the craft, and the being's description and behavior is very consistent with other abductee reports. We hear all too often the being's message, "We don't want to harm you," and communicate through telepathy. In general, it seems this case, more likely than not, it did happen, in our opinion. Let's hope that this was a one-time event and the men didn't experience any other incidents. On July 28, 1952, Nevada man Truman Bethurum just finished his work outside the town of Mormon Mesa, Nevada. In the location Truman was located, once upon a time the area was covered by ocean. Truman was a seashell collector and decided to drive his truck up a hill to a location that was known for having fossilized seashells. Once he arrived at the hill in the dark, he searched for an hour but had no luck finding any. After this, Truman climbed back down in his truck and fell asleep. Soon, Truman woke up and would be startled to see someone or something outside his truck. In this episode, we will explore the alien encounter of Truman Bethurum. As Truman woke up in his truck on the night of July 28, 1952, he would be stunned to see 8 to 10 small beings around 4 feet tall outside the truck window. Although the beings were short, they had features similar to the typical man. They had light brownish skin, no wrinkles or any undesirable characteristics, and their hair was black and their eyes were dark. Truman would later say the beings dressed similar to Greyhound bus drivers. Then, as Truman sat in his truck, one of the beings began to speak to him. Truman didn't understand what it was saying though. The being noticed his confusion and then began speaking in what Truman would describe as perfect English. It said, "You name it." Truman responded by saying, "My God, you can speak English too?" At this point, Truman climbed out of his truck and then would be shocked to see a UFO around 75 yards away. It was silver and saucer shaped, appearing shiny as well. Truman would speak with the beings and shook hands with each one. There was what seemed to be a mutual respect for one another. Truman was curious as to who they were and what they wanted, so he asked who the leader was. The being informed them that their leader was on the craft. If he wanted to, he could come aboard and meet her. Truman obliged, and one of the beings gently grabbed his elbow and began to escort him to the craft. As they walked over, Truman sensed this being was very powerful and that Truman was at his mercy. As Truman got closer to the ship, he could make out more details. According to the beings, the diameter of the ship was around 300 feet. Truman noticed a 3-foot wide band that went around the craft around the center. Right above this, there was a door around 10 feet high and 4 feet wide. Truman would walk up a ramp and enter the ship. Inside, he would finally be introduced to the leader. The captain's name was Aura Rains. The being had light brownish skin with an attractive slender face and black hair. She wore a bright red dress and something that resembled a black blouse. Aura would invite Truman into her private space where the two would converse. The being would tell Truman that they were from the planet Clarion, which was on the opposite side of the sun. Due to its distance, and because it was behind the sun, we were not able to spot it. Aura and Truman would discuss several topics. First, Truman inquired how they were able to power their ships and travel so fast. Aura would inform him that the crafts were powered by the Earth's gravity. Her explanation, though, appeared to be too much for Truman to understand. The entity would then tell Truman about their home. Like we've seen in many other cases, the being described the planet as a utopia. There was never any wars. There was no disagreement, and the beings lived to a very old age. Everyone had everything they needed, and there was no social classes. According to Aura, the beings had the power to read minds and to see our planet from theirs. Truman would next hear from Aura that due to our violent nature and constant wars, we would not receive the information needed for long-distance space travel. She reiterated that they were tired of seeing us fight and that we couldn't be given advanced technology as we couldn't be trusted and might attack peaceful civilizations. Truman would speak with Aura for around 30 minutes total and then walk off the craft. This wouldn't be the last time, though, that Truman talked with the beings. He would allege to meet Aura and the beings 10 more times. After some time, Truman would detail his experience in his book, Aboard a Flying Saucer in 1954. The book did very well, and Truman got his 15 minutes of fame, even appearing on The Betty White Show. Still, without question, Truman's claims were met with harsh criticism. Truman was one of many 1950s alien contactees, or people who claimed to speak with extraterrestrials. Usually contactees, unlike abductees, report positive experiences rather than negative. During this time, it is true many achieved fame by alleging to speak with extraterrestrials. So was Truman a con man, or did he actually have contact with these beings? Let's look at the arguments for and against this controversial figure. Proponents will say there's several reasons to believe him. One is that Truman stated the beings gave him a message we have heard all too often from experiencers and abductees. We are too violent as human beings. There are a number of cases, some of which we have covered on this channel, where extraterrestrials tell people how disappointed they are in our violent ways. A second thing that stands out too is the beings told Truman about their utopian planet. We often see this as beings tell people this. Truman also mentioned they spoke perfect English. This is a specific detail we have seen in many cases. Some believe that in these cases the beings are actually robots, and that explains the perfection in their voice. Some proponents will also say he described a very different alien species than usual. If he was creating a story, why wouldn't he just describe the beings as Nordic? Some of these details, which are tough to know, surely create intrigue in his case. But should they? It's important to point out just a few years before Truman made his claims, George Adamski achieved celebrity status by traveling the country and being paid to speak on his experiences. Still, Adamski reported meeting with Nordic aliens, while Truman alleged to meet with a species pretty different. One other thing to point out too is that Truman was alleged to be obsessed with Aura. It is said he hired a secretary simply because she possessed the same physical characteristics of Aura. Was Truman simply a man obsessed with Latino women? Or was this just him living out his fantasy? Or did possibly the being read his mind and Aura presented itself in the most attractive way possible? There are reasons, though, to be skeptical of this case. Truman definitely benefited both financially and gained much attention from his claims. During this time, many alien contactees achieved celebrity status, and it's not too hard to imagine one could desire this as well. Truman said the beings asked him to create an education center around extraterrestrials and stressed the importance of people learning about them. If Truman was picked, though, to be their human spokesperson, this raises the question, why didn't they provide Truman with any type of proof? At the end of the day, it appears that all Truman has is his word, and like many cases, witness credibility is a critical aspect, and Truman appears to possibly have been in it for the book deals and TV appearances. It doesn't definitely mean he fabricated the stories, but it makes them harder to believe. In 2008, one of the strangest and most unbelievable alien abductions in the history of Ukraine occurred. 34-year-old Vladimir Voronezhky and his 29-year-old wife Olga, both alleged to be taken by extraterrestrials. Both claimed that on board the ship they would be subject to medical experiments and also converse with the beings. In addition, the beings expressed a strong desire to understand human emotion, something we have seen quite a bit. The story garnered quite a bit of attention in Ukraine, with the couple appearing on the TV show Pro-Life in Moscow, Russia, and also passing a polygraph. In this episode, we will examine this incredibly weird case, the alien abduction of Vladimir and Olga Voronezhky. On the evening of January 11th, 2008, Olga Voronezhky was relaxing at home, enjoying her maternity leave. Olga needed to pick up a few things from the store, so she asked two of her daughters, 9-year-old Vanessa and 8-year-old Angelica, to run out to the store for her. The two girls would head out, and when they returned home, they reported a strange object up in the sky. According to the girls, the object was flashing white, yellow, and red, and didn't appear like anything they had ever seen. Olga thought they were mistaken, but soon agreed to go outside and look. There, she would spot a strange yellow light in the distance, but being pretty far away and pretty high up, Olga and her husband didn't think too much of it. The family would then return inside and soon went to bed. Around 2 a.m. on January 12th, 2008, Vladimir woke up to a white, violet light in his room. He glanced, rolled over, and fell back asleep, not thinking too much of it. His daughter Angelica, though, wouldn't be able to sleep through it. She woke up to the light shining through her blinds, then ran into her parents' room and woke up her mom, Olga. As Olga woke up, she was frightened and shook her husband Vladimir until he got up. She then screamed at him to look up to the sky, and to their surprise, their ceiling was completely transparent. There was a huge disc-shaped UFO flying right over their bedroom. Vladimir and Olga hurried outside to view the craft. Then, the two, engulfed in the light, became paralyzed and couldn't move. Olga would then start to hover and be pulled upward. She was spinning as she was ascending, and would later recall she couldn't move. Vladimir would then be pulled up, and soon the two woke up in a transparent room, both paralyzed, unable to move. Soon 12 beings would enter the room. They were all short, around 3.5 feet tall, gray, with black lifeless eyes and 3 fingers. While these appeared to be grays, Vladimir would later recall the beings wore hoods that covered their faces most of the time. There was one being who appeared to be the leader. He stood in the back and was around 6 feet tall. His face was covered completely, but his body resembled a man's. The entities would then grab Olga and drag her into a chair nearby. An upset Vladimir, now free from his paralysis, ran toward Olga, but hit some type of invisible wall. 2 small beings approached him and informed him telepathically he needed to calm down, and that they would soon be home safe. Vladimir, though, wasn't satisfied with the answer and became increasingly hostile. The beings, seemingly confused, tried to subdue Vladimir, but Vladimir was a martial arts expert and was able to escape from them. The bewildered aliens would continue to telepathically ask Vladimir why he resisted, as if his efforts were pointless. They stared straight into his eyes each time they telepathically spoke with him, and oddly the language Vladimir heard was Syriac, which is a combination of Russian and Ukrainian languages. Regardless of his efforts, though, the beings were able to overtake Vladimir. They then stuck 4 metallic rods into his chest, and Vladimir was completely paralyzed. He couldn't move at all other than his eyes, and he was forced to watch the beings experiment on his wife. The experiments on Olga were surely strange. While Olga was standing up, they had managed to slice open her stomach, although Olga never felt a thing, she says. She was asked to lay down, and as she did, she could see the inside of her stomach and also smell her organs. Olga would watch as the entities extracted samples from her organs. She felt no pain at all, and after they were done, they used some type of tool to stitch her back up. Amazingly, her stomach had no scars whatsoever, and it looked like nothing had even happened. During the operation, the aliens communicated telepathically with her and informed her they wouldn't hurt her and that they were just curious. One interesting thing surrounding the procedure is just prior to it, Olga had been having stomach pains, and after this operation, her pain would stop. While this was occurring, Vladimir underwent some experimentation as well. The beings would insert some sort of round object into his head. Although Vladimir reported no pain, they informed him that the male species appeared to be more developed than the female species. Vladimir was then taken to another room where he was introduced to a 6-foot-tall being the smaller aliens referred to as the Professor. In a prior episode on this channel, the Amaury Rivera alien abduction, a being was described by alien abductees as named the Professor. However, there appears to be differences between the two, and it doesn't seem this is the same being here. Vladimir would ask the Professor why they were taken, to which the Professor responded, "It has to be done." He did inform Vladimir, though, to compensate for their suffering, the two would be taken on a tour throughout the galaxy. Olga and Vladimir were then placed in recliners, and the room turned fully transparent. The stars and planets were all around them. Then a bright flash occurred, and the two were now hovering over an unknown planet. The beings then guided them to another room where they boarded a smaller craft, which was cigar-shaped. They then broke off from the mothership and flew down to the planet below. There, they appeared to be mounds, similar to anthills, where the beings lived, and Vladimir speculated they lived under the surface. According to the Professor, the planet operated under a strict set of rules, similar to an ant colony or beehive. The Professor would go on to tell him that the beings didn't eat or drink, but absorbed nutrients through the skin. They were interested in us because we, human beings, display characteristics such as happiness, sadness, jealousy, and other emotions. The beings lived more like machines. The two would travel up to the mothership again, and soon another flash of light was emitted. Olga and Vladimir were at a different place in outer space now. At this point, Vladimir would ask how they were able to travel so quickly. The Professor would explain how they did it, but Vladimir said he couldn't understand it. While this was disappointing, surely Vladimir couldn't have retained more of the answer. It must be pointed out, he did mention wormholes to the beings, and that didn't appear to be how they did it. After the explanation, though, allegedly, according to Vladimir, one of the smaller beings was upset and telepathically told the Professor they know too much now. Vladimir was able to hear this, and a conversation ensued whether they should be terminated or not returned home. According to Vladimir, he became hostile and threatened to become violent and uncooperative if they kept him in outer space. Things seemed to calm down after this, and what happened next would be perhaps the most shocking aspect of this story. Vladimir, with Olga in the room, was asked by several of the beings to have sex with a female being. According to Vladimir, the woman was hideous, though. She was bald with green skin. Vladimir rejected her, citing her appearance to the beings. The extraterrestrials, though, were very interested in how humans had sexual intercourse, and Vladimir seemed to think him and his wife's return to Earth depended on this. The aliens then walked the female alien to a platform where a bright light shone down on her. After the light faded, a new woman appeared, one with a beautiful face, exactly Vladimir's taste. Vladimir then came to the stunning realization they had read his mind in terms of what he believed a beautiful woman should look like. Still, though, oddly, The being's body was being covered up by some sort of sheet in front of her, and Vladimir couldn't see the body. As the beings were sizing up whether Vladimir would go forward now, soon the sheet would disappear and Vladimir began to make love with the being. At this point, Olga screamed at the extraterrestrials to make it stop. The beings, though, not only wanted to understand human sexual intercourse, but wanted to gauge Olga's emotions and the feelings of jealousy. After Olga became increasingly upset, Vladimir would soon stop. Olga would explain to the beings that humans don't just mate, that there must be feelings and emotions involved. Since the beings couldn't have these feelings, emotions of jealousy, love, and anger, this is what they wanted to understand. The professor would ask the two how they were able to survive with their emotions. The professor would also tell them that death didn't exist and implied that humans would be reincarnated. At this point, Olga and Vladimir were returned home. The beings stated they would contact them again in 2 years, the year 2010. The next day, the two woke up and both initially thought it was a dream. They then both soon realized it wasn't and began discussing the incident and the identical memories they had. Vladimir would soon call a friend in Kiev and was put in touch with ufologist Yuri Stepanov. Stepanov would perform hypnotic regression on Vladimir. Vladimir was able to remember some additional things, such as a plasma field surrounding the craft. Soon the two would have a medical examination done to see if any alien implants had been put in them. None were found. One other strange effect of the incident was that Vladimir's gray hair turned back to its original black color. Olga would also experience unexplainable medical effects. Her chronic colitis was cured. It's not known whether the two were contacted again in 2010, but like many UFO cases, there were many skeptics. Locals accused the couple of being drunks and crazy. They were able to appear on television though, and the case became quite popular. Still, what can we make of this incredibly bizarre case? Like many alien abductee cases, there is no tangible proof, and most of the credibility of the case comes from the reliability of the witnesses. Although Vladimir and Olga were able to pass a lie detector, later reports say they did fail one. Much of the credibility of this case really comes down to the story in of itself. There's certainly characteristics we see in other cases. For example, paralysis and medical experimentation are things we see quite often in alien abduction cases. It should also be pointed out that sometimes people report traveling the galaxy and visiting distant alien planets. Most of the time, those stories are not taken seriously outside the UFO community, and even sometimes there can be skepticism. One thing that sticks out in this case is the being's lack of understanding of human emotion. We tend to see this quite a bit, and it leads many to believe aliens, such as the Greys, are robots and not biological in nature. There were also multiple witnesses, albeit a husband and a wife. Separately, while many think the being's interest in sexual intercourse seems weird and made up, it seems like it's not that far-fetched. The beings believe humans mated like animals and did so regardless of emotion. Were these beings here to see if they could acquire the one thing they don't have, human emotion? It surely seems possible. We've had reports of beings trying to study the human soul. Perhaps the beings aren't capable of acquiring human emotion in the same way humans aren't capable of being devoid of feelings. During the 1950s, UFO sightings and alien encounters were prevalent around the world. While the United States appeared to be the epicenter of activity, Europe had a large number of unexplained UFO sightings. In particular, Italy experienced a number of incredible sightings, some of which we have covered on prior episodes on this channel, like the Cennina case, or the 1954 football game in which thousands spotted a UFO over the stadium. In this episode, we will cover a UFO sighting, an alien encounter that occurred just prior to the 1954 football game. It is said to be one of the better known alien encounters in Italy. In time, this case became to be known as the 1950 Varese Incident. On the evening of April 24, 1950, Bruno Ficini, a mechanic, was working the late shift in his local factory during a violent thunderstorm. Bruno was 40 years old at the time and married with a young son. He lived right next to the factory, which was located in Varese, about 50 miles from the city of Milan. Around 10 p.m., once the rain and lightning stopped, Bruno stepped outside to have a cigarette. As he relaxed, he would soon see a strange light flashing in a field across the way. Bruno was somewhat concerned as the lights were where a high voltage power line was. He believed the line, which supplied power to much of the town, may have been knocked down. He was concerned that a downed power line could be extremely dangerous, since children like his often played in the area. After not seeing the light for a few moments, he decided to head back. Just as he was turning around, he noticed the flashing lights once again. Bruno decided to walk to get closer and see what it was. As he got up closer, Bruno would see something next to the power line. It was some sort of craft, around 30 feet wide and 10 feet across. There was a small ladder in the middle, lit by a greenish light. Bruno could make out what he believed was a human. It appeared to be making repairs or welding something together. There were also two other figures. They all were wearing gray tight-fitted suits and helmets obscuring their appearance. At this point, Bruno believed they were humans and yelled out if they needed help. He believed it could have been some type of experimental craft, possibly American. They muttered something back, though he couldn't understand. Bruno would later state they spoke in a guttural language, which he couldn't make out. Despite this, Bruno indicated he thought they tried to wave him inside the craft. Not only was their language weird, but they also moved awkwardly. At this point, he was able to see more strange aspects of the UFO. He then realized these figures weren't human. He suddenly became terrified, panicked, and started running away. At this point, one of the beings shot Bruno with a ray of light. The beam of light knocked him to the ground, and Bruno hit his head on a rock. As he laid there bleeding, he could see the ladder go up into the craft and the light coming through a door. The buzzing around intensified, and the craft took off into the sky. The following day, Bruno reported his encounter to the police. At the scene, there were things indicating something did happen the night before. Police found burn patches on the ground and indentation marks of something very heavy. Also, police discovered some weird green pieces of a metal-like substance. Bruno believed this was from the welding, and that the green pieces of debris were leftovers of the process. The fragments were analyzed, and the results concluded that the fragments were an anti-friction material containing several types of metal along with a lubricant. One test revealed some sort of unknown metal. It was a yellow-white color, but was not any type of element found on Earth. A photo was taken after the event of Bruno with his clothes from that night. In the photo, the clothes appear to be blackened somewhat. Bruno received quite a bit of media attention after the incident and was interviewed multiple times after the event. It is said that Bruno's story has remained consistent over the years. Still, with many reports on the matter, it appears some details may have been lost in translation. For example, the outfit the beings are wearing is said in some reports as being more like a spacesuit than a dive suit. Also, some reports say that Bruno was at home, while others say he was nearby. His home was right next to the factory, and this could have been something misinterpreted somehow. Still, what can we make of this case? Bruno's case certainly seems realistic, and has many elements we have seen in other UFO sightings and alien encounters. The one interesting detail to call out is the buzzing sound. This is a unique detail and something we've seen in other cases. On this channel, we covered at least 2 episodes where we saw this. This includes the Amaury Finland Alien encounter and also the Utsuro-Bune Incident. In addition to being a pretty credible witness, there was evidence at the scene. Police would find massive marks on the ground, and the results of the material discovered were inconclusive. In sum, this case appears to have some very credible aspects. In the small town of Wytheville, Virginia, in 1987, a rash of UFO sightings would occur. The event, which recorded thousands of sightings over a 3-month period, garnered national media attention and prompted threats from the military to individuals who were investigating the case. In addition to reports of threatening government officials, there was photographic evidence of some of the sightings. In this episode, we will examine the Wytheville UFO Flap and story of one of the main investigators, radio station reporter Danny Gordon. In the fall of 1987, Virginia resident Danny Gordon was living an average American life. He was a married family man who worked at WYVE radio station news. Gordon began working at the radio in 1984. On the morning of October 7th, 1987, Danny Gordon would receive a phone call that would change his life forever. Each day, local Sheriff Wayne Pike would call Gordon and give him updates for potential news stories. That day, though, Gordon would be somewhat surprised to learn that 5 police officers had all spotted a UFO the night before. Gordon decided to put the story toward the end of his broadcast, believing the more important news existed and his listeners would view the story as humorous. To his surprise, though, Gordon received the exact opposite response. Right after the broadcast of the UFO story, the phones at the station began ringing off the hook. Listeners would share their stories, and suddenly Gordon realized there was much more to this than he once thought. With reports continuing to come in over the days and weeks, Gordon decided to put on a show on October 19th, specifically tailored to recent UFO sightings in the area. That show confirmed Gordon's belief that people were seeing something up in the sky. Still, he wasn't convinced it was little green men. Gordon believed it was probably experimental military aircraft, and he decided to begin calling military bases. The military, though, assured him that none of their aircraft had been in the sky those nights. Gordon decided they needed to try and obtain some sort of physical evidence. On the evening of October 21st, Gordon and his friend Roger Hall drove out to the southern part of the county, hoping to get some sort of hard evidence. They scanned the sky and saw nothing. After 2 hours, the men packed up their stuff and headed home. Then on the drive home, the men would finally spot what so many had told them about. Gordon saw a strange craft up ahead in the dark sky over an open field. The men pulled over and got out of the car to get a better look. The two would spot a gigantic craft in the sky. They would later say it was the size of 2 football fields. The craft had a dome on top and appeared to be a mothership. It was lit up by different lights, some of which were flashing. As Gordon and Hall watched, a red ball much smaller headed toward the craft and seemingly disappeared inside the ship. The massive craft would then eventually disappear into the clouds. As Gordon and Hall watched the craft vanish, they soon came to the stunning realization neither of them had videotaped or photographed the event. The 2 men were simply too shocked at watching this incredible UFO, while skeptics quickly pointed out the convenience of this. One night later, Gordon and Hall would get their physical proof. On October 22nd, the 2 men would go out once again, and this time, snap a photo of the craft. With the photograph now in hand, Gordon decided to call a press conference. That night, though, he would receive a call from someone indicating the government and the CIA were very interested. After the press conference, Gordon would continue to receive strange calls, threats, and visits by government officials. Someone broke into his home, and by all accounts, they appeared to be looking for the photos. The activity continued for months, taking quite a toll on Gordon. Still, this one sighting and photos weren't the only experience Gordon would have. 6 weeks after the initial event, Gordon was out shopping with his family. As they left the mall, Gordon suddenly heard commotion around him. As he looked up, he would see 4 strange lights in the sky. With his camera nearby in the car, he was able to grab it and snap several photos of the 4 lights. Interestingly, the lights appeared to change shape and color somewhat in the photos. Gordon wasn't the only one to spot a UFO in the community, though. From October 1987 to December 1987, there were around 1,500 UFO reports in the area of Wytheville. The number was truly staggering and once again appeared to draw interest from clandestine government organizations. On March 19, 1988, Gordon attended a broadcast conference. There he discussed the sightings to other colleagues. At the conference, Gordon received a phone call from an anonymous source warning him to be careful. The caller told Gordon to stop investigating and indicated something could happen to him if he didn't stop. Around 1 month later in April, 2 men stopped by Gordon's home. They alleged to be journalists and wanted to interview him. Gordon let them inside and began answering questions. During the interview, Gordon noticed one man seemed to walk around the home a lot and snap photos. After the interview, the men stated they would send a copy of it and notify him once the article was published in the newspaper. Gordon waited, and he waited, but he heard nothing. He also checked the paper and didn't see anything. Growing impatient, he finally called the paper to ask for the men, but was informed that no men by the names given to him actually worked there. The stress and anxiety kept building for Gordon, and soon he would collapse and have to go to the hospital. While Gordon was one of the most prominent investigators of the Wytheville UFO sightings, he wasn't the only one. Paul Dellinger had lived in Wytheville since around 1966. He worked in the same building as Gordon and thought the story would die out quickly. Dellinger, who was a reporter, would interview many eyewitnesses and then finally have his own sighting. In 1988, as he got home late from work, Dellinger would spot a bright white light over his driveway. He believed it was a street light originally, but soon it started moving. The light then faded, yet Dellinger could still see a dark object moving in the sky. It was tough for him to ascertain the shape and even the size. However, he knew it was there. It made a humming noise and then vanished from sight. As mentioned, there were thousands of sightings in the Wytheville area and surrounding area during late 1987 and 1988. While most of the sightings occurred in late 1987, some would continue over the years, albeit there would be much fewer. Before diving into the theories surrounding the case, it's important to note MUFON, a UFO organization, came in to study the case. One thing that would stand out above everything else in their analysis was that there was a number of reports of a T-shaped UFO craft. T-shaped UFO crafts are extremely rare, and even in present day, they aren't reported very often. However, a large number of residents reported seeing these. For the most part, this event hasn't gotten as much attention as other UFO flaps like the Hudson Valley sightings in the 1980s or the 1952 UFO flap. With so many witnesses, a number of theories have been proposed over the years though. The first is that these sightings were of course UFOs manned by extraterrestrials. It's tough to argue against so many witnesses, and this seems like the most logical explanation. Still, who were these beings, and why did they appear so often? Some speculate this was a different alien species, one that came to study us for a short time and then moved on. This is evidenced by the strange tea craft, which doesn't appear to have been seen since these events, or at least on a grand scale. Usually people report UFOs appearing as saucers, diamonds, triangles, or circles. Could this have been a new species that stopped in and investigated our planet? Assuming it was extraterrestrials, were there any abductions that occurred during the flap? There doesn't appear to be any cases, but maybe they were studying us somehow. The second theory around what people saw was this was a classified military operation. It's important to note that these sightings were right outside the capital, where many government agencies exist. Some will criticize this and note it's more likely that if this was a military operation, it would be out in the middle of nowhere. Still, could it be the case the government simply wasn't concerned if people saw? Or maybe they wanted to see the reaction of US citizens seeing UFOs. It doesn't appear that the government descended on the city in large numbers, although they were there to some extent. As a comparison, in Brazil, when a high number of UFO sightings occurred in Colares, Brazil in the late 1970s, the Brazilian Air Force showed up in large numbers. While we might never know what happened, this is certainly a fascinating case that deserves more publicity. The case did appear on Unsolved Mysteries in 1992, and Danny Gordon did write a book on the UFO Flap titled Don't Look Up. In addition, there's a UFO festival that just started in Wytheville in 2021, and hopefully will draw more attention. In future episodes, we will cover more of these cases from this fascinating event. In prior episodes, we have examined a number of cases where pilots spotted strange unidentified flying objects in the skies. The cases of Australian Frederick Valentich and American Thomas Mantell were both mysterious cases in which the pilots spotted a UFO, notified their air traffic control, and shortly after perished. While both these cases are pretty well known, in Puerto Rico in 1980, an eerily similar event occurred in which a small plane spotted an unknown object and ultimately disappeared without a trace. Surprisingly, this event is little known outside UFO circles, despite the fact the pilot clearly communicated he had spotted a UFO. In this episode, we will examine the mysterious case of what happened to Puerto Rico Flight N3808H and pilot Jose Santos and his friend Jose Torres. On June 28, 1980, at 6 p.m., Puerto Ricans Jose Santos and Jose Torres departed from Las Americas Airport in Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic, heading towards San Juan, Puerto Rico. Santos, aged 23 at the time, was piloting the single-engine Airco 415D Aircoat plane, which was capable of traveling about 110 miles per hour with a cruising altitude of around 95 miles per hour. The distance between San Juan and Santo Domingo is around 250 miles, a number to keep in mind. This flight was pretty routine, with Santos having flown it multiple times before. At 8 p.m., 2 hours into the flight, Santos would send out a Mayday call, which several nearby airplanes and air traffic control received. The following is the audio recording of the Mayday call. As we see, it's clear this plane spotted something up in the sky. According to the transmission, Santos was forced to change positions multiple times, and the event not only seemed to rattle and frighten him, but also disorient him. It seems to be the case, too, that his navigation instruments failed, and although he indicates that according to the flight plan, they should be 35 miles off the coast, he seems to believe this is not the case. Sadly, the plane never arrived in San Juan, and both men were never seen or heard from again. In addition, despite search efforts, no debris from the plane was ever found. The search was of course hampered by the fact the plane had no transponder. Still though, it's important to point out too that they did have a last radar position. This seemed to indicate he was about 50 miles off the coast of the Puerto Rican town of Aguadilla. That day, as the Mayday call went out, several planes picked it up and relayed the information. However, with Santos changing positions 3 times and appearing to be unsure of his exact position, it's unclear what his last exact position was, which hampered search efforts. In addition, it's important to point out too the deep waters that surround Puerto Rico. The Puerto Rico Trench is the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean, only 75 miles off the coast. The trench is 11 miles long and goes 5 miles deep at least. If Flight N3808H was to crash into this area, it makes sense that the plane was never found. Still, it definitely seems this case is more complicated than this, and an extraterrestrial element is involved, although the extent is not clear. Generally, there are 3 main theories as to what happened. First is that Santos and Torres encountered a UFO in the sky. They clearly communicated they saw something up there that night. What was the object though, and what did it want? It appears that it was trying to trap or collide the plane by getting in front of it. This raises the question, did the UFO abduct the plane and the men? Or did they spot it, and was the UFO just responsible for disorienting the men and ultimately crashing the plane? There seems to be an extraterrestrial element here, although the extent of it is unclear. One interesting fact surrounding the UFO theory is that Jose Santos' father had a dream about his missing son. In it, Jose was dressed similar to an astronaut and told his dad not to be worried. Many have pointed this out and believe his son and Jose Torres were taken. The second theory was that the disappearance was due to pilot error. Some believe Santos might have seen something else, like the planet Venus, and mistook it for something else in the sky. Still, this leaves many questions, such as how did it move from behind them to in front of them? Also, Santos, although young, had flown this route many times before. Spotting Venus also doesn't explain why his navigation tools seemed to fail and his communication went out. The third theory is a combination of these events. It could be the case that the flight was being tracked and hounded by a UFO. It caused disorientation, and Santos got quite turned around. Many of his navigation systems appeared to have failed, and perhaps the plane mistakenly headed out to the open ocean instead of the island. At some point, the plane might have ran out of fuel and dived into the ocean. This particular plane has a range of about 500 miles, meaning if it got turned around, the men wouldn't have had long to get back on the correct route. This case has drawn many comparisons to the disappearance of Frederick Valentich, a well-known UFO case involving a pilot who disappeared with no trace. Valentich radioed that he was being tracked by a strange craft. Valentich's communication then abruptly ended, and he was never seen or heard from again, nor was his plane. The disappearance of Flight N3808H is truly unique in that it has many credible aspects, including an audio recording, yet it's relatively unknown outside the UFO community. Hopefully one day we will discover what really happened, but more likely than not, we will never know. On April 5th, 1941, around 8 p.m., Missouri resident Reverend William Huffman answered a telephone call that would change his life forever. That day, Reverend Huffman was informed there was a crash nearby, and authorities asked him to come along in case anyone needed last rites administered. Soon a car was sent to pick up Reverend Huffman, and he was driven to the scene. As Huffman rode along, he believed this was an airplane crash. However, as he arrived, it was not at all what he expected. In this episode, we will cover this interesting UFO crash case, one that occurred 6 years before Roswell and became to be known as the Cape Girardeau UFO crash. As Reverend Huffman pulled up to the crash site around 10 miles outside the town of Cape Girardeau, Missouri, he would be shocked to see a variety of individuals at the scene. There were firemen, policemen, FBI agents, as well as some locals. The military was there as well. Reverend Huffman would get out of the car, and as he looked around the site for the crashed plane, he would be shocked to see something else in the wreckage. It was a silver disc-shaped craft that had broken in half. It looked like nothing the Reverend had ever seen before. The craft was composed of some type of shiny silver metal. Scattered around the wreckage, there were some small seats and strange electronic devices. Reverend Huffman was able to look inside the wall of the wrecked craft and noted it had strange writing, similar to Egyptian hieroglyphics. After this, military authorities guided him toward 3 beings, all extraterrestrials. They had been thrown outside the craft once it crashed. According to the story, 2 were deceased, while 1 was close to dying. The beings looked like typical gray aliens. They were small, around 4 feet tall, with a slender frame. They had large eyes, a large head, and a small nose and mouth. Their arms were abnormally long compared to the rest of their bodies. While grays are often reported to have pretty long arms, in this case they were said to be extremely long. After Reverend Huffman performed the last rites, he was pulled aside by military authorities and was sworn to secrecy. At this time, the military had taken full control of the scene, and many other authorities, such as police and firemen, appeared to be getting kicked out. The Reverend was then driven home and reminded once again to keep the matter private. Reverend Huffman was too shaken, though, by what he had seen and felt obliged to tell his family. That night, the Reverend sat down at the kitchen table and recalled his experience to his wife Floy and his sons. The family would keep the story a secret for decades. Then in 1991, Charlotte Mann reached out to UFO investigator Leo Stringfield. Charlotte is the granddaughter of Reverend Huffman. In speaking with Stringfield, and also in later interviews, Charlotte recalled her father having a photo of the event. She said she saw it growing up and recalled it was a picture of a little alien being held up under the armpits by 2 men on each side. Charlotte recalls that what stood out to her in the photo was the being's arms were so long and also the eyes. Interestingly, the 2 men holding up the being were non-military men wearing white shirts and brown pants. Charlotte says the men arrived before the military came and the locals snapped the photo. According to Charlotte, a few weeks after the incident, one of the locals dropped off the photo to Reverend Huffman as the military had been going around threatening everyone. It is believed the photo was taken by local resident Garland D. Frauenberger. In the early 1980s, Charlotte's grandmother, Floy Huffman, became ill with cancer. Charlotte recalls wanting to find out the truth around the event before she died. She had seen the photo growing up, but was young and didn't really know what to make of it. She also heard the story in bits and pieces, but never the full thing. Floy was hesitant at first, but eventually relayed the entire story to Charlotte. While this case has some solid aspects, there's certainly some characteristics that will lead many to doubt the story. First off, it appears there is only one witness Charlotte Mann, who seems to be able to recall this story. While it's not unusual for a family secret like this to come out decades later, it is somewhat unusual that no other witnesses to the event can be located, especially in what seems like an event that would have the whole town talking. James Westwood, a UFO researcher, traveled to Cape Girardeau hoping to find records or sources of people who remembered the event. However, by all accounts, Westwood came up pretty empty and was unable to find a second source for the story. To make matters worse, UFO researcher Leo Stringfield, who investigated the case and broke it, died in 1994. It doesn't appear his family has released the records on the case. Even if they did, it seems that Stringfield based his report just on Charlotte Mann's account. That said, this story really comes down to one witness, and one witness only, who didn't actually experience the event firsthand. That makes it tough to find this event credible, in our opinion. That said, it is of course very possible that this did happen. In addition, it could be the case that another source exists, and we just couldn't find it. Many of the characteristics of the beings, appearing like typical greys, and the craft, is what is reported all too often by UFO witnesses. If this event did happen, then somewhere there should be a case file, or more info on this. The UFO would likely have been taken somewhere along with the alien corpses. In time, let's hope we find another source and more information on this case. On January 7th, 1970, Swedish cross-country skiers Arno Heinonen and Esko Viho were out training in the woods of Amaury, Finland for an upcoming competition. Arno was 36 years old at the time and working as a woodman, while Esko was aged 38 and worked as a farmer. Both men lived simple lives. However, that day, they would have one of the strangest alien encounters in the history of Finland. The incident produced adverse health effects in both men and was considered to be quite credible early on. However, one of the men, Arno, alleged to have continued contact with the beings, which led many to cast doubt on the original story. In this episode, we will explore this unbelievable 1970 alien encounter that happened in the city of Amaury, Finland. Around 4:45 in the afternoon, as the sun was setting, after cross-country skiing for most of the day, the two Finnish skiers decided to stop in a clearing and rest. The day was extremely cold, with complete visibility in the sky, and the two men were looking forward to wrapping up their training session and heading home. After about 5 minutes of standing in the clearing, the men began to hear a faint buzzing sound. They looked up to the north and saw a light which was moving toward them, and soon it began descending. As the light came closer and closer to the ground, soon the men saw that the light was surrounded by a reddish-grayish cloud. As the craft came down to about 50 feet, they noticed that inside the cloud sat some sort of craft or object. It was around 10 feet long and had a dome on top, appearing to be composed of some type of metal. The craft then began to hover over them while continuing to descend, and the men could now see the underside. There was a short tube protruding out from the center. Interestingly, the tube was very small, being only about 10 inches round. As the craft kept coming lower, the gray-reddish mist dissipated and the buzzing sound turned down to a faint noise. At this point, the craft was only around 10 to 12 feet above the men. Then, an extremely bright light shot down from the craft. The light lit up the snow and seemed to blacken the edges of it somehow. The light spread out as it descended and appeared to be around 2 feet in diameter on the surface. The two men were stunned, speechless, and not saying a word to one another during this time. Still, it's important to note they didn't appear to be scared. Then inside the light, a creature would suddenly appear. Neither man saw the being descend from the light, but rather just suddenly become visible. The being was quite small and thin, being shorter than 3 feet, It had on green overalls and also darker green boots. The being appeared to have a hooked nose and also was wearing some type of coned helmet. Neither man seemed to be able to recall the eyes, which is somewhat odd. This could be due to the bright light obscuring it somehow though. The creature was carrying some type of black box. There was some sort of bright yellow light coming out of it that was flashing. Initially the light was shining between the two men and not hitting them directly. Then the being turned slightly and the bright light hit Arno. At that time, a gray mist floated down into the forest and something that appeared as sparks began flying from the area in the snow where the light was. The sparks, which were multicolored, hit the men, and soon the gray-red smoke was so thick that the men couldn't see the being or even each other. Then suddenly the men saw the white light from the craft shoot up, and both the light and the being disappeared. At the same time, the smoke vanished, along with the craft. The men were surprised by the events, but unlike most, they reported they weren't that scared. They were even telling some jokes during the event. However, they would soon come to realize this wasn't a laughing matter. Immediately after the craft vanished, both men experienced damaging physical effects. Arno tried to walk, but his leg was so numb that he fell in the snow. He recalled his right leg just gave out, since that probably had the most contact with the light. Arno was forced to sit down. Esko initially thought this was a joke, but soon came to realize that Arno was serious. Esko was forced to drag his friend down the rest of the mountain. They went around 3 kilometers and arrived at Arno's mom's house. She would later recall the men looked like they were in bad shape, but not really scared. Esko's face was red and swollen. Arno was in much worse shape though. His back was hurting as well as his joints. He soon was vomiting and his urine turned black. Things would only get worse for Arno though. He was treated by a doctor, but even after 10 days the symptoms remained. He couldn't work, was extremely lethargic, had trouble balancing, and began having problems with his memory too. Dr. Polly Kajanajo, who examined Arno, couldn't explain the black urine. He thought it could be blood in the urine, but he stated that that wouldn't last for months like Arno experienced. Esko would have adverse health effects too. He had issues with his eyes and headaches for days after the event and saw Dr. Kajanajo. Dr. Kajanajo thought the men could have been exposed to something radioactive. While the men made some incredible claims, there were reports of others seeing strange lights in the area that night as well. Elna Stellari, who worked on a farm around 10 kilometers away, reported seeing a strange light. Also, a boy in Paso reported seeing an odd light too. In June of 1970, the two men would revisit the site with the journalist. Oddly, when the men and the journalist arrived, the hands of all three began to turn red and swelled up. Arno would report getting a crippling headache as well. While the initial sighting was deemed pretty credible by ufologists, subsequent claims by Arno would come to damage the credibility of the case. After the initial sighting, Arno would claim to have been visited by the beings at least 23 more times. Arno has a number of incredible stories from his encounters, many of which seem outlandish. For example, on one encounter, Arno alleged he heard a female voice telepathically guide him to a secluded spot in the woods. There, he would meet a gorgeous woman, or what looked like a woman. She was around 5 feet tall, had blonde hair cropped to her shoulders, and blue eyes. The being hovered or floated over to Arno, communicating with him in Finnish. She told him she was 180 years old, although she looked 20. She went on to tell him that he had met several different types of aliens from her planet. Arno would claim to speak with the woman one more time. On his second meeting, Arno attempted to photograph her, and according to Arno, she disappeared right as the photo snapped. He also alleged he tried to take a photo of the craft, but as he was raising his camera, it flew out of his hands. Arno's accounts of his interactions and subsequent events have led many ufologists to doubt his story. Without question, the later events have hurt his credibility. For example, Arno alleges to have received a green pen from the beings, but then says he misplaced it. Also, the reports around the cameras have led many to cast doubt on his story. This has led some to believe the initial story was true, but the effects experienced by the initial encounter have damaged him psychologically. Some speculate this has led to delusions and hallucinations. Still, while many of Arno's later claims sound like fiction, the initial encounter does appear to have some credible elements. 1. Both men experienced severe adverse health effects for quite some time. These were cross-country skiers in peak condition, and the event left them in a very fragile state. It seems unlikely they would be able to fabricate this. In addition, there were 2 witnesses, and both their stories were extremely similar. It's important to point out too that it's possible Arno was telling the truth about the later events. Many of the stories have elements similar to other alien encounters, such as telepathic communication and beings that appear attractive. Could it be the case Arno liked the attention from the initial encounter and fabricated the later stories? It's surely a possibility. Unfortunately for Arno and Esco, though, evidence for these close encounters of the third kind in the UFO community is based almost primarily on witness credibility, and after Arno told his later stories, he lost almost all the credibility he first had. On August 13th, 1975, around 1:15 a.m. in the morning, Air Force Sergeant Charles L. Moody, then age 32, was watching a meteor shower in Alamogordo, New Mexico. All alone out in the desert, Moody was enjoying a peaceful night when suddenly he would spot a bright, metallic, dish-shaped object heading toward the ground around 300 feet away. What happened next would change this man's life forever. In today's episode, we will examine the alien abduction of Air Force Sergeant Charles Moody. On the night of August 13th, 1975, as the unidentified flying object headed down toward the ground, it began to wobble until it was around 20 feet off the ground. Moody would later describe the craft as being about 50 feet long and 20 feet wide. Then the craft began slowly moving in Moody's direction. A frightened Moody ran and hopped in his car. However, when he tried to start his vehicle, it wouldn't start. As the craft kept coming, it reached about 75 feet away from Moody. He then heard a high-pitched screaming noise, and as he glanced up, he saw a rectangular window in the craft. He looked in and saw shadows that resembled humans. The humming then stopped, and Moody felt numb all over his body. He would then look up, and the craft flew off into the sky. Still, something didn't feel right about what had happened. Regardless, Moody was finally able to start the car and sped home terrified. When he arrived, he was stunned to see what the time was. It was now 3 a.m. Moody had sensed something was wrong driving home, but now there was an hour and a half of unaccounted time that night. He went to bed still frightened and woke up the next day with severe back pain. A few days later, a strange rash broke out all over his body. Moody would speak with a doctor who recommended trying self-hypnosis to see if he could uncover what had happened to him. Self-hypnosis is said to allow the mind to relax and remember events. Moody would practice self-hypnosis the next few weeks, and what he discovered would leave him stunned. On the night of August 13th in the desert, Moody recalled that as the numbness first came to his body, he looked out the windshield and 2 beings began walking toward his car. The creatures were around 6 feet tall and wore something black that was tight-fitting, resembling a wetsuit. They were able to grab Moody, and soon after he passed out, he woke up inside the craft and was on a table. Moody was paralyzed and couldn't move. The aliens stood around him with the leader by his head. There were 3 total. The leader wore white and was shorter than the other 2, being around 5 feet tall. All had similar features, such as large hairless heads, a big roundish eyes, small ears and noses, and very thin lips. The leader was whitish gray, while the others were a darker shade of gray. The leader asked Moody telepathically if he was ready to start behaving and stop fighting. Moody agreed to stop fighting, and the being touched his back with a metal stick, which stopped the paralysis. Moody was then taken around the craft and shown different parts. The being showed him the engine room and explained that the ship operated using the principle of positive and negative magnetic poles. Also, they told him that they had a huge mothership and there were many other races of aliens who were observing and studying the planet. The beings warned him against the use of nuclear weapons as well, something we've seen in many other cases. Strangely, Moody was promised a future meeting with the beings, but was warned that contact with Earthmen would not be attempted for another 20 years at least. During his tour, Moody was told the mothership was miles away from Earth, around 400 miles above in space. Moody would also be told one day the beings would reveal themselves to the people of planet Earth. They then told him he would forget the incident, but his memories would return in about 2 weeks. The leader then placed its hand on Moody's head, and he would next wake up in his car. New Mexico is said by many to be the UFO capital of the world, home to the most famous UFO event in history with the Roswell incident. The state also possesses some extremely remote areas and mysteries. These include legends of a secret alien underground facility named the Dulce Base. In addition, a strange humming sound only some people can hear comes from the small town of Taos. Only around 2% of people can hear it, and the source of it has never been discovered. New Mexico has a long history with UFOs and unexplained phenomena, and the Moody incident is one of the many strange cases that have occurred in the state. So what do investigators say about this case? Like most of these cases, there's both skeptics and believers. Charles McQuiston, co-inventor of the psychological stress evaluator, indicated that he believed Moody was telling the truth. However, investigator Jim Lorenzen wasn't so sure. He noted there were a couple inconsistencies in Moody's story. For example, he initially said the beings said the mothership was 400 miles away. At a later time, though, it's reported he said the mothership was 6,000 miles away. One thing he questioned too is that Moody described the 2 beings who took him as frail, yet they were over 6 feet tall and able to pretty easily take Moody. However, we should point out that Moody estimated that the beings weighed around 110 to 130 pounds each, which surely sounds frail. In addition, the beings, although weak, probably used advanced technology in order to incapacitate and take Moody. So what can we make of this bizarre case? In general, this case has several interesting characteristics that tie to other cases. For example, the being's appearance is very typical of what other alien abductees report. In addition, the beings warning Moody about nuclear weapons and taking care of the planet is something we see time and time again with alien abductees. For example, on this channel, we covered the case of Amaury Rivera, and he was told by the beings the importance of taking care of the planet. Paralysis is another feature we also see in many alien abductee cases. It's unclear whether Moody was ever contacted again by the beings. He was 32 when this occurred, so if he's alive today, he would be in his early 80s. That said, it seems more than likely that he wasn't contacted. This is based on the assumption he would have reached out to a UFO investigator if he had another experience. Still, it's unclear, and it's very possible too he had his experiences and his memory wiped. One final interesting thing the being said was that there was multiple alien races visiting and studying planet Earth. With so many alien types reported, this doesn't seem that far-fetched. Still, it appears that something is stopping these beings from revealing themselves. Hopefully, though, these beings' intentions are benevolent and not evil. On December 23, 1967, 22-year-old police sergeant Herbert Shermer was driving on Highway 63 around Ashland, Nebraska, when he spotted a red light up ahead. Shermer believed it was a stopped vehicle and approached it, turning on his high beams. As Shermer drove closer, though, he would soon come to realize that this was no truck or car, and something he had never seen before. In this episode, we will examine the alien abduction of Police Sergeant Herbert Shermer. Around 2:30 a.m. on December 23, 1967, Police Sergeant Herbert Shermer was driving on Highway 63 in Nebraska. Up ahead, Sergeant Shermer spotted red lights and began slowing down to see if the vehicle needed assistance. As Shermer drove closer, though, he turned on his high beams and was astonished to see the red lights were not coming from a vehicle. Rather, they were coming from some type of strange craft hovering in the sky. Shermer remained in his police car and watched in disbelief. The UFO was about 6 to 8 feet above the highway. It was shiny, silver-colored, and disc-shaped with some sort of walkway that circled the craft. The red light he saw was blinking and illuminating through several of the windows on the craft. The UFO would then slowly begin to rise up, making a loud sound similar to a siren. It suddenly shot off quickly into the sky, shooting a flame from under the craft as it flew away. A bewildered Sergeant Shermer got out of his police car and then began investigating the area the craft was hovering over. He then returned to the police station and noted the strange incident, writing, "Saw a flying saucer at the junction of Highway 6 and 63. Believe it or not." The incident was confusing for Sergeant Shermer, to say the least. He seemed to have time he couldn't recall from that night. We will dive into the missing time aspect a bit more in the video. Shermer also reported he had a bad headache just hours after the event as well. There was a strange buzzing sound in his ear, as if he had been at a rock concert for hours. Even more strange, Shermer had several strange marks on his body. One was a red mark on his neck below one of his ears. It was about 2 inches long and half an inch wide. As morning arrived, Police Chief Bill Wasklin drove over to the site of Shermer's encounter. He would find a small metallic artifact, and later chemical analysis showed it was composed of iron and silicon. Investigators from the Condon UFO Research Project stated it was most likely ordinary corroded earthly waste. The Condon Committee was a U.S. Air Force-funded UFO research project led by Edward Condon. Shermer still believed, though, that something had happened to him and decided to undergo hypnosis to uncover his repressed memories. Shermer worked with psychologist Leo Sprinkle of Wyoming, and the following was revealed around the events of the night. On the night he saw the UFO, Herb Shermer recalled under hypnosis how several humanoid beings took him from his car and abducted him onto the craft. The beings had gray-white skin, large heads with big cat-like eyes that didn't blink. They had slits for mouths with flat noses. The entities had silver suits with helmets having a small antenna coming from the left ear. They communicated with Shermer through telepathy. Interestingly, the being's suit had a logo of a winged serpent, something we have seen reported in other alien abductee cases. For example, the Filiberto Cardenas case we covered on this channel had a report of a winged serpent emblem. The beings appear to be quite similar to the prototypical greys, but still had some differences, most notably having cat-like eyes instead of big round eyes. Shermer would be taken to the leader of the beings and be shown around the craft. One thing he would report under hypnosis were the details around how the craft operated. He said the beings used some sort of propulsion unit that relied on the principle of reversible electromagnetism. Shermer would also recall the upper level of the UFO. It had a large screen that looked like a TV in the middle and was displaying a galaxy. The beings told him that, "This is where we are from, a galaxy next to yours." To the left of the TV was a map with a sun and planets. Also, there was writing in a strange language Shermer had never seen. In the room, there appeared to be a number of computers, although their purpose was not fully explained. Several sketches of the event were done not only by artists, but Shermer himself. Under hypnosis, Shermer was able to sketch the upper level and control room, the leader, and the propulsion system. One of the more fascinating things that seemed to happen during this case was that Herb Shermer appeared to be overtaken by something during one of the hypnosis sessions. During the session, according to UFO author Brad Steiger, Shermer began to speak with Steiger and the hypnotherapist as if he was one of the entities. Whatever was speaking said they would be returning from time to time to keep tabs on Shermer. Also, they said they planned on showing Shermer the universe. Shermer would say that he was experiencing mental communication with the beings. Still, Steiger stated they had no way of really verifying the entities or communicating with them, and it could simply be some sort of delusion. In addition, it's possible the beings somehow programmed him to react this way. Or it's possible somehow they put in an implant that allowed them to monitor and control Shermer, especially if he was to be hypnotized. Is this case just one man's delusion, or is there some credibility to it? The case of Herbert Shermer is certainly an interesting one. It has many of the characteristics we've seen in other alien abductee cases and UFO sightings. Still though, much of the case relies upon hypnotic regression, which somewhat underscores the credibility of the alleged encounter. The fact that the being spoke through Shermer will lead many to believe a demonic element is at play. This certainly could be possible, as we see the supernatural often creep into alleged alien abductions and alien abductees. In addition, we found the timeline of the events to be somewhat a bit concerning. In the UFO report, it said the UFO sighting happened around 2:30 a.m. in the morning and lasted between 5 to 10 minutes. Herb would then investigate outside the car for some time. The amount of time isn't specified, but probably was at least a few minutes. Then he drove back to the police station, and according to the UFO report, he recalled missing time around 3 a.m. In sum, this seems like a very small amount of time missing at play. According to the timeline of events, he would have gotten in his car around 2:45 a.m., and the police station was probably at least 10 to 15 minutes away. Once again, that doesn't really leave much missing time. Most often, missing time in these cases is quite obvious with hours gone. Still, this doesn't mean this event didn't happen to Shermer. It could be that Shermer saw the 3 a.m. time when he got back in his car after walking where the craft had been. Or maybe the missing time was misdocumented some other way. In addition, there were strange marks on his neck, and the hypnosis sessions can't be completely ignored. One other thing too is the serpent emblem, which is a detail that is tough to imagine one would know. It's not known whether Shermer had further contact with the beings. If this case is true though, and the beings did speak through him, that definitely raises all sorts of questions around using hypnosis for these types of events. Over the years, there's been numerous reports of alien abductions. Often, these stories sound unbelievable, with bizarre events occurring and strange conversations with the beings. Perhaps one of the more stranger things that we've seen are some alien abductees reporting that DNA was extracted and some type of clone was produced. These allegations sound extremely far-fetched, but it's important to point out there are some cases of abductees reporting this. In this episode, we will examine one such case, the 1985 alien abduction of 23-year-old Xavier Clares. On July 21st, 1985, around 8 o'clock in the morning, Spaniard Xavier Clares grabbed several cameras and drove from Barcelona to snap photographs of Dolmen de la Pedra Gental of El Gorgina. El Dolmen is a 5,000-year-old megalithic structure around 50 kilometers outside Barcelona. Xavier spent about 2 hours sightseeing the area and photographing the megalith. It was a beautiful day with no clouds in the sky, and Xavier was able to get a number of photos of the structure. After this, he began driving back home, and he returned. He would be shocked to see that his odometer was much higher than expected. Instead of just adding 50 kilometers, the odometer was now 300 kilometers higher. It didn't make sense, and Xavier had checked it before he left for the trip. The car was also dirty. There was some sort of sticky substance all over the seats. There was mud all over the wheels, even though the area he was in was completely dry. During that time, there actually was a drought in the area. Things would get even more strange from here, though. When Xavier returned, all the stores were open in the area. This was odd because he left on a Sunday, and the majority of the stores were closed on Sunday in the city. As Xavier entered his home, his wife and brother let out a sigh of relief and began pressing him on where he had been. Xavier was confused as to what was going on. The two would go on to tell him he had been gone for almost 2 days. It was now Monday, around 6 p.m., and they had scoured the area looking for him. Things would get even more scary, though, for Xavier. Xavier began to look at his things for more details as to what happened. On one of his cameras, he noticed there had been some photos taken, although he never remembered taking them. Xavier decided to have the photos developed, and when he saw them, there would be several faces which he described as green and demonic. The situation had become much more frightening, and Xavier decided to consult a professional. He called Carol Ramis, a parapsychologist that he had known for years. Ramis would see the photos and realize the seriousness of the situation. After discussing it a bit more, Carol would discover that Xavier had been having strange encounters for years. He had been visited at night by the Greys. Xavier never seemed concerned, though, as he felt they were benevolent and never harmed him. Carol wanted to uncover the missing time and what happened, so she suggested Xavier go under hypnosis. Professor Francisco de Asís Rovadi Heredia, a noted Spanish parapsychologist, was selected for the job. Heredia was very experienced in conducting these sessions, especially with alien abductees. During the sessions, Xavier would learn the following as to what happened. As Xavier was driving, he would spot a fog up ahead on the road. He remembered just how strange it was, since it was a clear and sunny day. He seemed to black out, and the next thing he recalled was waking up on the side of the road. A sticky substance began falling on his head, and he stood up to see a group of beings. They didn't resemble the ones that usually visit him in the nighttime, though. The beings insisted that he go with them, but Xavier didn't want to go. They insisted and said they want to see how he is. The next thing he remembered was going down to some type of slope or ramp. Xavier recalls heading down toward a cave, but he's unable to head back up. The beings appear to be enjoying themselves, and Xavier is disgusted by their appearance. They are all gray, really wrinkled, with some sort of liquidy substance oozing from their skin. In the cave, or wherever they are, the air stinks like rotten eggs, and Xavier recalled having trouble breathing. The beings then began communicating with him telepathically. They're speaking Spanish and telling Xavier they need to put a catheter-like device in his arm. He tries to fight back, and resist, but the beings touch him and paralyze him. As they start to draw blood, Xavier asks where they are from. Telepathically, they tell Xavier they are from Cassiopeia. Xavier asks a few more questions, and then the beings state that they are going to clone Xavier. Xavier is terrified at this point and believes they will kill him once the replica is made. The next thing he remembers is waking up in his car. His replica is sitting right behind him in the back seat. The being looks just like Xavier, even wearing the same clothes. The only difference, though, is the alien has longer hair. The clone doesn't speak, but just creepily laughs at Xavier. The being would tell Xavier to drive and drop him off at the corners of Pier and Cons de Ballac in Barcelona. While it doesn't appear that Xavier would see his replica after this, several friends and family would tell him they saw him in places Xavier never was. On one occasion, a friend of Xavier reported that he saw him walking on Mercado del Duero. Xavier, though, hadn't gone to that area in months. The person would go on to tell Xavier the person he saw was wearing the clothes Xavier was wearing on the day he was taken. Xavier would later discover months after the event he had 3 triangular-shaped punctures on his left arm. What can we make of this case? It surely seems like a work of science fiction. However, there are some characteristics that lend support to the story. 1. Xavier mentioned the being spoke in perfect Spanish and telepathically. This is a detail we have seen in other alien encounters and abductions. There's various languages, of course, but the theme is the language was spoken perfectly. One other interesting detail is the fog on the road. That is something we have seen in other alien abduction cases. In 2 prior episodes we have covered on this channel, the Amaury Rivera alien abduction and the Bayamon alien abduction in Puerto Rico, a strange mist was reported both prior to those abductions. Missing time in the prior visitations provides some support as well, although missing time could be a number of things. While this case does have some credible things, the biggest glaring weakness is that almost all the details come when Xavier was under hypnosis. This is important as in it doesn't appear that Xavier has any conscious memory of the events. Most often we see individuals able to remember some of the events prior to hypnosis. Perhaps the strangest aspect of this case, though, has to do with the duplicates. This feels like something out of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, yet throughout history there has been multiple stories of people running into their doppelgangers. A well-known case, which was covered a long time ago on this channel, was the case of Percy Shelley, husband of Frankenstein author Mary Shelley. Percy was convinced he had seen his doppelganger, and months after this occurred, he would die at sea. Many believe that alien hybrids walk among us, and while there's no evidence of this, it's certainly a frightening thought. While the case of Xavier is definitely a controversial one, it's certainly interesting, and hopefully one we can learn from. On November 9th, 1979, a Scottish forestry worker would have one of the most famous extraterrestrial encounters in the history of the country. Bob Taylor showed up to work expecting to have a normal day of work, however his experience would be anything but. In time, this case became famous for being the first UFO sighting to be subject of a police criminal investigation. In fact, this case has never been solved, and the lead investigator on it has pointed out the unexplainable physical evidence found at the scene. In this episode, we will examine the extraordinary story of Bob Taylor, a case that became to be known as the Livingston Incident, or sometimes the Taylor Incident. Around 10:30 a.m. on November 9th, 1979, Bob Taylor, who was employed by the Livingston Development Corporation, drove his truck and parked at the bottom of Detchmont Law. Detchmont Law is a hill that sits in West Livingston, Scotland. Along with his dogs, Bob began climbing the hill for his daily routine, checking fences and gates. As Bob crested one portion of the hill, he would be stunned to see something incredible. In a clearing not too far away, Bob saw a dome-shaped object around 20 feet across and 30 feet high. The object was dark and had looked like it was rough sandpaper. Next, what happened would truly be shocking. A curious Bob and his dogs approached the craft, and two balls came down from the ship. They were around 3 feet across with metal spikes protruding through them. They began rolling towards Bob and attached themselves to his pants. Bob's dogs were barking furiously, but it clearly wasn't stopping the objects. The two balls began pulling Bob closer to the larger craft, and Bob smelled some type of burning odor. He would then pass out. Bob next woke up on the ground, and he would be perplexed about what had happened. He had a terrible headache, a sore throat, and a bitter taste for some reason in his mouth. He believes he was unconscious for around 20 minutes. The UFO and the two small balls were gone, but Bob was disheveled. He struggled to walk, but finally got back down to his truck. After a short time driving, due to the experience, he drove into a ditch and was forced to walk home. As he got home, Bob's wife would be stunned to see him. His clothes were torn and muddy, and he had scrapes all over his body. She called the police and a doctor, and soon Bob would take the police to the site of the incident. There, the clearing had strange indentations which appeared like ladder marks. There were also indentations where the balls had rolled up Bob. Detective Coyne Ian Wark, a crime scene investigator and detective that worked that day, said that he had found strange marks on the ground that day. Detective Wark said there were around 32 holes, around 3.5 inches in diameter, and also marks very much like those of tracks left by bulldozers. The holes seemed to align with the proportions of the balls described by Bob. The police report from that day would indicate something that weighed tons was in the clearing. However, there were no tracks coming into the clearing, not to mention it was a difficult place for heavy machinery to access. In addition, records from companies using heavy machinery in the area didn't indicate that anything was there that day, nor did Bob's employer. Something had caused these massive indentations, but there was simply no logical explanation. In 2019, Detective Wark would tell the BBC he interviewed Bob 3 times back then, and his story stayed consistent each time. The police opened a criminal investigation into the matter, but were never able to solve it. In time, this became an incredibly popular case in Scotland and the United Kingdom, even posting a plaque where the event alleged to take place occurred. There's been many individuals who have studied the case over the years, both ufologists and skeptics. Skeptic Stuart Scamble investigated the event and believed the indentations were caused by PVC pipes laid nearby. He also stated that Bob might have had an epileptic seizure that caused him to pass out. However, neither of these explanations hold up very well to scrutiny. PVC pipes are smooth and would have left a different indentation in the area, not to mention there's no evidence that they were even stacked there. Supporters of the event taking place, including ufologist Malcolm Robinson, point out tears in Bob's pants can't really be explained by him crawling. Bob's pants were police issued and they wouldn't have ripped from him crawling on the ground. It's important to point out as well that Bob was a respected member of the community. Bob was a war hero and an avid member of the church. There wasn't much doubt about if Bob was lying. It's just some people think he was mistaken, and there might be another explanation. Still, it appears no one has been able to explain the strange indentations after all these years. While Bob could have made up or imagined the whole story, the fact is, he couldn't have fabricated the physical evidence at the scene. In 2007, Bob would pass away. He never changed or wavered on his story. On October 17, 1973, Jeff Greenhaw, the police chief of Falkville, Alabama, received a strange call from a resident. The frantic person reported a UFO craft had descended on a nearby field. Off duty at the time, Chief Greenhaw grabbed his revolver along with a Polaroid camera and headed over to see what was happening. When he arrived, there was no UFO. However, something else was there. Something that changed Captain Greenhaw's life forever. In this episode, we will examine this classic 1973 alien encounter, a case that became to be known as the Alabama Metal Man. Around 10 p.m. on October 17, 1973, Police Chief Jeff Greenhaw was relaxing at home, hoping to have a relaxing evening. Then the phone rang, and his life would change forever. Reports vary as to whether this caller was anonymous or Greenhaw knew the individual, but on the other end of the phone, someone was frantically telling him a UFO had landed in a nearby field. Chief Greenhaw grabbed his gun, keys, and Polaroid and sped toward the field. On the way there, he radioed the event to the station, but when he arrived, there was no UFO at the scene. He turned off his car and began canvassing the area. While no UFO was spotted, Chief Greenhaw did see something else, something that was truly bizarre. As he was walking around, he saw something just on the side of the road and shouted at it. He approached it to get a better look and could see that this was something like he had never seen before. The being was around 6 feet tall and appeared to be covered from head to foot in tinfoil. It began approaching the police vehicle. All its movements were extremely jerky and mechanical. The chief would snap 4 Polaroid pictures of the being. As it got closer, Chief Greenhaw turned on the headlights to the car. This seemed to scare it, and the entity took off running. The being was fast, extremely fast. Chief Greenhaw hopped in his vehicle and chased it through the field, but since the field was uneven terrain, he could only get up to 35 miles per hour. Notably though, the being was getting farther and farther away from him. The chief's car eventually fell into a ditch, and the being got away. Greenhaw would later recall the being was running faster than any human he had ever seen run. Like many alien encounters and UFO sightings, the event would take a life of its own after it happened. Greenhaw would tell his story, and it would wreck his life. The town mocked him and lost all respect for the young captain. Several weeks after reporting the incident, the town council would fire Captain Greenhaw. Soon, his wife would leave him, and to add insult to injury, Greenhaw's house burned down sometime after the report. Greenhaw would go into a deep depression and isolate from others. He recalled that he couldn't trust anyone, and many of his friends stabbed him in the back. While Greenhaw's case is surely a fascinating and a strange one, it is quite controversial. Author Charlton Hall would write a book claiming when he was a teenager, him and his friends faked several alien encounters in the Alabama area. Among these, Hall alleges he and his friends were responsible for the 1973 Alabama Metal Man. While Hall alleges to have faked the incidents, there are still questions surrounding the event. The most notable question surrounds the speed at which the being moved away. If it's true that the being ran at the speeds even close to what Chief Greenhaw alleges, then there's no way that these teenagers could have faked this. Still, much of the event could have been faked. The phone call could have been a prank. A teenager could have wrapped himself in tinfoil and created the alien costume. The mechanical movements as well could have been fabricated. Probably the key piece of evidence in this case are the photos. The photos were examined and have never been proved to be a hoax. around 10 years after the event, the originals and negatives were stolen, but luckily copies were still around. Like many UFO sightings and alien encounters, the details in this photo are tough to make out, and it's really inconclusive. As a result, this case really comes down to eyewitness testimony. One of the big hurdles for Jeff Greenhaw has to do with the fact that he was the sole witness. While many believe Greenhaw in its story, it's tough to substantiate stories like this with just one eyewitness. To make matters worse, this case occurred in the early 1970s, a time when reporting a UFO or an alien encounter was definitely met with ridicule. This has led many to speculate there are many other undocumented cases out there. It's important to note too, there have been other cases of robotic-like aliens, so these are not really that rare. One case we covered on this channel earlier was one involving the Cisco Grove encounter. The case of the Alabama Metal Man has inspired much, appearing in television and books and being a popular Southern alien encounter. One final point concerning this case is that Jeff Greenhaw never wavered around what he saw. He regretted reporting it since it caused him so much pain, but he has remained adamant about the events of that night. In 1989, the American science fiction film Communion was released. The film follows Whitley Strieber, played by Christopher Walken, as a successful family man plagued by strange and frightening dreams. In the movie, we see Strieber eventually come full circle and realize the truth. He has been abducted by aliens his entire life. While Strieber's case is well known, what's less known is the extent of the alien abductions in the Hudson Valley area during the 1980s. While many happened in 1983 and 1984, UFO reports continued throughout the decade and even into present day. It's not clear how many occurred or why, but there were hundreds, maybe thousands of reports of UFOs seen around the area, while skeptics quickly attributed the sightings to a group of pilots flying in a V formation and tricking many people. The fact remains, many unexplainable sightings and events happened. For example, several security guards witnessed a 900-foot UFO over Indian nuclear power plant in June 1984. In addition to all the sightings, many alien encounters and abductions were reported as well. Many of these cases are covered in the book Night Siege, the Hudson Valley UFO Sightings, co-authored by Dr. J. Allen Hynek, Mr. Bob Pratt, and Philip Abrogno. In this episode, we will dive into one of the cases examined by Imbrogno, as well as briefly discuss the Hudson Valley UFO sightings and the flawed thinking about this event. In late June 1987, around 10 p.m., a woman who wished to remain anonymous was lying down in her bed, getting ready to sleep. Suddenly, the woman felt a sense of dread, as if someone or something was watching her. She sensed it, but saw no one. She then heard a voice speak in her head, and it said, "We have come for you. You will not be hurt." The woman realized at this point she was paralyzed and couldn't move her body. The voice in her head was like nothing she had ever experienced. She couldn't speak or scream, but she could move her eyes. The woman was divorced, and her 17-year-old daughter was away at her ex-husband's. As she moved her eyes in the doorway, she could see in the dimly lit hall that there were 3 beings lined up in a single file line. The first being strangely seemed to be trying to get in the room. It was as if something was blocking it, and the woman could see the being press something against the doorway to allow them to enter. As they came in, the woman was terrified. She could make out more details on the beings. They were around 5 feet tall, with long arms. They had large heads and huge eyes. They didn't talk, but communicated with each other telepathically, and the woman could hear buzzing noises in her head. Next, the entities approached the bed, and the leader went to the right-hand side of it. Another alien went to her left, and one remained at the foot of the bed. The one on the left took a tube of something like cotton and began pushing it up against her nostril. The woman felt horrific pain and passed out. The next day, she woke up around 8 a.m. with a pounding headache. She went to the bathroom, and both sides of her nostrils were bleeding. She felt like she had something in her nose, and her nose was extremely swollen. She hoped that what had happened to her was a dream, but it wasn't adding up. Not only was her nose in terrible pain, but she had rashes on her body too. What happened next, though, would truly shock the woman. When her daughter returned home that night, the woman started telling the story to her daughter. However, before she could even finish, the daughter started trembling and saying that last night around the same time, she and her dad had an extraterrestrial experience. They were driving near Croton Falls, New York, when a boomerang-shaped UFO started following them. The father and daughter would experience around 30 minutes of missing time that night. On July 2nd, 1987, the woman would contact UFO investigator Philip Improgno about the event. He would document and interview the witnesses. Several weeks later, the woman would call Philip once again. She went on to say the experience happened again, even more strange. It happened in almost the exact same way when her daughter was away. This case is one of many that happened during what became to be known as the Hudson Valley UFO sightings, or the Westchester Boomerang. While many of the sightings were due to misidentification, we see skeptics do what they do all too often: attribute all cases to be misidentification if one or several are found to be not credible. We see this with other phenomena as well, most notably crop circles. In 1991, two men alleged to have hoaxed many of the circles. Doug Bauer and his friend Dave Charlie admitted to a reporter, Graham Bro, that in the late 1970s they had begun using planks of wood with ropes attached to each end to stamp circles in crops by holding the ropes in their hands and pressing the planks underfoot. After this came out, all crop circles were ruled as pranks, although many questions still remain. For example, how could the two men in one night bend the stalls, weave them together, and have the time to create such intricate patterns? Also, how were they able to anatomically alter the stem of the crops? The science tells us in many of these circles, the stems have been lengthened. This allows the stem to be bent, and then they are woven together in intricate patterns. In addition, the crops continue to remain alive and grow. If men were stomping on the crops and creating the circles, how come we are seeing all this unexplainable phenomena? In sum, like the crop circle phenomena, the Hudson Valley UFO sightings appear to be a combination of legit and illegitimate cases. In the case prior discussed, the woman's case appears to be very stereotypical of many alien abductions. She was paralyzed, which we often see, and it appears the beings put some sort of alien implant in her. There's been a number of cases of people finding implants in their body, and there's lots of speculation about what their purpose is. Like many, this woman appears to be getting repeatedly abducted. This is not uncommon, and the fact her entire family is probably being taken is not that unusual as well. It's not clear what happened to this woman and whether she still had visitations. Hopefully, though, the visitation stopped and she was able to move on with her life. On December 19, 1973, a 28-year-old Belgian man awoke in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. After using it, he began walking back to his bedroom through the kitchen when suddenly he spotted a green glow coming through the curtains. The half-asleep man decided to peer through the window, and what he saw next stunned him. In this episode, we will examine this strange, close encounter of the third kind, a case that has become to be known as the Vilvoorde Encounter. Around 2 a.m. on December 19th, 1973, a Belgian man who used the pseudonym Mr. V spotted a greenish glow coming through the window and decided to investigate. As he looked through, he would be stunned to see a 3-foot-tall humanoid walking around his garden. It was carrying some sort of electronic device, like a metal detector, and scanning the ground. Initially, the entity had its back turned toward the man as Mr. V watched. The being's outfit consisted of a one-piece tight-fitted suit that emitted a greenish glow. It was wearing a transparent helmet, and a tube ran from the helmet to something on its back. Whatever was on its back was pretty big, covering the majority of it. The entity also had a red box on its abdomen area, although it's not clear what the purpose of it was. As Mr. V couldn't believe his eyes, he decided to shine his flashlight through the closed window to get a better look. The being saw the light and began turning around. Still, the alien didn't move fluidly, as it couldn't just turn around partly and had to turn around its whole body. Mr. V believed its neck was completely rigid. In general, the being seemed to have trouble walking and had a strange gait. As the entity turned around, Mr. V finally got to see the face. The eyes were yellow and almond-shaped, shining very brightly. He couldn't make out much in the face area, whether the being had a mouth or nose. It could have been the darkness covering it, or perhaps the being didn't have either. As it looked up at Mr. V, it began to raise its hand in response to the light. It lifted its hand and made a V signal with it. After this, it turned back around and began waddling toward the back wall of the garden, which was around 10 feet tall. What happened next would truly astonish Mr. V, though. The being placed 1 foot flat on the wall and began walking up it. The odd sight was truly unbelievable, as its gait stayed the same and the position of the metal detector device was the same on the wall. As it reached the top, it began descending down once again with its feet flat against the wall. Eventually it was back on the ground, and although Mr. V couldn't see it directly, he could see the greenish glow moving. A few moments later, a white light appeared on the ground not too far away. Then a craft began to rise 20 to 30 feet off the ground and hovered in the same position for around 4 minutes. It was making a sound similar to crickets or insects. The object was around 15 feet in diameter. The top half was orange colored and had a dome emitting a greenish light. Mr. V was able to see the being in this dome. On the orange portion, there was a symbol that was a black circle with a yellow lightning bolt going through it. The bottom half of the craft had a deep purplish color and had 3 lights along the bottom. The lights were red, yellow, and blue and flashed together in unison. It then began rising, and the churring sound grew louder, and the craft rocked back and forth and then shot off into the sky, disappearing. The man then sat down in the kitchen in disbelief as far as what he had witnessed. He had something to eat thinking about what had just happened, and soon went to bed. Other than the V-wave, the being hadn't tried to communicate with the man in any other way, such as telepathy. It's important to point out, the man felt no fear during the experience and went to bed shortly after eating. The next day, the man would walk outside in the garden. He was quite surprised to see no evidence had been left behind by the being. There were no footprints in the garden, and everything appeared normal. So was this just a lucid dream, or did this man really see a green glowing alien scanning his backyard? It seems almost surely like a dream, and with no physical evidence left behind, there's certainly room to doubt this encounter. Still, it's important to note the man watched the being in craft for quite some time. In addition, he made a snack for himself while pondering what he had seen. That does add some support to his case. Skeptics will point out that people do all sorts of odd things, like sleepwalking, and more than likely, Mr. V had a very strange dream. While we'll never know for sure, the case is still a fascinating one. On November 21st, 2003, a small Kentucky farming community would experience a strange and unprecedented event. Many in the community would report hearing a woman screaming for help. After several residents called 911, police and first responders combed the area where the yelling had occurred. However, they couldn't locate the source of the screams, which occurred in an open field. Just moments earlier, in the same field, several residents spotted a UFO landing. In this episode, we will examine the strange and terrifying 2003 Kentucky screaming sounds. In late November 2003, the National UFO Reporting Center would receive a report detailing the strange screaming sounds and the UFO sightings. According to the report, around 9 to 10 p.m. on November 21st, just outside Moorhead, Kentucky, a series of high-pitched screams could be heard. They sounded like a woman yelling, "Help me! Oh God, help me!" After a series of phone calls to 911, emergency responders rushed to search the area. They found nothing there, but just moments prior, the same area was the site of a UFO landing. Individuals at the National UFO Reporting Center were quite intrigued by the story, but there was just one problem. The report was submitted by someone anonymous. As a result, UFO investigator Kenny Young began taking it upon himself to track down and interview witnesses to the event. Initially, the police department appeared to get irritated when being asked about the night in question. The investigation stalled in the beginning, with no one willing to go on record and many refusing to talk. Interestingly, based on the writing style, the report submitted to the National UFO Reporting Center appears to have been written by either a police officer or emergency responder. 9 days after the event, Young was able to track down a credible witness who would go on record. Dr. Virgil Davis was a University of Kentucky college professor who saw the UFO, and his sons heard the woman scream. Dr. Davis recalls that on the night of November 21st, he was driving home with his 15 and 18-year-old sons in the car. They saw an oval-shaped, white-colored object hovering over an open field near their home. The object was hovering silently. It would then drop quickly and stop. Then once again it would drop quickly and stop once again. After a few minutes passed, it began moving around more randomly in the sky. Dr. Davis and his sons got out of the car during the time to get a better look. At this point, they thought it could be something else. However, eventually the three came to the conclusion that this was indeed an unidentified flying object. As such, they got in the car and began heading home. They were somewhat worried that the beings may have spotted them and they could be in danger. A few minutes later, they arrived at the home and went up to the second story. There, they looked out the window and spotted the UFO again. At this point, it was descending closer to the ground, and the color changed from white to orange. It got bigger as it came closer toward the ground and turned reddish eventually. Dr. Davis couldn't be 100% sure if it actually touched the ground, as some trees were blocking his point of view. While all this was occurring, Dr. Davis recalled that it was almost complete silence outside. However, once it changed to red, the silence broke, At that time, all the animals went crazy. His German Shepherd tried to break its chain and run off. After a few minutes, either on the ground or close to it, the red object then quickly ascended and shot off into the sky. From here, though, the story gets more bizarre. After the UFO disappeared, Dr. Davis's two sons went outside and heard the screaming sounds of a female yelling for help where the UFO just landed. The sons rushed over in their car to the area and called the police on the way. Others had called them as well, and soon there were dozens of officers and a helicopter over the field where the UFO was spotted. Dr. Davis would have an officer come to his door 20 minutes after the UFO left. Dr. Davis told the officer he had seen a UFO, and the officer stated he had seen one as well that night. The big mystery in this case surrounds the screaming sounds. They were heard directly in the field where the UFO landed after the sighting, yet no woman was ever found. While it's possible that no woman was yelling or that it's not connected to the UFO, several theories have formed regarding what the scream could have been. The first is that the woman was screaming as she was an alien abductee. Perhaps the beings were experimenting on her. Still, there's all sorts of questions around the alien abductee theory and its possibility. This is because the scream was heard after the craft left. Maybe, though, another spaceship, perhaps one naked to the human eye, was still present at the scene. One theory is that the beings were from another dimension. As they stepped into the other world, somehow the woman's scream carried over to our world. The flaw in this theory, though, is once again, Dr. David saw the craft fly away. A third theory is that the screams came from some sort of sound delay. We know these advanced beings are able to manipulate space-time in ways we can't begin to understand. Was the sound from inside the craft at a past time and somehow the scream got delayed? Or perhaps even from the future? The possibilities here are endless, and it's really tough for humans to imagine. The fourth theory is that the witnesses misheard something. This could be the most likely scenario, and possibly the witnesses heard a noise that sounded like a woman's scream. Regardless if the woman's scream occurred or not, the UFO sighting definitely appears to have happened. The question around the woman screaming is certainly an intriguing one. If it had occurred while the craft was near the ground, almost certainly the consensus view would be it was an abductee inside the ship. However, since it didn't, we'll almost never be certain who was screaming and why. Perhaps, though, it's better we don't know the answer to that question. In 1965, California resident Sid Patrick was taking a late-night stroll on the beach. Unable to sleep from insomnia, Sid hoped stretching his legs would finally allow him to get that elusive sleep his body desired. At home, not far away, his wife and 3 children soundly slept. As Sid was walking down the beach, he would suddenly hear a whistling sound in the sky. He looked up, and he was shocked to see the object was not a low-flying plane, but something he had never seen before. In this episode, we will examine the alien abduction of Sid Patrick, as well as his meeting with the United States Air Force. On January 30th, 1965, around 2 a.m., Sid Patrick was walking on Manresa Beach near Watsonville, California, when his life would change forever. As Sid looked up in the sky, during his walk, he saw an object of which he had never seen before. The craft up in the sky was disc-shaped, around 50 feet in diameter, and hovering around 30 feet off the ground. It began descending, coming closer to Sid, and eventually hovered just a few feet off the ground. A frightened Sid began rushing back toward his home, which was around 1,500 feet away. As he started trying to climb the sand dunes, he heard a strange voice call for him. It said, "Do not be frightened," and they were not hostile. Sid kept hustling away, and the voice persisted, stating their peaceful intentions. Eventually, Sid turned around, and the voice invited him on the ship. Sid carefully walked toward the ship, and as he got closer, a door materialized. He stepped in slowly, and a bright light shone upon him. Sid was greeted by a being that looked human in appearance. The being introduced himself as Zeno. He was around 5'10", wearing a light blue skin type suit. Zeno would then ask Sid what questions he had for it. He was scared at first, but eventually asked why they were here. Zeno stated it was for observation. Sid later speculated, though, that the beings weren't here to observe us, but actually wanted to see how Sid observed them. During the entire trip, there would be almost no questions to Sid, and it was as if they knew everything. Sid asked how they traveled so fast, and Zeno informed him their speed was determined by their energy source. It was an answer that Sid didn't quite understand. Sid would also ask how they could avoid radar detection. Zeno informed him that they were able to avoid radar as their spacecraft absorbed energy and would not allow a reflection or harmful penetration. Sid inquired if he was human. According to Zeno, the beings were human, but a different type of human than us. Zeno would go on to tell Sid he was the first person to ever enter the craft. They had invited others, but they had declined to come on board. Zeno then proceeded to guide Sid throughout the ship. They went room to room, and there were 14 other rooms, which had pale blue walls and were all oval in shape. There was light that seemed to be coming from the walls and the ceiling as well. Sid would see 8 other beings as he toured the ship. All were men, except one looked female. The beings were around 150 to 155 pounds, around 5'10", and appeared young, around the ages of 20 to 25. They wore light blue suits and appeared human, although there were differences between them and us. Their chins were more pointed than a normal human, as well as their nose. The men had dark brown, short and wavy hair, and the women had long hair that was dark brown as well. Overall, Sid described them as being very clean cut. Most of the crew appeared to be busy at their stations, navigating the ship, while Zeno spoke with Sid. They didn't pay much attention to him. Zeno would lead Sid around the craft, educating him. Zeno informed him that the beings were from a planet behind the sun. He then showed Sid a 3D image of their mothership out in space. Sid noted it was massive, maybe a mile long, shaped like a cigar, and surrounded by a cloud. Zeno said it supplied the power to their craft. The craft was traveling during the tour, and Zeno informed Sid they had stopped and asked him to step out. Sid stepped outside, and he wasn't near his home, but in an abandoned campsite for trailers. Zeno wanted Sid to remember this spot so he didn't think later on he was dreaming. Sid would step out and touch the craft. The ship was very smooth and felt like plexiglass. Still, it was like nothing he had ever felt before. Later on, Sid would locate the landing site and discover that it was near Leggett, California, which is about 175 miles from his home. Zeno would tell Sid more about his planet as well. There was no crime and no sickness. Life expectancy was very long, and the beings didn't use money. They lived as one in a utopian society. Sid then re-entered the craft, and the two went in to what was known as the consultation room. There, Zeno told Sid about the Supreme Being and said that the beings consulted. The Supreme Being was their God. Sid seemed to get coerced into praying toward the God by Zeno. As he kneeled and prayed, he said he was overcome with emotions of joy and happiness. It was a euphoria that he never felt before. It was so intense he had to rest afterwards in a chair for some time. Around 4 a.m., Sid was returned to his home. Unlike many other alien abductees, Sid didn't appear to become traumatized by the event. In fact, he wanted answers and would call the U.S. Air Force the day he came home. After his call, he would meet for a debrief. For 3 hours, a team headed by Major Damon Reeder from Hamilton Air Force Base drilled him with questions. They told Sid the beings were dangerous and hostile and that he should have ran. Interestingly, they cited several cases where UFOs had attacked aircraft and killed pilots. One of the cases they mentioned, the Thomas Mantell incident, we covered on a prior episode on this channel. The Air Force would continue telling Sid there were different races of aliens visiting the Earth and that he should refrain from telling his story. In the years that followed, according to Sid, he continued to have contact with Zeno. On one occasion, when Sid went to Seattle to give a speech, Zeno sent him flowers. It's not clear to what extent Sid had contact with them, but the one thing clear is he had a positive experience. In fact, it's probably more accurate to label him an experiencer and not an abductee. Experiencers are different than alien abductees in that they were happy about their abduction and many times would do it again. Some believe that these individuals are brainwashed and the beings have planted thoughts in their minds. Others think it's a case of Stockholm Syndrome. It's important to point out there appears to be different types of aliens visiting the planet. Some appear to be benevolent, while others not so much. The case of Sid Patrick is surely a fascinating one and seems pretty valid. Perhaps the most valid reason for this is that later on, Sid was able to find the landing site for the UFO. This was a place he had never been to before. In addition, since he wasn't taken while sleeping, it seems highly unlikely that he imagined the event. It could be the case he made up the whole story, but it seems unlikely. This is because in 1965, making a report like this is just inviting trouble into your life. The military was not happy with him, and a report like this would certainly lead to being outcast in society. In addition, UFO investigators like Timothy Cook, who studied the case and listened to his audio recordings, noted how precise, consistent, and quick his answers were with investigators. There was no waffling or hesitation in his answers. Sid Patrick eventually retreated from the spotlight due to the constant harassment, yet his case continues to be studied and analyzed to date. In the summer of 1947, U.S. pilot Kenneth Arnold spotted 9 unidentified flying objects while flying over Mount Rainier in Washington state. The event garnered national media attention and gave rise to the term flying saucer. As word spread around the sighting, a rash of UFO sightings occurred around the United States the next few weeks. Known as the 1947 flying disc craze, it's said at least 1,000 UFO reports were made from June 24th through July 7th, 1947. While most of these turned out to be explainable phenomena or misidentification, one event that happened on July 4th appears to stand out as highly credible and unexplainable. In this episode, we will examine the strange UFO sighting experienced by the crew of United Airlines Flight 105. On July 4th, 1947, at 9:04 p.m. Mountain Time, United Airlines Flight 105 departed from Boise, Idaho for a short flight to Pendleton, Oregon. The flight was led by Captain E.J. Smith and his co-pilot, First Officer Ralph Stevens. Eerily, moments before taking off, Boise Air Traffic Control joked with the pilots to watch out for flying saucers. 8 minutes after the plane departed, traveling west, Flight 105 was flying into the sun, setting. At that time, First Officer Stevens, somewhat blinded by the setting sun, noticed a series of lights ahead. Stevens believed the lights were oncoming airplanes, so he turned on the plane's landing lights to alert oncoming aircraft. In addition, he informed Captain Smith, who acknowledged he saw the lights as well. They would soon discover the lights were not getting any closer. Both pilots spotted around 4 to 5 objects. They described them as smooth and circular. One of the crafts was significantly larger than the others, and it appeared the objects were flying in a random pattern. After a few minutes, the crafts disappeared, but in a matter of moments, 4 more objects would appear directly ahead again. For around 10 to 15 minutes, or 45 miles, Flight 105 followed these objects. During this time, they notified another United flight in nearby Ontario, Oregon, Air Traffic Control. Neither would see the objects. They also called in flight attendant Marty Morrow to the cockpit. Morrow would spot the objects as well. During this time, the objects would pull further and further away from the craft. The pilots were unsure whether they actually vanished into thin air or just pulled away so far and so quickly they couldn't see them. Since the object was straight ahead, no passengers would see the crafts. The next day, the media would get word of the sighting, and the press published the story. With so many fraudulent UFO reports at the time, this was one that had extreme credibility. Captain Smith was a veteran pilot and man of high integrity. Not only had he witnessed it, but 2 other crew members. Unlike other reports, the pilots seemed shaken by what they had seen and weren't seeking the attention many others were. In time, Kenneth Arnold, Smith, and Stevens were photographed comparing notes. The Idaho Statesman newspaper had Smith and Stevens refly their route from July 4th in hopes of seeing the crafts again. They flew this route once more, but saw nothing. Several days later, the most famous UFO event in human history occurred with the Roswell, New Mexico UFO crash. The Flight 105 sighting appears credible for several reasons. 1. Multiple witnesses spotted the crafts, and these individuals watched them for a good duration. In addition, the crafts moved in random patterns and quickly. That should rule out any possibility of it being a weather phenomenon or balloon. One important thing to point out too is that flying discs or UFOs were considered still a laughing matter to many people. Even though many reported seeing UFOs, making a report could surely lead to ridicule. During this time, the government appeared to cover up as many of these incidents as possible. This was made easier with only print media. Also, Americans were very trusting of the government during the late 1940s. This case also appears valid because the witnesses were credible and experienced with seeing objects in the sky. At this time, this was the first professional pilot to report seeing a UFO during the 1947 flying disc craze, as Kenneth Arnold was a private pilot. Arnold was delighted the crew of 105 came forward as it gave more credibility to his event. Over the decades, we have continued to see eyewitnesses report sightings similar to this. We now have both video and photographic evidence. Today, more people than ever are believing in this phenomenon, and it appears the trend is going to continue. In March of 1988, New York resident Amaury Rivera traveled to Puerto Rico in order to visit his grandmother. After several weeks, Rivera came back to his home in New York. However, his time in Puerto Rico proved to be especially important to him. Even though many of his relatives were unemployed and more opportunities seemed available in New York, Amaury would move back down to Puerto Rico permanently just 2 months later. Little did he know this decision would change his life forever. In this episode, we will examine the unbelievable alien abduction of Amaury Rivera. In May 1988, Amaury Rivera moved back down to Puerto Rico. Amaury was attracted to the island. The culture, the beaches, and the lifestyle suited him better than the loud, polluted city of New York. Once he arrived in Puerto Rico, friends found him an apartment, and soon he would purchase a 1971 Toyota for transportation around the island. Soon he began working odd jobs, such as waiting tables and running a hot dog stand. With family and friends nearby, life was good for Amaury, and he was happy with his life. That would soon all change, though. On Mother's Day weekend in 1988, Amaury Rivera was asked by his cousin to wait tables and photograph an event at the Casablanca Club. Needing extra cash, Amaury obliged and borrowed his cousin's camera. The event that night was packed, with many people highly intoxicated, and the party going into the early hours of the morning. Around 4 a.m., Amaury packed his things and began heading to his car. He soon left and started heading home on a familiar route. Around 4:30 a.m., Amaury would enter a dense, white fog on the road. The fog wasn't unusual, though, as he had drove this route many times and seen the fog before, late at night. Then suddenly, Amaury heard a noise on the passenger side of the car. It sounded like someone was running next to his car. When he looked over, he was astonished to see there was someone there. It was short, and he thought it was a boy with a costume wearing a mask initially. However, none of that made sense. How could a boy be running and keeping up with the car? Also, why would a boy be out this time of night? As he looked closer, he became frightened. He attempted to speed off, but instead of accelerating, he actually hit the brake and the car stopped. The being was now in front of him. It was clear at this point that it was something else. The being had palish gray skin, large eyes, was around 3.5 to 4 feet tall, and was wearing olive, tight-fitted clothing. As he was staring at it, what he described as a hideous creature, another being appeared right next to his driver's door. The beings then opened both car doors, and at this point, in fear, Amaury passed out. He soon woke up, and to his terror, one of the beings was sitting right next to him in the passenger seat. Amaury was absolutely terrified. He didn't move, and the being would reach out, its long, pointy fingers toward him, touching his forehead. Once again, a frightened Amaury passed out. When he woke up, he was terrified to see where he was. He was in a light, gray room with 14 other individuals, men and women, mostly looking Latino. The room was very peculiar, not appearing to have walls and having some type of optical illusion. The men and women sat in 3 rows, 5 each. In front of them, the 2 beings stood. Soon, another being would come in and greet the group. This being looked human, though. He was around 5'7", with a lean, muscular look. Amaury recalled it looked Latino. It began speaking to the group in perfect Spanish and introduced himself as Amaron. Amaron would state he was human as well, but came from the planet Ka. He stressed he was not there to hurt them. After seeing a group horrified and fearful, Amaran explained the other beings were harmless and were created by his people. He would go on to say that they were going to show them some projections. The projections weren't real though, he stressed. The group began looking at a gorgeous landscape and were in a lush valley. They weren't looking at a screen though. The entire room had transformed into a beautiful land. The human-like being and the small alien stood, watching the group. They were instructed to look at the sky. Soon the group began ascending and were eventually over the trees. They kept hovering and soon were well above Earth in space. They eventually reached what Amaran told them was Ka's solar system, heading toward the planet. The being, who Amaury named the instructor, would begin to lecture the group on how humans had destroyed the planet Earth. During this time, Amaury would take notice of what was happening to the others around him. He was somewhat paralyzed, but he heard crying, trembling, vomiting from others. As they descended into the planet Ka, the land appeared gorgeous. From high up, Amaury noted that there was just one large continent with an ocean surrounding it. As they got closer to the ground, Amaury could make out a few more details. There were flowers everywhere, and eventually they flew over one of the towns. There, they saw glass pyramids, which the being told them were homes. The ground looked like it was a grass carpet, according to Amaury. They also noticed human-like beings. The beings waved at the group. There were mothers holding their babies, and Amaury remembered everyone was naked. Generally, the place was beautiful. While they watched the beings, it was complete silence inside the craft. The instructor would begin to tell the group about their people. According to him, death was very unusual. Amaury recalled not seeing anyone that looked over 25, and the being said at a particular age, people stopped aging. The instructor told the group that when they get injured, they are capable of regenerating quickly. The tour of the planet Ka continued, and the group would be shown several other places. This included the government center and also a farm that was tended by beings that looked like the smaller ones that had first taken him. Eventually the group came back to the original landscape and the projection faded. The instructor began talking directly to each person. He stressed that we needed to start taking care of the planet, and he stressed that it had to happen. He called each individual one by one. When he got to Amaury, he was so scared he couldn't look him in the eye. The being wanted him to take care of the flowers and the trees. While the first projection was mesmerizing, albeit frightening for everyone, the second projection would be downright terrifying. The second projection began with a group in Puerto Rico looking up in the sky. As Amaury looked up, he noticed a massive rock, like a meteor, heading toward them from outer space. It was getting closer and closer. Even though it was a projection, the realism of the event can't be understated, as others began to faint, and Amaury himself was extremely frightened. It soon slammed into the ocean, creating a massive tidal wave that headed toward the group and the coast of Puerto Rico. It eventually hit shore, and Amaury recalled hearing others scream. Below in the carnage, the group could see washed-up homes and the island completely covered by water. All of the group, the men and the women, were horrified and crying uncontrollably at the sight. They could feel the event. They heard the sights and the sounds, as well as saw the death and the destruction. After this, Amaury would have his seat move toward the front for the third projection. The third projection was even more terrifying than the second. The beings took the group to the White House and began to lecture them. He stressed that the governments were purely self-serving and that they only looked out for their own interest. In the projection, the White House shook and crumbled to the ground. The instructor informed everyone that earthquakes and tsunamis would become part of everyday life in the future. The projection showed severe homelessness, starvation, and people in encampments. The instructor told them that the sea, too, would become polluted and all life there would die. The population on Earth would sharply decline. The instructor went on to say that the rich and powerful would be okay. They would meet on a man-made island named Atlantis when the chaos began, leaving the common man and common woman behind. On the island, the people that ironically caused the disaster lived well. They would experience no suffering, and no one would be allowed to come and go from there. The island was shown to the group in detail. It was a pretty place, like paradise, with ice cream shops, people riding on bicycles, and lavish parties. The rest of humanity, though, was suffering as they struggled to find food, clean water, and medicine. In time, a gigantic earthquake would occur on Earth, destroying the planet, even the private island. The group was shown a view of it from space, and they could see a dust cloud formed over it. The group would then see an image of a group of survivors on Earth. A giant craft came down and saved the group, taking them to another planet. The instructor informed the group that when Earth became healthy again, they would take them back. The smaller creature then went around one by one, touching people on their foreheads. As it touched someone, he or she passed out. Eventually, it touched Amaury Rivera's head, and he passed out. Amaury soon woke up in his car. However, he was in a different place. The road was not the one he was on earlier. He looked up in the sky and saw the craft hovering away. At the same time, he heard military helicopters and planes coming to the area. He was still crying and overwhelmed with emotion from his experience. He stepped out of the car and snapped a few pictures before the craft flew off into the sky. He then proceeded to start driving, and after stopping and asking for directions several times, he finally arrived at home. He was exhausted and collapsed into bed and slept all day and until the next morning. He seemed to forget what had happened to him that day. A few days later, he gave his cousin back her camera. His cousin would develop the film and call Amaury. She asked over the phone what were the pictures. A confused Amaury wasn't sure what she was talking about, so he went over to her home. As he went through the photos, he was horrified to see photos of the beings and the UFO. He saw the instructor and felt a deep sense of dread. His memory of the event somehow had been blocked, and he remembered the initial encounter. However, he couldn't recall what happened to him after he fainted until the time he woke up in his car. That truly terrified him. Amaury left his cousin's home quickly. Rushing home, climbed into bed in the fetal position. His family tried for hours to open the door, but he was non-responsive. He would suffer PTSD for quite some time after the event. His family was extremely concerned, but in time, he seemed to come with grips with his experience. Still terrified, it would take some time before he would tell his full story to anyone. In the following months and years, his experience got out, and he would encounter many strange government people. On one occasion, 3 agents, claiming to be from the CIA, came to his house. They demanded the photos and the negatives, and if he didn't provide them, they said they would make his life extremely difficult. The men came in the home and searched even, but couldn't find the photos. Eventually his photos would make it into the public and are considered quite credible. Amaury only released 4 of them from the event. In one of them, you can clearly see a military aircraft in what looks like a UFO. The photos were sent for analysis, and there was no evidence found of any type of tampering or altering. Interestingly, according to ufologist Colonel Wendell Stephen, the human-like alien known as the instructor that abducted Amaury has been reported by other abductees in the Puerto Rico area. There have been several cases in which that particular alien was reported all over the island, especially in the southwest part of the country. In addition, other abductees reported some of the same details that Amaury revealed. The Amaury Ririe case is certainly a fascinating one. There's quite a bit to unpack as far as what happened. To begin, the alien's message about protecting the Earth is one we hear time and time again with alien encounters and abductions. For example, we saw this in the Ariel school incident in Zimbabwe. There are other cases as well of abductees being shown projections or images. Still, it is tough to know how prevalent this is because it seems many are having their memories wiped. It appears in Amaury's case that if it had not been for the photos, he may have forgotten the event. It's not entirely clear whether the beings did wipe his memory or if the trauma was just too much and his subconscious buried the memories. While the Amaury case seems like something out of science fiction, the case appears to be quite legit. The witness appears credible and clearly suffered quite a bit after the event. By all accounts, Amaury Rivera was a happy, carefree man, and after the event, he became isolated. For quite some time, he worked and simply came home, refusing to go out at night. This case does raise some interesting questions though. For example, why were middle-class Puerto Ricans being tasked with changing humanity? It would seem more logical for the beings to abduct more powerful men and women if they truly wanted change. Another question concerns the projections themselves. The first projection shows the beauty of the planet Ka, but no one was invited to the home to stay. Nor was anyone given specifics around how they achieved such a utopia. The second projection has to do with the meteor. Is this what the beings plan to do to us if we don't clean up our act? This is what seems to be implied from this projection. The third projection shows the collapse of Earth. The beings seem to imply we are responsible for the daily earthquakes and tsunamis. At this time, there doesn't appear to be any weapon, to the best of our knowledge, that can create these or alter nature this much. So the second and third projections appear to contradict themselves in terms of the message. One implies they punish us. The other is that through our actions, we punish ourselves. Many believe Amaury imagined the whole event. This is a valid concern, but much like the Carlos Diaz case on a prior episode, the photos appear to be pretty solid support. One final thing that must be pointed out is the message delivered to Amaury may have been misinterpreted. Even he admits this. Still though, it appears overall this is a solid case, and hopefully these beings have stopped their abductions. On the afternoon of September 4th, 1964, Donald Trump set out on a hunting adventure with friends in Cisco Grove, California. Cisco Grove is a small community that resides in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountain range in the Tahoe National Forest. Donald was an experienced hunter, and the group planned on hunting deer only with bow and arrow. In the early afternoon, the group separated and spread out in the woods, planning to meet back at the campsite before it fell dark. As the afternoon progressed, Donald would go way off course, searching for a deer. Little did he know that he had gone quite astray. As nighttime fell, he was far from base camp, and decided to spend the night in a tree in order to avoid predators. That night, a predator did come, but it was unlike anything he could have ever imagined. In this episode, we will examine Donald Trump's 1964 strange and terrifying alien encounter. On the night of September 4th, 1964, armed with just a bow and arrow, 26-year-old Donald Trump scaled a tree with the intention of sleeping the night there and heading back to camp once daytime arrived. Donald hadn't spotted any deer earlier that day, which he thought was somewhat strange. As he sat, buckled to the tree, Donald would notice a white light soon hovering above them. It was zigzagging at a low altitude just over the treetops. Initially, Donald believed that it was a rescue helicopter and that his friends, concerned he hadn't returned to camp, reported him missing. Donald decided to try and draw attention to the white light by lighting a flare. After several flares, the white light drastically turned and started heading toward him. He climbed down the tree, and the craft stopped around 50 yards from the tree. Donald realized then it was making no noise, and this was not a helicopter. He quickly ascended the tree in order to hide. The craft was big, around 150 feet long, dark-colored and cigar-shaped. A portal opened up on it, and a smaller, silver-colored craft descended to the trees. Donald remained as still as possible in the tree, attempting to stay hidden. After around 5 minutes, he saw two beings walking through the woods. They wore tight silver suits, were around 45 feet tall, and humanoid. They began collecting soil samples, and Donald, who was around 15 feet in the air, remained hidden. Then, as the beings were walking away from him, accidentally Donald moved in the tree. Some twigs snapped, and the beings heard the noise. They turned around, looked upward, and spotted Donald. They made some type of strange noise, and soon Donald would hear a third being approach. This one was different and appeared to be a robot, not biological. The torso was box-shaped, the legs and arms looked made of metal, and the head was square. The robot had red eyes and approached the base of the tree along with the two humanoids. The beings tried shaking the tree to knock Donald down, but were unsuccessful. After this failed, the robot looked up toward Donald, opened its jaws, and a white mist flew out from its mouth. Donald tried his best to avoid the mist, but he inhaled it, and it paralyzed him. In a few moments' time, he passed out, buckled to the tree. He woke up and felt nauseous, and the beings were still down below the tree. As he regained his strength, he shot an arrow directly in the chest of the robot, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The three beings backed off and retreated away from the base of the tree. They then began approaching again, and Donald would shoot another arrow at the robot, striking it once again. At this point, the beings continued to try and attack Donald throughout the night. The robot continued spewing the white vapor, and it knocked Donald out again and again. Each time he awoke, the beings were closer and trying to get him down from the tree. Donald continued to fire arrows. Once he ran out, he started to throw things at the beings. He started lighting his clothing on fire and dropping it on them to discourage them. This fight went on all night. Then, with only a few hours left, Donald was struggling. The beings were still relentlessly attacking, yet he was exhausted. More beings had came and gone throughout the night, and Donald was forced to fend them off by any means necessary. Not only was he exhausted, but with much of his clothing burned, he was freezing. He would pass out once more. Donald then woke up to the sun rising, and the beings were all gone. He scaled down the tree and used his compass to get him back to base camp. He arrived and was exhausted. He told his friends what had happened, and they believed him, as one of the other hunters had seen the larger craft while he was out. Once Donald got home, he told his wife and a few others. Word would reach the Air Force, who came and interviewed Donald. The interview was very secretive, but the agent seemed very interested in the story. Still, nothing came from the matter, and it was closed by the Air Force as something explainable. Donald would suffer from PTSD for years after the event. He was unable to tell his story because he worked at a top-secret missile facility. Regardless, he eventually lost his job due to the stress of the event. Donald decided to tell his story years later. In 2011, he would write a book about his experience. In the book, Aliens in the Woods, the Cisco Grove Encounter. The book details the 12-hour fight that endured between him and the aliens. Still, it's important to point out that prior to Donald publishing the book, this case was investigated by several ufologists who deemed Donald to be credible. In addition, they verified the other hunter spotted the craft that night as well. This helps the credibility of the case, although there are certainly some questionable aspects. First, there was only one witness to the fight. A second weakness concerns the behavior of the beings and the story in general. For example, how are advanced beings unable to knock down a tree? This is an interesting question, and it's tough to imagine with advanced technology they couldn't knock it down. It could be the case though, they weren't familiar with the material. They were collecting evidence of the soil and the surrounding area in tubes. In addition, it might be they needed him alive or wanted him alive, and they thought cutting down the tree might kill him. Another criticism has to do with the fight itself. It's tough to imagine they couldn't have taken Donald. We've seen many alien abduction cases where the beings come in locked homes. In most alien abduction cases, the beings are able to take the abductees with little effort. Once again though, their mindset might have stopped them from doing this. They almost surely wanted to get Donald alive. Donald, by all accounts, has been said to be a credible individual. His story was somewhat backed up by another witness seeing the craft. While we'll never know for sure what happened that day, this is surely a fascinating story that might give one pause before heading out into the woods. In Mexico, 1981, a photographer would spot something strange in the sky and snap several photos. Little did he know, his life would change forever after that day. After the event, the man would spot the UFO later and eventually make contact with the beings. While his story surely sounds like science fiction, the UFO photos taken have been investigated thoroughly and have been deemed highly credible. In this episode, we will examine the strange alien abduction of Carlos Diaz, as well as the photos he took. In the early morning hours of January 1981, Carlos Diaz, a photographer, drove into a Jusco National Forest, located just outside Tepoztlan, Mexico. Diaz pulled his car in a parking lot in the dark, and there waited for a journalist who he would be working with on the assignment. As Diaz waited in his humid car in the darkness, he suddenly spotted something strange up in the air. There was an orange bright light over the hill around 100 feet from his car. Diaz believed initially that it was a forest fire. However, as he looked closer, it clearly was not. Diaz grabbed his camera sitting next to him and snapped several photos of the strange orange light. At that point, the car started shaking and shut off. Diaz hopped out of the car and shot 2 more photos of the object. Next, a stunned Diaz watched as the craft sped off into the sky. While this story in of itself is fascinating, This is just the beginning of the Carlos Diaz story. In the ensuing weeks, Diaz kept thinking about his sighting and experience, and eventually, he kept returning to the spot in hopes of seeing and photographing the craft again. For weeks he tried, and then finally, on March 23rd, 1981, his luck would change. While hiking, he would spot the bright orange oval craft again. It was raining and foggy, so he didn't have a great view of it, so he decided to hike closer to the object to improve his vantage point. He eventually managed to get quite close and positioned himself just under the craft. It was around 100 feet above him, and Diaz decided to stay hidden behind some rocks. Diaz was able to make out more details on the craft at this point as well. It had semicircles all over it and a smooth ring around the center. While watching it, suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. Diaz passed out, and strangely, when he woke up, his clothes were all dry, even though it had just been raining. He knew that something had happened to him, but he wasn't sure what. Diaz began walking to his car, and when he reached it, he would see a strange being. The being had white blonde hair, pale skin, and fit the description of a Nordic alien. The entity would converse with Diaz and tell him if he wanted to know what had happened to him, that he should return tomorrow around noon. The next day, Diaz returned and saw the entity sitting on the grass. The being would speak to Diaz and tell him that he was the one who grabbed his shoulder. He had descended from the craft, down to the ground. It went on to say his memories of what had happened to him would return over time. As time progressed, Diaz's memories would come back. Diaz would recall the day he fainted that the craft had descended down toward him. With the bright orange light right above him, Diaz reached out his hand and touched the craft. His hand seemed to get absorbed by the bright light, and the next thing he remembered was waking up in a gigantic cave. The craft was parked near him, and the cave was filled with massive stalagmites and, surprisingly, what looked like other people. The being with Diaz would lead him out of the massive cave and into a smaller one. In there would be 7 yellow egg-shaped orbs. Diaz was asked to step in one of the orbs, and when he did, he could feel the environment of Utsuro National Forest. He couldn't touch anything, and the being informed him that the orbs were used to store information about different habitats. Diaz then came out of the orb and was returned back. This, according to Diaz, wasn't the end of his contact with the beings, though. He would continue to communicate with them. The case of Carlos Diaz and the photographs taken by him have been investigated by several different researchers, and the results show Diaz's case to be highly credible. Jamie Mawson, a famous Mexican UFO researcher, has stated that Diaz's photos are among the best he has ever seen. Mawson had the photos looked at by several experts. One was Professor Victor Quesada at the Polytechnical Institute of the University of Mexico. Quesada said they were shocked to discover that the spectrum of light from the object was unlike anything they had ever seen. He stated it didn't match anything in their databanks, and the light was extraordinarily intense. They concluded there was no evidence of superimposition or it being a hoax. They estimated the object to be around 90 to 150 feet in diameter. In addition, Mawson interviewed Diaz and believed that his story was genuine. Mawson would also speak with others in the community around Utsuro National Forest. Interestingly, some stated they had seen a strange, orange glowing object in the sky. Michael Hessman, a German ufologist, would interview Diaz, and he found his story to be credible too. In his report, he noted that Diaz was in constant contact with the beings, and Diaz believed that they were living among us. John Mack, a professor at Harvard Medical School, looked into the case and stated he believed it was one of the most convincing he has ever came across. Robert Nathan, a UFO skeptic who worked at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California, examined the photo as well and believed it was real. This case is well known inside the UFO community, but not as well known outside it. With solid photographic evidence and even video evidence, this raises the question why. We suspect that the claims made by Diaz in his story have led many to cast doubt on his story despite the intriguing photographs. While this case has been extensively researched over the years, by all accounts Diaz continued his contact with the beings. It is said he became more connected to the environment and since has become a proponent of saving the environment. According to Diaz, humanity was on a path toward total destruction and the entities believed it was almost certain to happen. Some skeptics claim that Diaz, being a photographer, manipulated the photos. He would have had the skill set to do so and create this orange oval object. However, according to the analysis done on the photos, in the first photo you can see the reflection of the windshield in the photo. Allegedly, there was also video evidence of the craft appearing in the sky. In sum, it doesn't seem possible that someone in the early 1980s would be able to fake evidence like this. Like other cases, Diaz appeared to be in contact with tall whites or Nordics. These beings have been reported in numerous alien encounters and abductions. Some believe these beings walk among us as well. Today, even if photos like this were taken, they would be quickly dismissed as deep fakes. This, in some ways, makes finding proof tougher than ever. The multiverse is a theory that suggests our universe is not the only one, and that many universes run parallel to one another. It is speculated by some that an infinite number of universes exist, and that our universe is a member of something much larger. While different schools of thought exist on the subject, some speculate that somehow people are able to cross over to different realities. In this episode, we will examine one such case, the bizarre story of Lorena Garcia Gordo. On July 16, 2008, 41-year-old Spanish woman Lorena Gordo woke up in her bed and would have a day she would never forget. As Lorena woke up, she noticed the sheets on her bed were different than what she went to sleep in the night before. Lorena was confused and scared, but nevertheless began getting dressed for work. For the most part, everything else seemed mostly normal for Lorena at this time. Her car was parked in the same spot, and as she drove to work, nothing was out of the ordinary. That would soon all change. As Lorena went into the building and approached her office, her name was not on her door. Initially, she believed she was on the wrong floor. Soon, though, she would find out she was working in a different job in the company and for a different manager. Understandably terrified, Lorena left office early that day and reported she was sick. After this, Lorena headed to the doctor as she was convinced something was wrong. At the doctor, there were no signs of drugs or alcohol in her system. Lorena returned home and began pouring through more of her personal things. Much of it looked correct, like her bank statements and her bills. Then she decided to check the internet. The major news stories were the same. Lorena was beginning to suspect that she had slipped into a slightly different reality. However, nothing could prepare her for what she discovered next. Lorena had distinct memories of breaking up with her boyfriend 6 months prior. The two had been together for 7 years, and the breakup was not an easy time for her. After she broke up with her boyfriend, she began dating a new man in her neighborhood named Augustine. Augustine had a son, and Lorena recalled enjoying her time with Augustine and his son. She would soon discover, though, that she was still together with her boyfriend, and they had never broke up. Even more strange, Augustine didn't seem to exist. Lorena called his home. Lorena was shocked to learn no one lived in the home by that name. Lorena tried to track him down, but found nothing. She even hired a private investigator. He searched extensively and found no one with that name had ever lived in the town. While Lorena wasn't sure what was going on, she went into work the next day and did her best at the new job. Still, she was confused and thought she might be suffering from memory loss. As such, she decided to visit a psychiatric clinic. There, they would administer a variety of tests and conclude that nothing was wrong with her. They found her physically healthy and her mind to be functioning normally. In time, Lorena's family began to notice what was happening to her. One time, she asked about her sister's shoulder surgery. The family was bewildered and asked what she was talking about. Lorena was adamant that her sister had had surgery, but the family assured her it never occurred. As time progressed, Lorena would continue to notice small things were different. For example, there were clothes she found, but she never recalled buying. Also, on her blog, there were posts she has no memory of writing. Interestingly, the world around her seemed to be exactly the same. It was just the events that happened surrounding her. Lorena concluded she must have moved into some type of alternate or parallel universe. This all raises the question around what could have happened to her. There are several popular theories. The first is something that comes from a medical perspective. One popular theory is that she suffered from some type of amnesia or possibly schizophrenia. There are several types of diseases that can produce false memories and hallucinations. One, for example, is Capgras delusion. Capgras delusion is the belief that your friends and family have been replaced by perfect doubles. While no medical diagnosis appears to explain everything, it seems a medical condition could be the cause of at least some of the strange memories. Still, skeptics will point out weaknesses with the medical theory. For one, this appeared to happen overnight, and Lorena didn't suffer from any major head injury either. By all accounts, she appeared to be a very healthy woman with a solid career. In addition, she had strong social support from family and friends. The second theory around Lorena's experience is that she slipped into some type of parallel universe. While this theory makes sense on many levels, one of the issues is that there will never be a way to confirm it. Unfortunately, Lorena had knowledge of someone who, as far as we know, never existed. If Augustine was found and Lorena had intimate knowledge of his life, this would have added some credibility to the story. This assumes, too, that Augustine stated he never met Lorena. However, in this situation as well, skeptics will assume the two are colluding together. In general, the burden of proof is almost unobtainable in a case like this. This leads to the third theory. This is simply that the story was a prank or fabricated. This possibility cannot be ignored. However, it seems more likely than not something did happen to this woman. One other thing that hurts this case is that despite all the attention, it doesn't appear the woman made any type of on-camera experience. This would have boosted the credibility of her story, possibly. Nothing else seems to have happened to this woman, and by all counts, it seems she has accepted her slightly different, alternate reality. In March 1944, a Swedish man would have a frightening alien abduction experience. the man wrote a letter in 1985 to journalist Farah Norling, who worked for the Hemmets Journal in Sweden. In his letter, he detailed a strange alien encounter and alien abduction he experienced in 1944. Seemingly, the man had his memory of the incident wiped for decades. Then, in 1984, a bizarre experience reminded him of what happened that day and pushed the man to tell his story. In this episode, we will examine this 1944 alien abduction that occurred in Klipsberge, Sweden. Around 6 a.m. in the morning, in March 1944, the man, who wished to remain anonymous, packed his ski gear and headed from nearby Sundsvall to Klipsberge. Klipsberge is a wooded mountain that sits in the central eastern part of the country. The mountain is popular among outdoor enthusiasts for its skiing, mountain biking, and hiking. After arriving and ascending the mountain around 3 kilometers, the man put on his skis and began skiing down the mountain. As he was going down, the man saw something truly strange. A silver, spherical craft around 20 to 25 feet in diameter was sitting on the ground to his right, just down the mountain. The man was mesmerized and stopped skiing. He took off his skis and began walking toward it as if he was in a trance. As he continued walking under the craft, unexpectedly, the craft pulled him upward. Then, the man found himself in a room with extraterrestrials. There were 3 of them, and they were wearing loose-fitting, yellow clothes. The beings were around 4 feet tall and had some type of gray helmet that blocked their face. The man looked around the craft and saw all sorts of dashboards and lights, seemingly to navigate the ship. As he thought to himself how foreign it looked, suddenly he heard a voice in his head say, "From the outside." The man was then told telepathically by the extraterrestrials they were going to take samples. The man refused, but was forced down onto a table and was restrained. Next, the beings would perform extremely invasive experiments on the man, some being too graphic for YouTube. Some of the less invasive ones include the beings collecting saliva and attaching wires and tubes to his body. Eventually, being in so much pain, the man would pass out. Later, the man would wake up after some time on the table with a terrible pain in his groin. He was then guided to an elevator and lowered back down to where he was taken originally. Telepathically, the man was told he would be okay and that he would fully recover from the experiments. The craft would then silently ascend and disappear quickly into the sky. Despite what the beings told him, the man would suffer health issues in the following years. Due to a high fever, he had to take 2 weeks off work right after the incident. It got so high at one point that he passed out while just outside his home. Pretty soon after the event, the man seemed to forget the incident had occurred strangely. Then something happened in October 1974 that pushed the man to write the letter 1 year later in 1975. On October 24th, around 9 a.m. in the morning, the man was watching TV when something terrifying happened. The man was reading a newspaper when he noticed the TV turned on by itself. There were images of a forest, and then shockingly, he saw himself skiing down the mountain back in March 1944. Stunned, he watched as he skied down and then walked toward the craft. Soon, he heard a voice inside his head. It stated, "Look carefully. Do you recognize this?" The TV would then show the beings experimenting on him. Then they would state telepathically, "We want you on our side. Do you want to come over to us? We can multiply your life expectancy. There are more of your kind here, and no one shows any regrets. The man adamantly stated no. Then he would hear, "We will be back." This frightened the man, as he thought he might be taken again. The man would then write his letter to journalist Farrah Norling, detailing the story in 1975. It's not clear why he waited until 1975, but after the TV incident, it clearly disturbed him. In 1975, after sending the letter, the man would swap several phone calls with Norling. During the calls, he would explain he didn't want to reveal his identity, as he didn't want to deal with the public scrutiny. Furthermore, he didn't want his family to suffer the embarrassment. He would also state he had forgotten the event over the years until that day in 1974, when the TV turned on by itself. After the last conversation, he would send one more letter to Norling, stating that he had placed a brown letter in his safety deposit box. On the letter it states, "To be opened after my death." The letter details his experience and is addressed to his family. No family member has ever come forward regarding the letter. Based on the age of the event, he is more than likely deceased by now, so we will probably never know who read the letter and who the man was. It is possible he removed the letter, but more than likely the family read it and decided to keep his identity secret. What can we make of this case? It is surely a fascinating one. While the case relies solely on one anonymous witness, it seems extremely strange and unlikely that someone would fabricate this story. What would be the motivation for someone to do this? We surely cannot verify the story, nor the person's identity, but the circumstantial evidence clearly leads us to believe that this event likely did happen. We know that claiming to see a UFO or to be abducted by aliens would definitely be met with harsh criticism and ridicule. In his letter, the man appears to be very distraught he can't go public. His last sentence in his letter states, "All of this is true." Many characteristics of this case are very common with other alien abductions as well. The man was communicated with through telepathy. The UFO was typical of many sightings, being spherical and gray. The beings were small, like many other reported sightings and alien abductions. In addition, the experience appeared to get wiped from his memory, like other cases we have examined on this channel. One interesting aspect of this case is the decision given to him to go with the beings. It's interesting that he was given a choice and not forced to go. Perhaps extraterrestrials don't want individuals who will be defiant and tough to control. We will probably never know who this man was and whether further abductions continued. However, the circumstances surrounding this case seem to indicate that something did happen on that mountain that day. On August 10, 1989, just outside the city of Proladnia, Russia, a strange, unidentified flying object was detected by military radar. The craft was thought to be an enemy aircraft heading toward Moscow and was immediately shot down by the military. After plunging into the mountains, the Soviet military approached it and soon came to realize that the object and the beings they would later find inside were not of this world. In this episode, we will explore this mysterious Russian UFO case. On August 10, 1989, Soviet soldiers would spot a strange object on radar flying around the city of Proladnia, Russia, in the southern part of the country. The Soviet military believed the UFO was a foreign adversary, such as the United States. As a result, all defense systems were put on high alert. The object was headed north and potentially toward Moscow or another large city. This led leaders to quickly believe the UFO was hostile. The Soviet leaders would then issue the order to shoot it out of the sky. As a missile was released, it tracked the object and directly hit it over the Caucasian mountain range located in southern Russia. To investigate the crash, an M18 helicopter was deployed and the military established a wide perimeter around it. The UFO had crashed outside Nizhya Shegem, and soon several additional teams arrived. The soldiers noticed the craft was around 20 feet long and 10 feet tall. It was oval shaped, and the craft had landed on some rocks, and the military would detect radiation at the scene after some time. As a result, only soldiers who wore radiation suits were allowed to enter the scene. After an initial assessment, the object was airlifted by several military helicopters and dropped off at Mozdok Air Base. Security clearance was needed to enter the base as it held top-secret weapons like nuclear bombs. After the craft was dropped off, a special team was formed to investigate the object. It consisted of both military and non-military personnel. As they examined the UFO, on it, there was a partially open door that the team decided to go into. As they entered, the men encountered 3 aliens. 2 of the beings were killed in the crash, while a third laid severely wounded. A team was called in to try and help the being. Unfortunately, they were unsuccessful and the being perished. On first visual inspection of the beings, they looked like typical gray aliens. They were light gray in color, short, around 3 to 4 feet, with large black eyes. However, as scientists started examining the body at a later time, it was discovered the outer portion was some sort of biological suit. As the gray skin was pulled back, the scientists were stunned to see a greenish-bluish color. The beings appeared to be reptilian in nature. After this event, the bodies of the 3 beings were put in a top-secret facility while the UFO was moved to another site. It is said the disc now resides at Kapustin Yar, a renowned Russian rocket complex. This report was compiled by a team of Russian UFO investigators, Anton Anvilov, Lenora Azizov, and Alexander Mosilov. While it's easy to dismiss the report as fraudulent, it's important to point out that in 1989 the Soviet Union was a highly centralized and controlled government. As a result, information was controlled, and the press was limited in what they could print. Many didn't speak up on events like this for fear of reprisal by the state. Once the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, we began to see the press start to cover events more openly. It should be said, though, in 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev was elected president. He advocated for freedom of the press. For example, in 1986, he introduced the policy of glasnost, or openness, in the media. However, this was still relatively new, and many in the press and those that had information were still not willing to speak out. Russia has a rich history of strange UFO cases, and these are just the ones we know about. For example, on January 29, 1986, in Dalnogorsk, Russia, a silent UFO, described as a reddish sphere, flew over the sky and crashed into a mountain. Dozens of people witnessed this strange event. Another incident is the Voronezhsky Incident, which occurred in 1987. At 6:30 p.m., several boys playing soccer saw a pink glow in the sky. The ball circled the park they were in and then disappeared, reappearing a few minutes later to hover over the park. A crowd of people around the area saw the object and rushed to the site. Then, a hatch opened in the lower part of the object. Through the opening, People could see a three-eyed alien about 10 feet tall. The alien was wearing silver overalls and bronze-colored boots, along with a disc on its chest. What can we make of this case, though? Most of what happened in the story leaves little doubt around the events. We would expect the military to shoot down a UFO that invaded Soviet airspace, especially during this time. We would also expect that the military would overtake the area the UFO crashed in. In addition, it makes sense that they confiscated the UFO and took it to a military installation. Perhaps the strangest aspect of this case has to do with the aliens themselves. The beings appeared to be small grays, an alien type reported in a large number of UFO sightings and alien abductions. Many have speculated that the small grays are not biological in nature, but actually robots. They are often thought to be the foot soldiers in the alien hierarchy and disposable. The fact that the report says that some type of reptilian being were the aliens is surely a fascinating one. There are some who speculate on the presence of a reptilian race, but all too often, reptilians are dismissed as conspiracy. Based on the thousands of UFO reports we've read, we believe there are multiple alien races that have visited this planet. Being the biggest country in the world by area, it's clear that Russia, formerly the Soviet Union, has a treasure trove of UFO secrets hidden somewhere. It could be the case they have more than any other country in the world. Let's hope one day these cases are released into the general public. In Bayamon, Puerto Rico, in 1979, two women would have a terrifying experience. A young woman named Miriam and her mother named Sonia were driving on Puerto Rico Highway 2 when a bright bluish light would engulf their car. The women would lose 2.5 hours of time and end up in Arecibo, a town located around 70 kilometers away. In time, the memories of what happened to these women would be uncovered and would truly shock them. In this episode, we will examine the 1979 Bayamon, Puerto Rico alien abduction. In the summer of 1979, around 7 p.m., Miriam was driving with Sonia in the passenger seat. The two were traveling down Highway 2, which runs parallel to the coastline. Sometime while driving, Miriam and Sonia recalled that day suddenly turned into night. Then a mist surrounded the car along with a bluish white light. A humming began, and at this point Miriam was confused while Sonia appeared to be in a state of shock. Something strange was happening, but what was it? Miriam reported the car began to feel like it lifted off the ground. Then a second white bright light entered the car on the right-hand side. It engulfed her mother, and as Miriam watched in horror, she vanished into the thin air. Miriam looked out the window and saw a huge metallic silver craft hovering above them. A few seconds later, Miriam was then surrounded by the same bright light. Incredibly, she found herself begin to levitate and go straight up through the car roof. She looked down and she saw herself and the car were both very high off the ground. As she looked up at the craft, a door began to open and a strange being was there. The entity she described as having grayish-whitish skin, around 6 feet tall, and having a large head with dark eyes. The being had long arms with long fingers, a small nose, and a mouth. Miriam would recall that it looked friendly. It began to communicate with Miriam telepathically and invited her inside, telling her not to be afraid. As she came into the craft, Miriam was assured that she would be safe and not have to worry. Inside the craft, it was silverish white and Miriam would spot several small beings around 3.5 feet tall that resembled gray aliens. Miriam was guided to a round chamber where more small grays were. The chamber had a seat that came out from the wall. In the middle of the room, there was a metallic table. Next to it, a small table was there with an assortment of metallic instruments and strange objects. Miriam would state that she had never seen many of the objects on that table. At this point, they began to probe Miriam. Several different rods were put in her, and the beings said they would help her energy levels. As this was occurring, Miriam felt a rush of energy through her body. Several grays were monitoring her on a computer-like machine. She was told she had bone cancer, but the beings informed her that they had cured her. Another device was put on her forehead, and she was told that the test would allow them to examine deep into her consciousness. Right after this occurred, the tall being explained their purpose. According to it, the entities watch over their world and also others. As he was telepathically telling her this, the being began to light up, and Miriam was consumed with feelings of love for the being. The being also stated that members of their race were in contact with governments around the world. The entity, still engulfed in the light, would transform into a human-looking creature. Based on Miriam's description, the being looked like a Nordic alien. The two would then look out the window, and according to the being, they were looking at the Swiss Alps. After this, Miriam would wake up in her car alongside her mother. Oddly, the two were driving and confused. They had forgot about day suddenly turning into night. Also, they were miles ahead on the road, and it was nighttime. Miriam would remember what happened after seeing the white bluish light through hypnotic therapy. There are many who criticize the use of hypnotherapy. It's said to be able to uncover repressed memories. However, critics of it argue that it can produce false memories as well. Sonia would go through hypnotic regression too. She would state under hypnosis, after the bluish light, an odd sound came, and she saw the craft in the sky as well. The light came from beneath the craft. She would be taken onto it by a small gray, and once inside, she would see several tall beings, some with blonde hair. Much of what she recalled seemed to match Miriam's story. However, it could easily be the case the two colluded on the story. What can we make of this strange event? There are several characteristics that are seen in many alien abduction stories. One, they were abducted through a light and entered a craft described by many. The beings also seem to match many alien abduction stories. Lost time is a characteristic we see often in these cases. Perhaps the strangest aspect of this case has to do with what Miriam was told. While it's possible she may have misheard or misinterpreted the being's message, there are other cases where beings claim to be divine. There's different schools of thought as to why this happens, but it has been seen in other alleged alien abduction cases. While many dismiss the case as pure fiction, it seems odd that both a mother and daughter might choose to create a story like this. It could be the case, though, they were hoping to gain fame and ultimately money. Unfortunately, this extraordinary story has really no physical evidence to support it. Perhaps there is something, though, but the women have not disclosed it and have chose to move on with their lives. On January 7, 1948, a United States Air Force pilot named Thomas Mantell would perish after chasing an unidentified flying object in the sky. Captain Thomas Mantell was a World War II hero and an experienced pilot. while the military would conclude that Mantell died from oxygen deprivation. Many that day, including hundreds of civilians, would report seeing a UFO. Since then, many have questioned what happened that day. In this episode, we will examine the Thomas Mantell Incident. At 1:20 p.m. on January 7th, 1948, the control tower at Godman Field Army Air Force Base, located in Fort Knox, would spot an unidentified flying object getting close to the base. During this time, Thomas Mantell was doing routine training around the base area. He was leading 4 P-51 fighters on the mission. In the control tower, it wasn't clear what the object was, and many began speculating. Soon, senior officials were called, and the control tower decided to have Mantell and others investigate. Sometime before 2:45 p.m., Mantell would receive the orders to investigate the unknown object. Mantell confirmed and began heading that direction. In a short time, with Mantell leading, the group would ascend to 15,000 feet. While Captain Mantell and the 3 planes began heading toward the coordinates of the craft, only Captain Mantell would end up chasing the object and getting close. The first plane would break away as it needed to refuel. In the second plane, the pilot believed he was going to get lost as his plane wasn't equipped to fly at high altitudes. He asked to return to base, and Mantell allowed him. Mantell would ask the third plane to join the second to ensure a safe return. At this point, a solo Mantell pursued the craft. Mantell kept ascending and soon radioed the tower that he had a visual on the object. He stated, "It appears to be a metallic object, or possible reflections of sun from a metallic object, and it is of tremendous size. I'm still climbing. The object is above and ahead of me, moving at my speed or faster. I'm trying to close in for a better look." Mantell continued pursuing the craft, and around 3:30 stated that he would fly around 10 more minutes to 25,000 feet. At 3:50, the tower lost visual of the object. Around 4 to 4:30 p.m., the tower would receive a few gargled messages from Thomas Mantell. They have been described as indecipherable over the years, but some say he communicated back he saw beings in the craft. Sometime around 4 to 5 p.m., more reports started to surface from non-civilians around a UFO in the sky. At 5 p.m., it was discovered that Mantell had crashed, and this is where the mystery begins. What happened to Captain Thomas Mantell in those final minutes has been a hotly debated topic. The United States Air Force would report that as he climbed to 25,000 feet, Mantell would pass out. The report concludes that the plane went to 30,000 feet before suddenly plunging straight down. It is believed that he never regained consciousness during the ordeal, as debris showed no attempt to abandon the plane. The United States Air Force also stated that the UFO certainly did not cause the crash. However, many question the report for several reasons. First is that numerous witnesses saw the UFO sometime before Mantell crashed his plane. Kentucky residents began calling Kentucky State Police offices in the morning, and calls happened throughout the early afternoon. So many were received, in fact, that Fort Knox military was notified. In a January 6, 2005 article by Tourette editor Larry Barnes, he wrote that at least several hundred people had called in the UFO by 1:15 p.m. In addition, he noted how clear and calm the weather was, with visibility for at least 10 miles. In addition to the 100 of non-military who saw the craft, several military officers at the base described what they saw. Quentin Blackwell and Stanley Oliver would, like many eyewitnesses, describe the object as an upside-down ice cream cone. One other witness was Operations Officer Gary Carter. He said the object was plainly visible in the afternoon sky. One other witness was Captain James F. Dwesler, who was second in command on the base that day. He reported on the day of the crash, he was asked to go to the control tower. When he arrived, he was directed to look out in the sky. There, he would see a shiny silver object hovering in the sky. It had the shape of an upside-down ice cream cone. The largest part pointed toward the ground, and the narrow part toward the sky. It looked like it was rotating and had a black line running top to bottom and was reddish toward the bottom. There's still many questions surrounding the events that day. For one, what was Captain Mantell chasing? And also, what did everyone see? While the military report seems very dismissive of the UFO, the fact is many civilians and military saw something. There have been several hypotheses around what the object was. One is that they saw a skyhook balloon. In the 1940s and 1950s, under a top-secret program, the U.S. was developing high-altitude balloons that came to be known as skyhook balloons. It's said Captain Mantell wouldn't have been aware of these. While some have suggested this, others disagree adamantly. For one, there were hundreds of witnesses that spotted the object, and many were able to give detailed descriptions. These descriptions didn't align with what a skyhook balloon looks like. Balloons have a long history being associated with UFOs. Around 6 months earlier, in 1947, the most famous UFO case in human history occurred in Roswell, New Mexico. As many reports began to surface around a UFO crash, the government would soon attribute the strange object to be a balloon. While there have been balloons mistaken for UFOs, this case is very unique in that both military personnel, who would easily be able to ID a balloon, and civilians spotted a strange object in the sky. One question concerning the balloon theory is, why would a top-secret project be testing so close to civilians and also near the control tower? Some have argued that it flew off course, but wouldn't have Fort Knox been notified? Some have speculated the object was actually the planet Venus. Over the years, this theory has become less popular, though. Another theory, of course, is that the object was a UFO. There's many reasons to believe this is a strong possibility. The large number of witnesses, including people in the control tower, witnesses on the ground, and Mantell himself, noted the object was flying at least as fast as him. Mantell had logged over 2,500 hours of flight time and surely would know a balloon could not travel that fast. The final question concerns the crash. Did the UFO attack the captain? Many have speculated that it did. It's important to point out that the military kept much of this event as classified, so even if this did happen, it most likely would have never came to light. The captain was surely a skilled pilot, and we've seen cases like this as well. Frederick Valentich was a pilot who witnessed a UFO and soon after perished. The event wasn't helped by the fact that the government was very dismissive of UFOs at the time. Without question, much of the event and investigation around the crash has not been made public. This eliminates the possibility of having independent analysis done on the crash. Even if the UFO didn't attack and crash Mantell's plane, it's very probable that something was in the sky that day, something that wasn't a balloon. On October 4th, 1967, one of the most famous and well-documented UFO sightings in the history of Canada occurred. In the small fishing village of Shag Harbor, located on the south shore of Nova Scotia, Canada, multiple independent witnesses would see a series of strange lights over the bay. In this episode, we will explore one of Canada's best-known UFO sightings, an event that came to be known as the Shag Harbor Incident. On October 4th, 1967, several hours before the residents of Shag Harbor would spot the unidentified lights in the sky, others would report strange activity in the skies as well. At 7:15, Air Canada Flight 305 was flying over the area of Saint-Jean, Quebec, which is around 475 miles away from Shag Harbor. In flight, two individuals would report seeing something strange in the air. Captain Pierre Charbonneau and First Officer Robert Ralph saw an unknown object outside the left window that was tracking with them. The captain described the craft as very bright and rectangular, with a string of smaller lights following behind it. At 7:21 p.m., there was some sort of quiet explosion which engulfed the craft in a blue cloud, and then it disappeared. Halifax Harbor, around 150 miles northwest of Shag Harbor, would report strange lights in the sky as well. Around 10 p.m., local radio stations, the police, and newspapers started getting flooded with calls from residents seeing strange lights flying throughout the area. Then, an hour later or so, just after 11 p.m. local time, a group of Shag Harbor residents would spot a series of strange orange lights over the harbor. There were 4 orange lights over the water around 800 feet away, or somewhere around the vicinity of half a mile. The lights would flash in random patterns for a few minutes and then suddenly dashed straight toward the water. The lights of the craft appeared to be either right on the surface or just underneath it. Still, the lights didn't vanish completely, as evidenced by dozens of witness reports. Many of the witnesses believed at this point it was a plane that had crashed in the water. During this time, a fisherman called the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Barrington to report the incident. Within the next 10 minutes, the station started receiving dozens of phone calls. That night, there were already several constables on patrol in the area. Constable Ron Pound was in the area and saw the strange lights over Shag Harbor. Once he spotted them, he started heading closer. As he arrived at the shore, he met with other constables, police officers, and witnesses. The group was confused and debated what to do next and who to call. As this was occurring, the 4 lights on the craft changed from orange to yellow, and it began moving away further from the shore and leaving some type of yellow foam on the surface. At least 30 residents witnessed the event, and they described the craft as being 60 feet with 4 lights, around 10 feet tall, and having a dome shape. The craft began sinking at this point, and witnesses then reported hearing a whistling sound similar to a bomb. This was followed by a whooshing sound, and lastly, a loud bang. As they believed it was an airline accident at this point, fishermen and police hopped on their boats so that they could rescue any survivors. At this time, the Coast Guard had already been contacted and were on their way. As they arrived, the light was nowhere to be found, but there was a strange yellow foam on the surface of the water. It looked like sea foam, but clearly wasn't. No one, including the elder fisherman, knew what the substance was. The boats continued sailing through the water and the strange foam, but found no wreckage nor any people. Around 3 a.m., the search ended. Several air traffic control centers were contacted, and there would be no reports of missing aircraft in the vicinity that day. On October 5th, a Canadian Navy ship called the HMCS Granby arrived in the area. This naval ship was equipped with advanced systems that locate debris. The ship also had specially trained drivers who could search the sea floor. For several days they looked, but found nothing. For years, no new significant developments would occur in the case, until the year 1993. Then two investigators, Chris Stiles and Doug Ledge, would uncover some fascinating information. After speaking with witnesses, military and ex-military, it was determined the object had been tracked by the United States Navy. After the craft disappeared, it traveled around 25 miles near a U.S. military base at Government Point. The purpose of this base was for tracking submarines in the North Atlantic Ocean. As the object arrived in the waters near Government Point, it stopped and held its position for 3 days. The U.S. Navy arrived and positioned several ships over the object. Not knowing what the object was, the Navy didn't engage. The Navy would soon discover something interesting. Another craft came in along with the other object. It is thought this craft came to help the original one. Still unsure what to do, the Navy waited for 7 days on top of the objects. After 7 days, a Russian sub was detected in the North Atlantic and several ships had to be relocated. While this was happening, the two crafts moved away and traveled toward the Gulf of Maine. As the Navy followed the crafts with a few vessels, they easily moved further and further away. At some point, at a good distance, the crafts rose up from the surface of the water and flew away at lightning speeds. As mentioned, this is quite a popular case from Canada. It seems to be relatively unknown outside the country, though. The case features unidentified submersible objects, or USOs. This type of unexplained phenomena has gained a lot of attention in past years, as there have been several cases involving them. Many believe that extraterrestrials live, or at the very least hide, in the deep parts of the ocean. It's documented as well that several sonar readings from the military have picked up strange activity in the ocean. On some cases, objects picked up have been reported traveling thousands of miles per hour under the surface of the water. In the 1990s, as this case was re-examined, all the witnesses remained steadfast in their stories. In addition, the ufologists were able to speak with several military officers who witnessed the event. Most had to remain anonymous due to fear of losing their pension. One interesting fact in the case concerns the strange yellow foam on the water. It's not clear to this day what it was or what could have caused it. No sample was collected. Was this regular sea foam that was somehow altered by the object, or was this a substance given off by the craft? This continues to be a solid UFO case to this day. There was never any sort of wreckage found on the floor of the ocean, which wasn't that deep as well. With multiple independent witnesses and much documentation on the event, it is one that adds support to the belief that extraterrestrials are visiting our planet. One final point is that most believe that the lights or what had crashed in the sea was an airline crash. This adds validity to the case, since there's really no doubt that something was seen by many independent witnesses on that night. In 1974, over 70 UFO sightings would occur just north of Stockholm, Sweden, in the suburb of Vallentuna. Over 30 witnesses would report seeing craft over an 18-month period, with the majority happening over a 2-night span. Not only were multiple sightings reported, but at least one alien abduction was reported as well. In addition, the sightings were taken seriously by the Swedish government, who decided to send men to the area. In this episode, we will examine one of Sweden's most famous UFO cases, the Vallentuna sightings. While many residents of Vallentuna spotted UFOs during the time span, two incidents that occurred on March 23rd and March 24th of 1974 stand out. On the night of March 24th, 1974, Hillevi and Ingvar Anderson, along with their 3 kids, were resting at home. Hillevi decided to call her mom, who lived only around 15 minutes away. After several attempts, neither her mother or her father answered the phone. Worried, Hillevi gathered the kids and they piled into the car. Ingvar was still working and would stay back home. Hillevi and the kids began driving toward the home, which was located in Orkesta. As they were traveling, though, the group would suddenly see a bright light hovering over a field. It would then vanish. However, it would soon reappear directly behind them. The light was now trailing and appeared to be following them. Hillevi was able to see the craft briefly. It looked metallic, although when she looked again, it turned orange and shrunk, seemingly either vanishing or quickly flying away. As they continued on, they would eventually arrive at Hillevi's parents' home around 8 p.m. Hillevi's dad came outside and told them their phone was out of order and his TV was not working. Then, as Hillevi was telling her dad about the light, they would see the bright light again hovering over some trees in a quarry. There was the big bright light, and also there was a smaller orange light. Several rays of light would come down from the craft onto the ground. At this time, the smaller orange light next to the larger craft began quickly moving in a zigzag motion. The larger craft then shrank and flew away in an instant. After a few minutes, a decision was made to go to Hillevi's brother's home. He lived around 5 minutes away by car. As they drove, they didn't spot the craft, but once they reached the home, Hillevi's sister-in-law came out and asked them if they saw the light following them. Worried at this point, they decided to leave and head back home toward Hillevi's home. Hillevi's brother decided to follow them to ensure they got home safe. As they began driving once again, they would soon see both the craft and the smaller orange ball of light. Hillevi was scared but also curious and decided to pull over the car. Then the large bright light would hover over the car and engulf it with light. One of Hillevi's daughters would attempt to get out, but Hillevi stopped her. Later, the daughter would say she heard a voice in her head telling her she needed to come out. The bright object soon flew away and eventually disappeared from sight. The next day, Hillevi would call both the police and the Swedish National Defense Research Institute. While they were skeptical at first, soon over 70 reports would come in from at least 30 witnesses reporting to see strange lights in the sky. Hillevi would be offered to go through hypnotic regression, but refused as she didn't experience any lost time. Perhaps the stranger story from this event involves a man who did experience lost time. The story of Gösta Hagar is truly a frightening one. Hagar was a school janitor who would have an incredible experience on March 23rd, the night before Hillevi's encounter. He was walking back from a social gathering and would see a light on the ground. As he walked toward it, a light hit him and he suddenly blacked out and woke up outside his house. His head was bleeding and he had bruises everywhere. His wife woke him up and took him to the hospital. He had no memory of what had happened. In order to recover his memories, Hagar met with Dr. Ture Arvidsson, who suggested performing hypnotic regressions to uncover the lost memories. During the sessions, it was discovered that when the bright light hit Agar, he was sucked upward onto the craft. He found himself on a table in a large room. There were creatures around him, 4, that were wearing some type of shiny hood. He couldn't make out whether they had hair, but he did see eyes, but no mouth or no nose. He recalled the beings were experimenting on him with some type of metallic tools. Hagar attempted to fight off the beings, but wasn't able to. Interestingly, while under hypnosis, Hagar would scream he couldn't say anything many times. Investigators would conclude that he was somehow had been prevented from telling his story. It was as if the beings had placed some type of thought in his mind around keeping the abduction a secret. The beings told him that they wouldn't hurt him, but they told him as well, according to hypnosis, that they wouldn't allow him to remember. After more tests, it was revealed that he had been exposed to very powerful electrical fields, and also he had developed more senses as well. In time, another witness would state she saw a strange light in the area Hagar was abducted. In response to all the reports, the commander-in-chief in Sweden, Stig Synnergren, asked the Home Defense Department to send staff to the area in case the objects returned. Labeled as Operation S, it was later revealed that after observing the area and the events, it was concluded that there were physical objects over Vallentuna, although no one knew exactly what it was. The unit sent, which was around 50 men, would report seeing unexplained activity in the sky during their time there. One interesting fact surrounding the case is that Hillevi Anderson saw the UFO hovering right where she had a near-death experience. When Hillevi was 4, the quarry at the time had several pools of water that the kids swam in. Hillevi fell in and lost consciousness. She recalled seeing bright lights and being at peace. It might be a coincidence, but it seems strange the UFO chose to hover over that area. There's never been any sort of rational explanation as to what people saw those nights. With so many witnesses, it seems like a strong possibility that people witnessed unidentified flying objects. The stories have never wavered, and these two are just two of many. The last question concerns Hillevi. Was she and her children abducted that night? She clearly didn't experience missing time, but the beings seemed very interested in her. It should also be said that she and her children experienced vomiting, migraines, and a higher level of white blood cells after the event. This could have just been from being close to the craft, or perhaps they were taken. On August 29, 1967, around 10:30 a.m., 2 children in Cussac, France, would experience a close encounter of the third kind. Francois Delpouche, age 11, and his sister, Anne-Marie, age 9, were out in the pasture, tending to their family's cattle, when they would see what appeared to be children. However, as they moved closer and got a better look, it was evident these humanoids were anything but. In today's episode, we will examine the 1967 Cussac encounter. August 29, 1967, was a clear and sunny day in the village of Cussac. By all accounts, up until this day, no strange activity or sightings had occurred in the area. However, that would soon change. As Francois was directing the cattle, he would turn around and spot something across the road in the distance. They were around 120 feet away and behind a low rock wall and some trees and bushes. At first, Francois believed they were other children, so he began looking more closely through the shrubs. Quickly, though, he concluded this was something strange. Amaury climbed on the wall as well, and soon the two would look on in amazement at something truly extraordinary. As the two looked on, they viewed a bright orb around 6 feet in diameter. It appeared to have a silver undertone, although it was bright and tough to see. There were 3 legs underneath it, lifting it a few feet off the ground. There were 4 beings, all of different sizes, and all appearing shiny black. It's not clear if these were suits or just how the alien's skin looked. The children couldn't see any features on the beings, though. The children spotted the beings doing different things. One of them appeared to be bending over, collecting soil samples. Another being was holding a reflective type of device and waving it, possibly signaling to the others. The other 2 were walking around as if they were exploring the terrain. A confused Francois then yelled to the beings, "Have you come to play with us?" At this time, the beings, most likely unaware that they were being watched, realized that they now had been seen. Suddenly, one of the beings levitated off the ground and went head first into the top of the spear. It was followed in a similar fashion by the second and third beings. The craft then began to rise, even though one of the entities was not in it. The landing gear appeared to just disappear, although Amaury would later say it may have just been too bright to see it. The craft had risen around 50 feet in the air and began moving away. The being holding the reflective device appeared to drop it. After picking it up, the entity started running after the orb. Once it got underneath, it dove head first into the bright orb, as the others had did. As the craft began to rise higher, it became brighter and stopped. Then suddenly it shot off quickly to the northwest. Right after this happened, a sulfur smell soon reached the children and the other animals. Both the cattle and the dog were very agitated and anxious for some time. The children would tell their father, who went and got the police. At the scene, the police would confirm in their police report the smell of sulfur and dried grass as well, where the children said the craft took off. After the sighting, Francois' eyes would hurt for some time. For days after he woke up, his eyes were watering. Amaury didn't experience this side effect, though. After the event, the children were interviewed by UFO investigators Joel Mesnard and Claude Pavey. Both investigators noted they questioned Amaury with continuous questions, trying to uncover inconsistencies. She appeared somewhat shy, but was consistent in her answers. After interviewing her, they questioned Francois. Both stories aligned. In March 2007, France released a number of UFO documents on their government website. The site crashed the first few hours it was released due to a high volume of web traffic, but this case was one of several that stood out for being so credible. UFO cases with children are often some of the most compelling, as it's difficult to imagine that children could stand up to the rigorous questioning. Some of the most credible UFO cases, such as the Zimbabwe aerial school incident, reflect this. In that case, dozens of students and a teacher had a close encounter of the third kind in the year 1994. Decades later, all the witnesses remain adamant about their experience to that day. While children are certainly capable of lying or exaggerating, it seems that an adult is much more likely to fool an investigator. By all accounts, it seems that this was the only sighting in the area. It seems that both Francois and Amaury didn't experience any other negative side effects and were able to go on and live normal lives. Lake Champlain is a 125-mile-long body of fresh water that resides in the states of Vermont and New York. When most people think about strange events around the lake, they tend to think of the legendary dinosaur-like creature, Champ, which many believe either once lived in the lake or still does. As there's been over 300 sightings of Champ over the years, the lake has experienced some UFO activity as well. In particular, one famous sighting occurred in the summer of 1968. In today's episode, we will examine the UFO sighting and alien abduction that occurred at Buff Ledge, a girls' camp, that year. On August 7th, 1968, at Bluff's Edge Summer Camp, located in Burlington, Vermont, two teenagers had an experience that would change their lives forever. Michael Lapp, a maintenance man, and water ski instructor Janet Cornell were enjoying a quiet day on the lake. The day was quiet at the camp since the swim team had left earlier in the day to attend a swim meet. Michael, then 16 years old, and Janet, then 19 years old, were resting and watching the sunset when suddenly a bright light would appear up in the sky. The two initially believed that it was the planet Venus. However, unexpectedly, the light started hovering downward. Then it began to flatten out and appear as a cigar shape. Then 3 smaller lights seemed to break off from the bigger light. The 3 lights then started moving around the lake in surprising ways. They were zigzagging, doing fast loops, and also doing some bizarre maneuvers which clearly reflected that they were being controlled somehow. Then the objects formed a triangle and began approaching Michael and Janet. The two were more curious at the time than worried or scared. 2 of the lights in the triangle appeared to stay back, and one headed right for them. But before reaching them, it shot upward and seemingly disappeared. The object hadn't vanished though. A moment later, the object could be seen across the lake. It then flew down into the water, staying submerged for several minutes before coming out of the water. Once again, the object flew at the 2 teenagers, but this time was much closer. The 2 could see beings in a transparent dome structure on the craft. Michael described the beings as being similar in appearance to children, but having elongated necks, huge eyes that wrapped around their heads, large heads, and also bald. The beings telepathically communicated with Michael and told him they were not here to hurt them, but were interested in obtaining an energy source. The craft then shot down a beam of light at the 2, terrifying them. The beam was extremely bright, and Michael said it was so bright he could see the bones in his hand, like an X-ray. It also was described by the 2 as liquid, as if it would allow them to float freely. As the light was coming down, Michael grabbed Janet's shoulder and pulled her backward onto the dock in an effort to protect her. They were both terrified and knew they were in danger of being taken. Then the 2 found themselves sitting on the dock, and the big craft was at the edge of the lake. Oddly though, now it was pitch dark, whereas their last memory, the sun was setting. Michael would look over at Janet, and she was in a trance. The UFO moved up into the sky, and the light flew away in the blink of an eye. The next few minutes, a van pulled up, as the swim team had returned. Michael and Janet, both teenagers, did not discuss what happened to them, nor what they saw. In time, the friends went their separate ways. Michael wouldn't be able to forget what happened to him that night though. He kept having horrible nightmares that wouldn't go away. Somehow he knew his nightmares were related to that night. In his nightmares, he was being abducted by something, and despite his pleas not to be taken, the being still did. When Michael was 26 years old, he contacted the Center for UFO Studies and requested help. Walter Webb would investigate the case and suggest hypnotic regression in order to recover more memories. Webb would say he was originally skeptical since the story came 10 years after the event. Also, the claims seemed to align with many other alien abduction stories. In this case, seemed too good to be true. In the hypnotic regression sessions, Michael recalled being lifted by the beam into one of the crafts. Once he was inside the ship, he saw Janice laying on one of the tables. Janice was being studied by the beings. They were shining a light in her eyes. They also appeared to be taking skin samples and extracting blood from her body. According to Michael, all the beings looked alike, with two massive large eyes, no mouth, and two holes where the nose should be. With no mouth, it's assumed the beings communicated telepathically with one another. The beings would inform Michael their goal was to make life here on Earth like their life. Janet too would eventually undergo hypnotic regression. She too would remember the abduction and being on a cold table. She recalled something pulling her hair and pinching her neck. Walter Webb would end up writing a 300-page book on the story and publish it in the 1994 book, Encounter at Buff Ledge, a UFO Case History. In general, it seems something happened to Michael Lapp and Janet Cornell on August 7th, 1968. While both individuals didn't report this initially, it appears the suppressing of their memories caused immense psychological pain for both of them. Many may question their story and the timing though. Still, this appears to be a double-edged sword. If they had reported very different characteristics than what most alien abductees report, critics would have said their case was too bizarre or too unusual. Also, many have pointed out that both Michael and Janet had moved in different directions. By all accounts, the two weren't in touch and probably wouldn't have been able to coordinate a made-up story like this. Not to mention, perhaps one would be able to avoid hypnosis and create this story, but two people seems extremely unlikely. On top of that, the details of Michael's session were kept from Janet, yet Janet produced details extremely similar to Michael's story. All this lends evidence to the theory both were abducted that night for a short time. As mentioned, this case has many similar characteristics as many other abduction cases. If you're looking for more details surrounding the case, they can be obtained through the 1994 book Encounter at Buff Ledge, a UFO Case History by Walter Webb. In 2007, a former U.S. Marine named Terrell Copeland captured video footage of two white orbs in the air. The sighting wouldn't be the first, and Copeland alleges he began seeing UFOs in 1997 at the age of 15. As time progressed, he saw more and more UFOs and alleged that he even entered one of their ships. Even more strange, some have even suggested that Copeland himself is a hybrid being part alien, part human. By all accounts, Copeland is considered to be a very reliable witness, and in today's episode, we will examine his case in detail. After joining the Marines due to a rare blood disorder, Copeland was forced to end his military career. He moved back to his hometown and began working as a forklift operator in Suffolk, Virginia. In 2005, after ending his shift, Copeland alleges that he saw a triangular-shaped UFO hovering over a shopping center late at night. The object was hovering in the area and wasn't moving at all. In the distance, he would see a fighter pilot jet circling the object. The jet was at a much higher altitude, but was clearly interested in the object. Only a few days later, Copeland would have another sighting. He went to the grocery store, and hovering above the store was an object. It slowly hovered across the store and the parking lot. In 2007, Copeland was sitting in his apartment when he heard a strange noise outside. He got up, looked out the window, and alleges he saw two brightly lit orbs in the sky. They were around 300 feet in the air and changed color. After recording the video with a cell phone, Copeland posted the video online. Many would see it. However, for unknown reasons, the video was taken down. Copeland says his life started to change after posting that video. One day, a man knocked on the door and identified himself as a military contractor. The man made small talk and asked basic background questions. Terrell got a creepy feeling, but still talked with the man. Then, right as he was leaving, he said something that really resonated with Terrell. The mysterious man told him the government was in contact with extraterrestrials. Things would get even more terrifying, though. One day, Copeland woke up from a nap, hearing the doorknob moving to his apartment. There was a scratching on the door. Copeland, though, could only move his eyes, and his entire body was paralyzed. Still frightened, Copeland says he heard a robotic voice through the door say, "You don't need that weapon. We will not do you any harm." Copeland would soon begin to experience lost time, a characteristic reported by many alien abductees. More specifically, he was unable to account for 4 waking hours during a span of 2 nights. In order to help jog his memory, Copeland began keeping a journal and documenting everything he experienced. As he did, he began to recall more memories from the periods of missing time. He recalls being in a strange room and seeing a woman. She had black eyes, an elongated skull, and was surely not human. The next morning, Terrell remembers being on his balcony and waving to the craft as it flew away. In February 2008, he experienced another alien abduction. He fell asleep on his sofa, and when he woke up, he was in a massive white room. The room was filled with tables, and what looked like humans were eating. He was still in the same clothes that he fell asleep in. Initially, when Copeland woke up in his apartment, he thought it was just a dream. However, Copeland noticed something strange in his apartment. A pair of speakers had been placed in front of one of the windows. The speakers were now moved to the side, a place he knew he never had put the speakers. Copeland speculated that the beings came through the window, moved the speakers, and then forgot to put them back as before. While Copeland's case has many of the hallmarks of alien abduction cases, it does have one piece of interesting circumstantial evidence. Copeland's blood disorder was tested by the History Channel's UFO hunters and found to be an unknown, rare blood disorder. The program went on to say that other alien abductees seemed to share this disorder. In a bold and daring statement, show host Bill Burns stated he believed that Copeland was an alien hybrid, or had both alien and human characteristics. Copeland seemed to accept his fate and believes the incidents have made him a better person. He also has stated he believes that he will meet them at some point and that change is coming. All this said, not much can be found on Copeland for present day. It's not clear whether he is still experiencing things or he is just preferring to avoid the spotlight. Many believe Copeland's story is extremely credible due to his reputation. Still, like many alien abductee stories, the story relies heavily on eyewitness testimony. Copeland is considered to have a solid reputation, but some believe that he may have experienced something else. For example, when the doorknob was rattling in his room, many have stated this is a classic case of sleep paralysis. Typically, a person becomes frightened since they cannot move, and their fears begin to come true. In addition, his later abduction could have been a lucid dream. Could it be the case he got up and moved the speakers himself? Copeland believes the beings are still tracking him and have so for years. Hopefully, though, Terrell has been able to move on and live a peaceful life. In 1954 in Italy, there were numerous reports of UFOs around the country. Perhaps, though, the most notable was what happened in Florence in the Tuscany region at a soccer match on October 27, 1954. While UFO sightings with multiple people are considered somewhat rare, this case is truly unique due to the large number of witnesses. That day, in broad daylight, tens of thousands of soccer fans would see several strange crafts hover over the soccer stadium. The event drew massive media attention and is one of the most witnessed UFO events in history. In today's episode, we will examine what happened at this Italian soccer match in 1954, as well as the strange white material that the UFOs released. On a crisp autumn day in October 1954, the popular Fiorentina club was playing against its rival, Pistoiese, in the Stadio Artemi France in Florence. Sometime just after halftime, around 2:20 p.m., the boisterous crowd fell into an almost deafening silence. A few moments later, a loud roar came from across the fans. People began pointing to the sky, and soon the players, initially confused, looked up, and the soccer game stopped altogether. Up in the sky, there were several large, egg-shaped UFOs that were quietly, slowly hovering just over the stadium. The objects had a silverish color, and soon a strange white glitter would begin to fall from the sky. Later in the episode, we will discuss this strange white substance in more detail. Players and fans would recall these events years later. Gigi Boni, a fan, remembers that day clearly and described the objects as more like a Cuban cigar than egg-shaped. He noted the UFOs flew in very fast and suddenly stopped. Then for several minutes, they flew around the stadium very slowly. In the days that followed, newspapers picked up on the event and it became a national story. In addition to this mass sighting though, UFOs were seen around Tuscany that day by many. Even more interesting is UFO sightings continued for several days in the Tuscany region. While descriptions of the objects have differed slightly, there's a variety of eyewitness reports that show something was in the sky that day. The match report even shows that the game was suspended due to the sighting. Perhaps one of the more interesting things that occurred that day was the white substance that fell from the sky. Known as angel hair, this white, unknown substance has fallen in multiple places where UFOs have been spotted for decades. The day the UFO was seen, the white angel hair would appear all over homes in Florence. One interesting story concerns what journalist Gregorio Bettini recalled seeing that day. According to Bettini, he began receiving hundreds of calls about the UFO sightings on October 27, 1954. Working at a newspaper called La Nazione, Bettini ran on the roof and would witness what he described as shiny balls flying quickly down from the sky. Bettini would rush downstairs and collect a sample in a jar, careful not to touch it. He, along with everyone else, would soon discover that this white substance was very hard to collect. For most, any contact with the angel hair, and it disintegrated on contact. One 10-year-old boy recalls seeing the substance on all the roofs of the homes. Around an hour later, it was gone, as if it had evaporated into the sky. In 1952, in Oloron, France, many reported seeing over 30 red, spherical UFOs flying in the sky. From the crafts, a white substance fell all over the city. Like the Florence strange white substance, this material seemed to vanish when people tried to collect it. One man even stated he got trapped by it and couldn't move. It then released him, and he saw it rise up into the sky. Just 10 days later, in Gaillac, France, the same strange white substance fell again. There's been much debate as to what this substance was. It should be noted, as difficult as the material was to collect, it was able to be tested by a renowned Italian scientist, Giovanni Caneri. He performed spectrographic analysis and concluded that it contained the elements boron, silicon, calcium, and magnesium. Also, he found that it was not radioactive. Of course, this raised even more questions than answers, and the material vanished right after his testing. Skeptics say that the white angel hair is actually from spiders. The migrating spider theory says that spiders use these webs as sails and move very high up in the sky. October is the time of year when they do this behavior, but many scoff at the notion that this was simply spider silk. For one, spider silk doesn't contain all the elements, boron, silicon, calcium, or magnesium, which were found in the testing. Many believe this is a lazy way to explain it. It's also important to point out that in many cases where this angel hair was seen, a large number of witnesses reported seeing UFOs. Coming back to the soccer match sighting, many have said that mass hysteria might have played a role that day. However, witnesses all have stated that something was in the sky. Not only did witnesses in the stadium see it, but people all around Florence reported strange objects in the sky, and many outside the stadium saw the UFO over the stadium that day. We have various types of documentation with multiple newspapers covering it, as well as players on the team being interviewed in the early 2000s confirming it was true. This is clearly not a case of a story being handed down generation to generation and being exaggerated. It's clear that if something like that were to happen today, thousands of photos and videos would be taken. This leads many to believe that the visitors have wised up and know what they can and cannot get away with. On November 17, 1986, a captain and two crew members of Japanese airline cargo flight 1628 would allege to see something truly bizarre in the sky. While flying over Alaska, Captain Kenji Torachi, First Officer Takanori Tamafuji, and Flight Engineer Yoshi Tsukuba would spot strange lights in the sky. What the men experienced next would truly astound them, though. In today's episode, we will examine the events surrounding Japanese Flight 1628 on that evening, as well as the ensuing investigation. On November 17, 1986, Flight 1628 was in transit to Alaska. The cargo plane was carrying French wine and had departed from France and was flying to Tokyo with a planned stop in Anchorage to refuel. Around 5:10 p.m. during the flight, the Anchorage Air Traffic Control Center contacted Flight 1628, and the flight controller asked the captain to turn left about 15 degrees. Sitting on the left side of the cockpit, Captain Torachi and the crew saw two strange white lights to the left and below. At first, they ignored them as they believed they were military planes. After a few minutes, though, the men came to realize something surprising. The lights were something else, and instead of moving further away or closer, they appeared at the same distance. In other words, they appeared to be tracking with the plane. At this time, First Officer Tamafuji radioed the Anchorage Control Center and asked if there were any other aircrafts in the vicinity. They responded that no other were there, and the ground radar didn't show any other aircraft as well. The lights then began moving at an incredible speeds and moving in ways no aircraft could. After 7 to 10 minutes, the two lights began moving in and remarkably settled in front of Flight 1628, only around 1,000 feet in front of the airplane. Amazingly, the craft was staying right in front of it and keeping a safe distance. As for the two lights, they appeared square, and each object had parallel, rectangular bars that ran horizontal. The bars had what Captain Tarachi described as exhaust flames as they lit up randomly, and Tarachi believed the white and amber lights allowed the craft to balance. As the lights flashed, it lit up the inside of the cockpit, and Captain Tarachi would later report that he felt the warmth of the lights on his face. After some time, the two small crafts would ascend upward and fly away. Around 15 minutes later, the crew saw a white, horizontal light in the distance. Inside the cockpit, the men would see a large object appear around 7 to 8 miles from them on the satellite. The object was located in the same location that the men had saw the light earlier. As 1628 was flying over Fairbanks, the crew then realized that a large, walnut-shaped object was now tracking them. It had two white lights on the edges of the craft. There were several white lights flashing on top. Perhaps most astonishing, though, was the size of the craft. Captain Tarachi reported that the UFO was around the size of 2 aircraft carriers. In addition, the ship moved easily and quietly. Described by Captain Tarachi as the mothership, the massive ship was tracking Flight 1628. In order to try and lose the mothership, the flight gained permission from air traffic control to change direction. The plane ultimately did a full circle, but the massive craft kept following with ease. During this time, air traffic control offered to send a fighter pilot jet, but Tarachi refused as he believed the jet might inadvertently tempt the UFO to become aggressive. As the men continued into Anchorage, air traffic control asked the United Airlines flight to get a visual confirmation of Flight 1628. This was done since none of the radars in air traffic control saw the huge craft. As the planes flew by one another, they flashed their landing lights. At this time, though, the craft had vanished, and the United crew didn't spot the UFO. Flight 1628 would soon land and begin their debrief. All 3 men would verify that they saw something on the flight, although their accounts and opinions of what it was were different. Captain Tarachi was the most outspoken and adamant that they had witnessed a UFO. He provided the most details and seemed to be the one who saw the most based on his seat on the plane. It's important to point out Captain Tarachi was an experienced pilot with more than 10,000 hours flight experience. In his debrief, the senior pilot would discuss his thoughts how no man-made machine could do what he witnessed. However, skeptics point out that Tarachi was a UFO aficionado and had made up prior reports of UFOs, which seemed to annoy his employer. In the ensuing months, after he made his claim, Tarachi was assigned a desk job for several years as the company believed he had embarrassed them. One controversial aspect of this case is the manner in which the investigation was conducted, with Tamafuji and Tsukuba. The debrief of First Officer Tamafuji was done in English, not Japanese, leading many to believe key details were lost in translation. Using an interpreter, the details of what he witnessed exactly and when are difficult to decipher. Tamafuji did note that he had difficulty seeing much of it because of where he was sitting. He went on to say he definitely saw the lights, but wasn't entirely sure that it was a craft. The interview of flight engineer Tsukuba was a more accurate interview, being done in the language of Japanese. He agrees with Terachi's assessment that there were lights in the sky, but doesn't state that a craft or crafts were visible. Over the years, many have disputed these interviews and believe that the men's words were twisted. Some believe the men were asked leading questions and some of the key information was omitted. Others state the men have kept quiet for fear of repercussion from the airline. One of the biggest questions surrounding this case involves the radar data. Officially, it wasn't captured by any radar. There were a total of 4 radars that were monitoring the skies when Flight 1628 was flying over it. Some appear to have produced false positive or blips during the time. Still, it's very reasonable to assume that avoiding radar technology wouldn't be difficult for an advanced civilization. While officially the results show none of the radars tracked the object, an interview by John Callahan in 2000, then an FAA high-ranking official, shed some light on what the military tracked. According to Callahan, he recalled a frantic phone call from the FAA in Alaska a week after the event. The FAA told him they confirmed a UFO was in the air and was causing quite the media stir. In addition, the FAA detailed that the UFO had chased a 747 across the skies for around 30 minutes. Callahan requested all the data be sent to DC. Callahan was able to analyze the data and realized that the Anchorage Air Traffic Control didn't see the UFOs on the radar, but the NORAD Regional Operations Control Center clearly was tracking the UFO. The center had more sophisticated tracking, such as height-finding radar, long-range radar, and short-range radar. So if they didn't catch it on one of their systems, they would catch it on another one. The reports show that the UFOs were traveling thousands of miles per hour in the area around Flight 1628. Even more surprising, when the United flight began approaching Flight 1628, the UFO circled around behind the United flight and began following it. Callahan alleges he went to multiple meetings about the event and was told to stay quiet about it. When he inquired, why don't they tell the general public, a high-ranking official stated it would cause mass panic. So what can we make of the UFO sightings around Flight 1628? There continues to be much debate on the sighting. It's important to remember, though, this happened at a time when UFO sightings were typically met with ridicule. There appears to only be 3 witnesses who saw it, but it's very possible that the 2 crew members didn't elaborate on the details out of fear of retaliation. Some believe that the pilot saw Jupiter or Mars and thought they were UFOs. This explanation seems illogical, as the pilot was experienced. This case has garnered much controversy, but with more people becoming believers in the UFO phenomenon than 40 years ago, it seems more and more people are starting to believe. Captain Terachi. On February 23, 1975, around 7 p.m., 2 7-year-old grade school boys encountered a terrifying extraterrestrial. Masato Kawano and Katsuhiro Yamahata were roller skating near the Hinode housing estate near Kofu City when the two saw a pair of glittering orange UFOs hovering in the sky above. One of the objects shot up toward Mount Otago, while the smaller object descended into the vineyard. The boys would go investigate, and what they would see would haunt them for the rest of their lives. In today's episode, we will examine one of Japan's most famous UFO cases, an incident that came to be known as the fanged humanoids of Kofu. As the astonished boys saw the smaller object descending into the field, the boys who had been rollerblading threw off their rollerblades and ran into the vineyard. The spaceship was slowly descending into the crops. As the boys came closer to the craft, they realized it was now a silver, domed, shiny disc which stood about 7 feet high and was 15 feet in diameter. The saucer had 3 ball-shaped legs and also had strange letters on the metallic surface of the hull. The boys began walking around the craft and getting a better look at it. The boys later said that both crafts emitted an odd crackling or ticking sound, similar to a Geiger counter which measures radiation. They noticed a hatch that was open, and suddenly a ladder began to extend down. Something began heading down the ladder. The strange extraterrestrial got off of the craft and began walking around the surrounding area. It was close to the boys, but the humanoid on the ground seemed unaware that the boys were right there staring at it. At this time, the boys would spot a second humanoid inside the control room in the craft as well. The boys described the being as having dark brown skin with thick wrinkles. The wrinkles were so dense that they blocked most of the facial features. The creature had 2 long pointed ears. The being was long-armed, almost 4 feet tall, and was clad in a glowing or reflective silver uniform. The boys did remember the most notable feature. The being had 3 silvery fangs around 2 inches each. As the oblivious creature was walking right next to the boys, somehow it suddenly became aware that they were there. It quickly turned around and patted Katsuhiro on the shoulder. It patted him twice, then released a series of bizarre sounds that were similar to a tape recorder going backwards. Whatever it did, Katsuhiro collapsed to the ground and was paralyzed. Once Katsuhiro collapsed, Masato picked up his friend on his shoulder and got away from the strange entity as soon as possible. The boys headed home and frantically told their parents about what had happened to them. The mothers were both in disbelief, but were curious and agreed to follow their sons back to the vineyard where the sighting occurred. There, the mothers would be shocked to see the craft. The 4 witnessed the orange light pulsating from a distance. The boys tried to convince their moms to move in closer, but both refused. After around 5 minutes, the UFO let out a burst of bright light and flew away. While the boys were the only ones to see the fanged humanoid, another boy would witness the craft. Ichiro Minagishi, an 8-year-old, said he witnessed a shining object flying toward the Hinode housing estate while he was in the car with his parents near the Kofu bypass. Ichiro said he saw the craft around 6:30, about 1/2 hour before the boys saw the UFO. As Katsuhiro and Masato headed to Yamashiro Elementary School the next day, they would retell their story to classmates. The 2 drew pictures of the craft and the beings. Soon, word spread around school, and school officials decided they needed to head out to the vineyard and investigate. As the school officials reached the site, they found 2 solid concrete posts had been pushed over at the landing site. It was obvious that the boys couldn't have been capable of pushing these posts over. Investigators would find other things though. There was a ring pattern in the soil near the broken concrete posts where the UFO landed. Also, one teacher alleged to have discovered radioactivity within the circular patch. As the situation was deemed not a prank, investigators decided to probe further. The boys were separated and interviewed by the principal at the school and UFO investigator Masaru Mori. The boys' stories were found to be remarkably consistent. The Kofu-Fanged humanoid incident is one that is deemed quite credible by many. While the boys seem to enjoy the attention, it's clear that it would be incredibly difficult for the boys to create a story like this and keep their accounts consistent. They've never wavered on their story, and details have stayed consistent over the years. Like other UFO incidents involving children, like the Zimbabwe aerial school incident, UFO sightings involving children are unique. While many children might fabricate a story for attention or something else, there's virtually no chance a child could stand up and tell a consistent lie to multiple investigators. Even an average investigator would be able to ask probing questions for details, which a child would have immense issues detailing consistently. There are generally only two theories with this case. The first and most popular is the boys interacted with an extraterrestrial. While this alien type is not a popular alien typically witnessed, there are cases with much stranger aliens. The second theory is that the boys encountered some type of military experimental craft. From here, they went on to exaggerate the story. Still, this is a less popular theory, and as discussed earlier, it's tough to imagine the boys would be able to keep their story straight in an investigation. This isn't the first famous UFO incident from Japan involving children. In late August 1972, just outside Koki City in Japan, 5 boys would report an encounter with a tiny UFO, just inches in size. We have covered this case on this channel before, and it was fascinating as the boys trapped the object multiple times, but the tiny UFO kept disappearing. The boys also documented the object with multiple photos of it. To date, the story of Kofu-Fanged humanoids remains one of Japan's most famous, and it's easy to see why. In the summer of 1972, things hadn't been going well for 27-year-old Maureen Putty. Her son had been seriously injured at school when a cabinet fell on him and broke his leg. Hospitalized, Maureen had been making regular trips to the Royal Children's Hospital in Melbourne, Australia, to see her son. While things had been stressful with her son's injury, Maureen had no idea just how much more difficult things would get. In today's episode, we will examine the strange and frightening UFO encounters that Maureen experienced in 1972. On July 5th, 1972, Maureen left the hospital after visiting her son and drove to her mother's home for tea. The two women chatted for some time, and around 9:15 p.m., Maureen and her mother said their goodbyes as Maureen needed to head home. That night, an exhausted Maureen decided to take a shortcut on a remote, desolate rural road. As Maureen drove down the remote country road, she soon saw a blue light shining down on her car. Initially, she believed it was a helicopter, and possibly it was trying to notify her in regards to her son. She decided to pull over on the road and get a better look as to what this object was. What happened next, though, would truly astonish her. Maureen looked up in the sky and noticed a large, circular object. It was radiating a powerful bright blue light, and the craft was smooth all over with no windows. Perhaps most shocking to Maureen was the size of the craft. Maureen estimated it to be 100 feet in diameter and 24 feet high. The object had no visible propulsion system and wasn't shaking or wobbling. It was quiet, with a very faint humming sound. As she began to understand, she didn't know what she was looking at. Maureen hopped in the car and began speeding away. The craft took notice, though, and began following her. She continued driving, but the object kept up no matter how fast she went. Finally, after 8 miles, the craft shot up in the sky and disappeared. A frightened Marine would head to the police station in Dramana, but wasn't taken seriously. Then 3 weeks later, Marine would have another encounter. On July 25th, 1972, Marine would have the other experience. Oddly, Marine followed almost the exact same steps as she did 3 weeks earlier. She visited her son, who was still in the hospital, and then stopped by her mom's home for tea. She would again leave around 9:15 p.m. and follow the exact same route home. On her journey home, about 1 mile, the same bright blue light appeared over her car. Maureen was terrified yet again. She decided not to stop this time and began speeding away. However, soon she would lose control of her car as if it had been overtaken. The car would drift to the side of the road. Horrified, Maureen looked out of the windshield and saw the craft hovering above her. She couldn't drive away though, and soon a voice would speak to her. The voice couldn't be heard though. The beings seemingly were using telepathy to speak with her. Inside her head, she heard the most perfect English she had ever heard say, "If you could be in a vacuum, then I have been in one." Next, the voice said, "Don't be afraid. We mean you no harm. Your test will be negative. Tell the media you are now in control." Right after this was said, the car started off and Maureen drove away. She again stopped at the police station, although a different one, and the police hesitantly filed a report. The activity wouldn't stop at this point though. 6 months later, Maureen started to hear voices in her head telling her to return to the meeting place. Initially, she ignored it, but the voices wouldn't stop and persisted all day and all night. Scared to return alone, Maureen would ask UFO researchers Judith McGee and Paul Norman to come with her. On the night Maureen returned to the spot, McGee and Norman drove over to meet Maureen at an electric station near the spot where she had seen the UFO. As McGee and Norman pulled in the lot before their scheduled meet time of around 8:30 to 9 p.m., as they exited their car into the parking lot, they saw a wide-eyed Marine pull in and tell them how she was nearly just almost ran off the road. The three got into Maureen's car, and she began telling the two what happened on her drive over. Allegedly, Maureen stated that she saw something out of the corner of her eye while she was driving. She then looked to the right and saw a strange entity dressed in a gold foil suit. A startled Marine nearly drove off the road when seeing the being. The three eventually reached the meeting spot, parked the car, and began to talk for a while. Then Maureen grabbed Judith's arm and shakingly pointed at something in front of them. It was the entity from before. However, the being was only visible to Maureen. Maureen indicated the being was moving closer and eventually reached the front of the car right in front of the headlight. Maureen was trembling with fear, and Paul decided to step out of the car and walk around it. As Paul walked in front of the car, according to Maureen, the entity moved back to allow him to pass. The being demanded that Maureen come with him, but she refused. She grabbed onto the steering wheel tightly, and the being would soon walk into the brush. Maureen, though, wasn't free, and the being didn't consider her feelings. Maureen would soon find herself seemingly inside the craft. However, her body was still inside the car, and it was as if the being was controlling her mind and thoughts. Maureen began revealing what she saw to Judith and Paul. She was inside a large circular room, and there was a large mushroom-like object in the center that the entity was pointing at. The object was jelly-like and seemed to be moving around. Maureen began to panic at this, screaming, "I can't get out." As she became hysterical, Judith comforted her and asked the entity in her mind to release Maureen. After some time, Maureen came back. To ensure Maureen got home safely, Judith would drive her car home, and the three reached Judith's house around 10:30 p.m. Maureen's case is certainly a fascinating one. The beings seemed to be using telepathy and were able to control Maureen's mind and thoughts. Perhaps most frighteningly, they were able to appear to only Maureen and not Judith or Paul. Still, it seems they sensed Judith's concern for Maureen and decided to release her. This case has garnered quite a bit of attention over the years. Still, there's plenty of skeptics who question the validity of the case. First, there appears to be only one witness, although some say a second witness did spot the craft as well. Some also believe that Maureen had faked the incident. Other people point out, though, Maureen might have suffered from schizophrenia, as auditory and visual hallucinations are symptoms of the disease. Skeptics also point out that Maureen attempted to contact multiple media outlets, and none of them wanted the story. Still, Maureen says this was done because of the message she received and in order to stop the voices. However, Maureen's story does have many believers. For one, two skilled UFO researchers investigated the case and believed that Maureen was sincere. In addition, other UFO cases have shown beings able to communicate telepathically. While it would have been nice to have a second witness on this case, this is one that certainly deserves attention. In the summer of 1952 in Washington, D.C., there would be a flurry of UFO sightings seen in and around the city, including the airport, Capitol building, and the White House. These events would gain worldwide attention and be the subject of much debate. The primary events would take place on consecutive Saturday nights, sparking much attention from the White House, CIA, and the Air Force. Many look at the events that happened that summer and ask, what would happen if this occurred in present day? Would this give UFO believers the smoking gun proof they needed and finally allow UFO disclosure? In today's episode, we will examine the Washington UFO Incident and the summer of 1952, sometimes called the Washington Flap. While UFO sightings took place over a 3-week span, the most famous and publicized sightings occurred on the nights of July 19th and July 26th. On the night of July 19th at 11:40 p.m., air traffic controller Edward Nugent, who worked at Washington National Airport, saw 7 strange objects on his radar. The objects were around 15 miles southwest of the city. Nugent knew immediately that something strange was going on. The movements of the objects were radical, and they didn't appear to be following any flight plan. Nugent contacted his supervisor, Harry Barnes, who had 2 other air traffic controllers check Nugent's radar to make sure it was working properly. Barnes then phoned controllers Howard Coughlin and Joe Zacco, who worked at National Airport's radar-equipped control tower. They said they saw a strange bright light on the radar shooting across the screen. Coughlin went to look out the window and saw a bright object hovering in the sky. It then suddenly flew away at lightning speed. Coughlin remembers thinking, "What the hell was that?" As more objects appeared, and some appeared to head over the White House and Capitol building, Barnes would then call Andrews Air Force Base. The situation had become much more serious. Initially, Andrews Air Force Base didn't see the objects, but soon they did. The radar operators at Andrews Air Force Base saw the strange blips. Objects appeared on the screen, and then quickly zipped away at speeds exceeding 7,000 miles per hour. As the blips on the radar screen had floated over the White House, a call was placed to get fighter jets in transit to DC. During this time, S.C. Pierman, a Capitol pilot, spotted what he thought was a meteor. His tower informed him they had spotted 6 unknown objects close to his position. Pierman would see the objects and describe them as white, tailless, and fast-moving. He saw them over a 14-minute period. He reported that the lights took off at incredible speeds. Around 3 a.m., 2 Air Force F-94 Starfire jet fighters arrived over Washington, D.C. Almost as soon as they arrived, the UFOs vanished off radar and disappeared. The fighter pilots circled around looking for the UFOs, but they could not be found. As the jets' fuel ran low and they had to return to base, the UFOs returned. This led many to speculate that the UFOs were monitoring our radio traffic. That night, the UFOs were last detected by radar around 5:30 a.m. These sightings attracted much attention in the press the following days. Coincidentally, Edward Ruppelt, the head of Project Blue Book, was in Washington, D.C. at the time. Project Blue Book was the U.S. Air Force's investigation into UFOs. Ruppelt heard about the UFO sightings, but interestingly, was somewhat stonewalled in trying to investigate the matter. For example, he wanted to travel around the city and investigate witnesses. However, the government wouldn't provide him a car, and he was told to pay for it out of pocket with a taxi. As a result, Ruppelt didn't thoroughly investigate the July 19th and July 20th UFO sightings due to his frustration. 1 week later, Saturday, July 26, more UFO sightings would occur. Around 8:15 p.m., a pilot and flight attendant working for National Airlines would spot strange lights over their plane. Radar at both the National Airport and Andrews Air Force Base picked up the unknown objects too. During this time, Albert Schopp, a spokesman for Project Blue Book, came to National Airport. He joined with the radar personnel around 9:30, and at this time radar was picking up multiple objects. The UFOs sometimes moved slowly, other times they moved extremely fast, being clocked at over 7,000 miles per hour. At 11:30 p.m., 2 fighter pilot jets arrived over Washington, D.C. once again. The 2 pilots were John Mahugo and William Patterson. Mahugo was given the location of the objects, but when he arrived, he found nothing. Patterson did spot the crafts though. He saw 4 white glows and began chasing them. However, he was no match for the incredible speeds the crafts flew at. More commercial aircrafts would see bright lights as well that night. Both nights produced headlines around the country of the UFO sightings. It's important to remember the summer of 1952 was an extremely popular year for UFOs in the United States. In April of 1952, an article in Life magazine indicated that the government was taking UFOs seriously. Life was the first well-respected news outlet to take UFOs seriously in its writing. The summer of 1952 had become to be known as the UFO Flap due to the rash of sightings and widespread media attention. For example, the Air Force had 717 UFO reports during the UFO Flap. The 4 years prior, the Air Force had a total of only 615 reports. It's estimated 16,000 news articles were written about UFOs during the UFO Flap. With so much attention and objects coming into restricted airspace, it garnered the attention of the White House and CIA. President Harry Truman listened to calls on the matter with his liaison and Project Blue Book leader Edward Ruppelt. Ruppelt indicated that the sightings could have been the result of a temperature inversion. A temperature inversion is when a layer of warm, moist air covers a layer of cool, dry air close to the ground. It's said this can cause radar signals to bend and give false readings. However, it's important to point out that Ruppelt hadn't discussed this theory with any of the radar operators that saw the objects that night. The Air Force would come out with an explanation as well. John Sanford, a spokesman for the U.S. Air Force, would state that the UFO sightings over Washington were misidentified aerial phenomena like stars or meteors that people saw. The unknown radar objects were the result of temperature inversion, which was present on both nights. Sanford reiterated that solid materials did not appear on the radar, and there was no threat to national security. One witness, the night of July 19th, claims there was no objects in the sky. Air Force Captain Harold May was in the radar center at Andrews Air Force Base. Once he heard about the unknown objects in the sky, he went outside. May said he saw a light that was changing from red to orange to green and to red again. At times it dipped suddenly and appeared to lose altitude. In time, May says he realized that he was seeing a star that was distorted by the atmosphere and that the movement was only an illusion. It's important to note here, though, that May was testifying on behalf of his employer. The Air Force and he might have been persuaded to give this testimony for fear of reprisal. Since these statements, there's been much debate over the findings. Many skeptics point out that radar systems back in 1952 had many flaws. They say that in 1952 radar wasn't sophisticated enough to filter out many ordinary objects, like flocks of birds, weather balloons, or a temperature inversion. However, many argue with this claim and point out that controllers that night were seasoned radar experts and would have been able to identify a solid metallic object versus false targets. In 2002, Howard Coughlin told the Washington Post that he was still convinced that he saw objects that night. Coughlin stated, "I saw it on the radar screen and out the window over Washington National Airport." While the debate goes on over the incident, perhaps the most relevant event to come from the sightings was the Robertson panel. With such a high number of UFO reports in 1952, both the CIA and Air Force became concerned an enemy could flood the country with false UFO reports and surprise attack the United States. In January 1953, the Robertson panel was formed. The panel was composed of leading scientists and led by physicist Howard P. Robertson. The panel spent 4 days looking at the best UFO cases provided by Project Blue Book. Afterwards, they recommended that Project Blue Book shouldn't publicize UFO cases that went unsolved. The goal was to try and take the mystery and popularity out of the UFO phenomena. This decision would have a major impact on UFO disclosure up to present day. So what can we make of these sightings in Washington, D.C. in 1952? It seems more likely than not something was in the sky those nights. Objects were seen by multiple witnesses from a variety of vantage points and also seen by multiple radars on several nights. It's tough to imagine so many people falsely identified a UFO as a planet and that experienced radar operators couldn't filter out spurious objects. We also have to remember in modern day we've seen similar reports from the US military. Numerous reports detail unknown objects zipping thousands of miles an hour and being seen by both pilots and radar. One can only wonder what would happen in present day if this were to occur again. Perhaps, though, the visitors are aware of our technological capabilities and know what they can and can't get away with. On the night of Saturday, October 21st, 1978, Frederick Valentich was on a 125-mile training flight going over the Bass Strait in Australia, headed toward Kings Island in Tasmania. Valentich was piloting a Cessna 182L light aircraft. Around halfway through his flight, at 7:12 p.m., Valentich contacted the Melbourne Air Traffic Control with a series of strange transmissions that would baffle aviation investigators for decades. He reported that something was up in the sky with him, something that Valentich said wasn't an aircraft. After the transmission ended, Valentich was never seen or heard from again. In today's episode, we will examine the strange disappearance of Frederick Valentich and theories regarding what exactly happened to him. To understand the mysteriousness of this case, we must first discuss in more detail the conversation between air traffic control and Valentich in more detail on the night of October 21st, 1978. At 7:12 p.m., Valentich notified the control tower that he was being accompanied by some type of craft about 1,000 feet above him. The craft he described had 4 bright lights in a diamond formation. Valentich also told the air traffic control that his engine was running roughly. The tower notified Valentich that they couldn't see anything on their radar and that no other aircraft was in the vicinity. Air traffic control asked for more details surrounding the situation. 3 minutes later, at 7:15 p.m., Valentich replied that the aircraft was now hovering above him. It was huge, 300 feet in length, metallic, with a green light, and made a strange humming sound. At 7:18 p.m., Valentich switched from a curious state to a frustrated state. The craft was now chasing him, and Valentich was attempting to shake it, and also stated he was losing control of his aircraft. At 7:21 p.m., Valentich's voice started breaking up. Strange metallic clicking noises could be heard on the transmission, and Valentich indicated the craft was right on top of him, and that he was going into the light. It should be stated that before the conversation began, at 7:12 p.m. that night, all transmissions from Valentich indicated he was perfectly fine and under no duress. Before discussing the theories and questions surrounding this event, it's important to discuss the background of Valentich. Frederick Valentich was considered by some to be a poor pilot. He had logged 150 hours of flight time, and he had a Class 4 instrument rating, which allowed him to fly at night, but only when the skies were clear. He had twice applied to the Royal Australia Air Force, but was rejected twice due to his lack of education. Despite this, Valentich aspired to be a pilot. It should also be said Valentich was a flying saucer enthusiast. Many skeptics believe that this influenced his transmissions as he was looking for a flying saucer that wasn't there. For years, many speculated he disappeared and it was all a hoax. This would prove not to be the case when one researcher discovered a key government file in the case. In 2012, Adelaide researcher Keith Basterfield stumbled upon a 315-page report from the government in the National Archives Index. He had been told in 2004 that the file was lost. This file has been considered by many to be the holy grail in the mystery, containing much information from the initial investigation. In the file, it contains several important findings. The first finding is that it showed that parts of the aircraft with partial serial numbers were found in the Bass Strait 5 years after Valentich vanished. The second finding, perhaps more important, was that investigators left open the possibility of a UFO encounter in the open, not something they said publicly. Investigators labeled it an unidentified flying object, and they didn't label this in the media. In the file, the defense minister is asked to look into the matter surrounding a UFO. There have been many theories put forth around this incident over the years. The first is that Valentich and his craft were taken by a UFO. It seems that the government report eliminates the possibility that the plane was taken, but the question of whether Valentich was abducted is still unanswered. Still, it's interesting that the government didn't choose to release that part of the plane had been found. There could be multiple reasons for this, but it's reasonable to assume that the UFO talk in the media would have died out. Some speculate that the government didn't actually find the partial part of the plane, and they planted the report in the archives, knowing someone would find it. The transmission itself speaks volumes about what the young pilot was seeing and what was happening to his craft. It's almost certainly not the case that he lied or exaggerated about seeing it, but could Valentich have been mistaken? Some believe so. Skeptics typically point out that Valentich was an inexperienced and often reckless pilot who was obsessed with UFOs. They discuss several things that could have happened to Valentich. One, he could have seen Venus, which that night was shown to be at its very brightest, Mars, Mercury, and the bright star Antares. Some believe the pilot got confused seeing the lights and began to panic. Suggestions include he fell into a graveyard spiral, which is when pilots experience sensory illusions. Others suggest that perhaps the pilot was experiencing some type of medical condition, like a seizure or heart attack, that caused him to see the lights. One interesting story concerns a farmer who alleged to see a Cessna airplane. The morning after Valentich went missing, a story emerged about a farmer who witnessed a Cessna airplane attached to a craft. The farmer supposedly wrote down the airplane registration number and kept the information as a secret due to fear of ridicule. While this is an interesting story, it seems like more of an urban legend, as the farmer was never identified. We will probably never know what happened to Frederick Valentich that night, but regardless, this case remains one of the most controversial and mysterious events in aviation history.